could see things around the human body, energy and such, to do medical diagnosis. He found that this dicyanin was one of the chemicals that allowed him to see things that were actually going on if somebody had cancer around the pancreas, or had a dark area around the pancreas, things like that. And he put them out into the public for the medical community to use. They loved them. They thought they were great. And then the Theosophists and the New Agey and spiritual people jumped on it and started saying, oh, this is the human aura. This is finally the aura. And it took on a life of its own in those circles and continued on, like I said, until I think it was the early 1990s when they stopped making these. But for the longest time, they had pairs of these out there and available through Great Britain.
It makes everything very dark and purple.
Yeah, and if you go outside, it acclimates your eyes to a different spectrum, and you'll start to see a halo, two halos actually, one around your fingers a little farther out and a darker one closer up. And you'll start to get the effects. Yeah, there's actually a good one. If you see the one with my fingers together, closer, you're gonna, let's see, you might have to go to the regular, go to the regular dicyanin aura goggles, not the research kit. And I have a picture of the cobwebbing between my fingers showing them. So yeah, just the one a little right there.
Bottom right.
Yeah. And yeah, the first, second, oh no, go ahead. Go back.
So what's the story? How is it? Is it a real? What is? How do you explain that lighter color around?
There's a full page for dicyanin that actually gets into it. If you go up to our toolbar, there'll be a full page for it. So there it is. You see the cobweb between the fingers.
Okay. Is there a conventional explanation for this?
Yeah, but in the West they don't like talking about this. In Russia, they have a full theory of bioplasma and bioenergy. It is well established and well understood within the psi circles, and certainly psychic research, and not psychic research. Psychic research in Russia is integrated with normal science. They see it as a life science. They don't see it as
really. Even today.
Even today, that's what kicked us off trying to catch up with them. We actually had been ahead of them. The Russians seized upon the old research from the early 1900s and went beyond us, and then we had to catch up in the 70s supposedly, and because they treated it like it was a science, they had the best minds at it. We've got a book out by Dr. Vasilyev in Russia, Leonid Vasilyev, talking about their strides up to 1960 of what they actually figured out about all this stuff. And it was always integrated, and we didn't partition one off and say that's silly, that's ridiculous. And they were able to get farther ahead with it. So this is part of it. Bioplasma and bioenergy.
So what is the deal with what's going on with the chemical that's inside the glass there?
So it's coated on these ones. The old ones had a gelatin layer that was impregnated with dicyanin or phenocyanol between two glass pieces, and it would degrade. You couldn't see. It would last a couple of months, and it would start to get cloudy. You couldn't see it through it. So we had to come up with a lens technology, like a telescope lens that was coated with it so it wouldn't degrade anymore. So that's one of the things that we established that nobody else has got out there. What it does is it just shifts the light to that correct spectrum. There's no real magic in it. Unfortunately, people like to say that it's they live, you're able to see the aliens, you're able to see the obey on the sign above you. That oversells it. But there are things. People will have different energy around them. They will have dark areas around them when they have a health issue and malady. That absolutely does happen. You can see it if the lighting conditions are correct.
So you use these when you go to ancient sites and you look at them and you can see. So some things have more of this light purple aura than other things.
And traditionally, those have been the areas that people would congregate to do ritual work or sacred work. We also found that a lot of these areas correlate with having lower magnetic fields for the area. So we'll find areas like Mithraiums, where the local magnetic field for that area in Italy, or wherever it might be, is usually 40. When we go to those areas, we go to the underground site, and it's zero. It goes to zero, and it kind of inverts. Some cathedrals do this. It's a magnetic anomaly that is in these sites or created by the structures of these sites. And this corresponds with other research we have for Kozarev mirrors and such, where we find that people have better psychic ability, better clairvoyance, telepathy, things we can actually test when they're in these sites, and the magnetic field is less. And it goes along with Persinger's research as well, because everything was magnetic based within the brain.
No shit.
And it's like an integrated theory where we wanted to make a visual way you can go to these sites and see it, but we can also test it with a magnetometer and infrasound, and we can see what's actually there with the quote sacred energy about these sites. We're not just there dowsing.
Can I take him outside real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna go out that door real quick.
Go for it. Yeah. Yeah. Give your eyes a second. Yeah. As your eyes acclimate to it, it'll become. We recommend people put these on for 15 minutes, let their eyes adjust, and then go out and do that, and then you can see it. Yeah. And that's how Kilner was doing it as well.
That's wild. So how did you get that photo? Did you just put your like camera up to the lens?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know what the nanometer range it lets through?
Yeah, I can pull that up for you. I did a spectrogram on this when I was initially doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's in violet range. So, and it's people talk about like blue and red. Blue and red don't exist. There's no red dicyanin. There was no blue dicyanin. It was like a magenta, purpley red color. And you see this spread around the social media a lot because people take something that's wrong and run with it. There were no red night vision goggles in Vietnam that allowed people to see things. That's an urban legend. Or else I would have bought one already. Replicated it.
They had a lot of crazy shit during Vietnam.
They did have a lot of crazy shit.
A lot of really like high tech stuff. A lot of it didn't work, but a lot of it did. That's when DARPA was like on fire during Vietnam.
Yeah, it was still ARPA, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
D was on it.
Yeah, they had that all that stuff they were doing on the Ho Chi Minh Trail and those nerve agents. Or was it? No, that was Agent Orange, wasn't it?
And you were talking about bioenergy, and if that's been established.
Yeah.
They found there was a Marine Corps contract back then for dowsing, that they could find the Viet Cong tunnels using dowsing, and it was an actual thing through the same through that Mankind research that did these, and then
with like dowsing rods.
They had special dowsing rods for the Marines that they could condense up and fold up and put in their pocket. And it was through the same company that had these last, that did real ones, the last Mankind research, and Carl Schleicher.
Dude, I'm reading this book right now that's blowing my mind. It's called, I forget the name of it, but it's by that one lady we talked to, Steve, that Travis recommended. It's called something Scorpion Bombs and like Ancient Weapons. And it talks about like the ancient Greeks and the Romans and the different biological and chemical weapons they were using for war. One of the things that they would do was like elephants were used for war. So they would light pigs on fire and send them at the elephants in hopes to like make the elephant go crazy and trample all over all their people. And it often went really wrong because they didn't Greek fire, poison arrows, and scorpion bombs. But there's a newer version of it. This is the old version. And she one of the things they didn't account for when they lit their pigs on fire is they couldn't control where the pigs ran after they were lit on fire. And they often ran back into their own army and like fucked up a lot of people.
Why would a pig that's lit on fire run where you want it to? That's
exactly, right.
It's a little short-sighted.
Okay, we're gonna light you on fire, you're gonna run that way.
There's theories going around, even the Black Plague was a form of biological warfare between kingdoms where they were poisoning wells. There's indication that people were poisoning wells.
There were lots of water supplies that were poisoned in Egypt and all over that area. And it's fascinating stuff. Like just what we were able to do back then. Like we've been using chemical, biological warfare forever.
Yeah, we've always been wacky. That's a good question.
And then they also had they would fill bags full of scorpions, like some of the most deadly scorpions, and like throw them over walls at people, and it would just like take out tons of people. They were some of the earliest the Mithraic people were dipping their arrows in viper venoms and using that to kill people. It was crazy.
Who was the poor son of a bitch that put scorpions in?
All right. Like, how do you get all those fucking scorpions in a bag? I'm sure a lot of people died just doing that.
Exactly. Yeah. God forbid the wind's coming at you.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. And then, like, also, a lot of the things that I've been learning about recently is how much stuff we got from the Nazis and how we, like, took that and, like, expanded on it. With Warnock von Braun and some of those paperclip scientists. And I think even Whitney Strieber, I think a lot of the paperclip scientists were working on him when he was in Texas.
So a lot of that is a myth. MK Ultra was not German. It wasn't paperclip scientists. MK Ultra specifically, I'm talking about the mind control of ECA. It wasn't Germans. we had Kraft, we had Horton Flying Wings. I don't know
Right.
if you saw my video about the
The
Roswell.
Horton brothers.
Yeah, did you see my Roswell video?
No.
It's about 2 years old now, but it's about Roswell being a Horton Flying Wing that crashed. And they had a...
I believe that. I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah, there was a Northrop training landing strip. That was the longest one in the world nobody knew about until I talked about it in the video.
Mm-hmm.
That was where they were testing these under the Who knows? But it's a better story than aliens getting hit by a window.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they would want to be getting intelligence on our nuclear sites and on sites like Area 51, right? Soviets.
I think there was a lot of interaction at that time with Soviets. I think the Cold War was a hoax. I think.
What do you mean the Cold War was a
The
hoax?
Cold War was a hoax. There is my powerful stance here.
I had a guy on here once that told me the military-industrial complex is a hox.
It certainly keeps society moving in a certain direction.
Yeah.
What it looked like to me is that we're allies, and then one over. And even though you look at psi research, and you look at psychotronic research, and all the Soviet scientists were allowed to go back and forth between the West and talk with them all the time and share research. This was happening at the highest levels of their secret sciences. They were still allowed to talk back and forth. So how partitioned off was it? What it looks like to me is that you run a scam on society. You tell one side of the Coliseum, that those people are the enemy. You tell this side that those people are the enemy, and then you get the best out of them to create the best technology, like NASA, and put shit in orbit that can control both sides. Oh, yeah. That's what it looks like to me. Just a long-term development, kick in the ass for society to create things that they normally wouldn't create, like non-lethal weapons that could be used to control the entire world, not just one side or the other.
So walk me through what you believe Roswell is all about.
Roswell, I believe it was a Horton Flying Wing. I know that.
What was who was behind it? Why did they do it?
Yeah, you don't want people. Well, it became the stealth bomber. Decades later, Horton Flying Wings became like on the B-2 and the F-117 and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't want people to know about that, so you put a hokey story behind it. UFOs from the Henry Taser days in Great Britain, where we had the Battle of the Beams, that were the Foo Fighters, and they were actually beam weapons. They had their earliest beam weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They had to cover that somehow. So you create this hokey story about aliens and Foo Fighters, and you see all these little green men cartoons coming out around that time.
Yeah.
And Bugs Bunny and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you had physical craft that nobody knew about, like Afro Canada, who was recreating some of the other flying pancake-shaped disc craft. And if you had these different groups that were working on technology that you took after the war, you wouldn't want anybody to know about that. Like
Right.
Kenneth Arnold, I have the first issue of Fate magazine where Kenneth Arnold brings out his story about the flying discs, the flying saucers.
Yeah.
And they weren't saucers, they were flying wings. If you look at the pictures
Right.
of them,
I think Giorgiani was telling us about this.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very obvious that we were flying these things around and had to put down some kind of wall around it. And I think it just served a purpose, and it kept it going for decades.
Yeah.
So, people don't you're going to get laughed out of the room if you bring up aliens. I mean, certainly a decade or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, people can talk about that.
Have you heard Annie Jacobson's theory on it?
No, what is it?
In her book Area 51, she interviewed a top-level EG&G engineer, and when she was interviewing him, he was really, really old. This was like, she interviewed him, I think maybe 10 years before he died, and he basically said he was working for EG&G, and he confessed to her that the Roswell incident was a Soviet-controlled drone, remote-controlled fake flying saucer with surgically manipulated children to look like aliens by Mengele. And they crashed him here to basically sow some sort of like chaos, some sort of like World of Worlds type thing in the U.S. And she asked him, like, okay, well, if the Soviet Union surgically altered children and crashed them in New Mexico, why wouldn't we just say they did that? Because that would make them look terrible, right? Why would we keep that a secret? And this EG&G engineer responded to her and said, because we started doing the same exact thing.
Honestly, I think that's a bullshit story, and they always have an explanation for things. Thanks for telling me, but that just doesn't ring true based on what I know about the rest of how it all kind of fits together.
Yeah.
I mean, you bring up like EG&G, like they still have a vested interest in keeping the truth. Department of Energy, EG&G, Area 51. We want to go back to Mirage Man, Benowitz. What did Benowitz actually see at Kirtland Air Force Base? You're seeing balls of light and stuff moving that were faster, and they go into mountain sides and all that stuff. Right? So they brought out Doty and Doty them, and Benowitz went crazy. Well, what did he see? Well, there was a laser facility testing, these balls of light, these lasers, right on the mountain on I think it's called Coyote Pass or Coyote. Yeah, it's a Department of Energy laser facility there that nobody knew about, and they still want to keep that shit secret. They still haven't let these out of the bag. You're just now hearing about the talking balls of light, and I know for a fact they were using that shit as early as Rendlesham.
And the NSA literally parked right across the street from his house, and they were like beaming stuff into his house, telling him that they were aliens from another planet or coming here because they ran out of water and they're going to be here in a couple of years.
Yeah, and there was indication he was getting injected with things and all that. And that's when he was in a mental institution, that like there were other groups. It wasn't just Air Force. Doty, to play devil's advocate for Doty, he might have been the patsy for this. He's the bad guy that got Benowitz going. He got integrated with him. But he might not have been the guy that drove him crazy. There might have been other people like NRO, NSA, whoever, another Valerie Ransom or Tim Taylor coming by that really did the job on him because it was still beneficial for them to kind of turn Benowitz into a useful asset that could put out disinformation or be alarming. You ask me what I think of like Chris Bledsoe, I think he's another Benowitz.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think so. I think, from the way the Mirage Man documentary posted it, though, the way they portrayed him is as a conduit of disinformation to poison the well of the UFO community, to throw off the Soviet spies.
That's possible.
That were embedded in the UFO community.
The worst part is, I'm a guy. I'm just a dude.
Yeah.
You're just a dude. I presume. I don't know if you're working for anybody. I don't care. You're a nice guy. Yeah. I know. We'll never know. We'll never know at the top level what's actually going on at the RO right now.
Right.
You can never scratch that itch, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So could it be? Sure, it could be. But it's not aliens. I mean, it doesn't look anything like aliens to me.
And you told me something about how that documentary had something to do with British intelligence.
Yeah. Did you check that out when I sent it to you?
I couldn't find it.
You couldn't find it? Oh, okay. So
did you send it to me?
I did send it. Yeah.
Okay.
I followed right up on that. Yeah.
Okay. I never saw it.
Okay. So there's a guy in Great Britain, Richard D. Hall. He does a program called Ridge Planet, and he exposed that the guy that did Mirage Men, there's two guys, I think it was Lundberg and Pilkington. Lundberg was working with British intelligence. He was living in a British intelligence paid-for house and flat, and he was doing, he and Pilkington, I believe, both were doing fake crop circles. And that had been a project through the Circle Makers site, that this was a thing being funded by the British intelligence, and it was integrated somehow with Air Force intelligence as well. The servers, some of them were like on Air Force base areas. So how that goes together, I have no freaking clue. But I know these guys have ties to intelligence, and then they come out with Mirage Men, the book, which I have and read, and then the documentary, and you're like, what game are they playing? Like, what? Spy versus spy thing are they playing?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, but it's ultimately the UFO stuff. The first UFO book came out, and it was a British book. Came out in 1950. The first UFO documentary came out along with it, like a media propaganda campaign that was named the same thing, called Flying Saucer. And they came out after Henry Tizard and the British high royalty, admiralty, whatever they considered it at that time.
Yeah.
Needed to do disinformation to cover up what was going on with the German technology they had gotten. And then later, I think it was a year or two later, Tizard came over to Montreal, kicked off MK Ultra by meeting the CIA and Oman Salat from Canada. And that's when you get the McGill University CIA study, or McGill University MK Ultra studies. It was a joint project. It wasn't just the CIA. It wasn't German. The guys that were running MK Ultra in the CIA were Jewish. Sidney Gottlieb and Jolly and West were Jewish guys. They weren't Germans. They weren't coming over as part of Project Paperclip.
Right.
But how does it all integrate and move together up to British intelligence? We don't. You can't get that high to know what the actual overall was. But it's been going forever.
Have you read Chaos by Tom O'Neill?
Yeah, it's good. Real good.
That
documentary is good too. Yeah.
That is. Oh, I haven't even seen the documentary yet. I need to watch it. It just came out.
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, with who was it? Errol Morris was the one who put that thing together.
You're a British guy, right?
I don't think Errol's British. Is Errol Morris British? That's Hamilton's dad. He's done a lot of really good documentaries.
Yeah, I like that a lot. They had, is it Tom? Is it O'Neill?
Tom O'Neill's one who wrote the book.
Yeah, I read the book, the original book. It's got a lot more detail on Jolly and how far he got with things. There was that one guy at his base that he made go off and kill a little girl. That was a Jolly and West op. And then the timing of it was that this guy goes and does psychological work with Jolly and West. A couple of days before that, goes off and is found walking up from a quarry where a little girl was killed. They arrest him for it as whatever, and then Jolly and West magically gets all the leeway and funding he needs right after that. It was like a proof of concept.
And he found that, and Tom found out that Haight-Ashbury clinic was was funded by a CIA cutout.
Yeah, it was Jolly, and then he had his crash out there as well.
And they were doing all this testing with psychedelics and amphetamines together with these people, with Manson and bringing those girls up there all the time.
He was doing it all over. He was a mover and shaker. He was involved with things all over the country. You want to know something really cool about Jolly West? Again, it's exclusive for Davy Jones. Check out LA 78, Nike Missile Silo.
LA 78.
I think it's LA
Nike Missile Silo?
Nike Missile Silo. I think it's LA 78. Should pop up on Google. This is good. This is good.
Okay, is this it?
That's it.
Battery site, Los Angeles?
Yep. If you pull that up, actually, you could probably pull that up on Google Maps and get like a 3D view of where that is. Nowadays, it's supposedly being used as a firefighting facility. I don't even have it. I've got a view of it. It's in the Malibu Hills. Jolly and West petitioned Stubblebine, who was...
You can find it, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, Stubblebine's the guy who offered Greer like $2 billion.
Go with this. Stubblebine's, I believe it was his brother, was the head of California Human Health and Services. Jolly and West petitioned him to get use of this Nike Missile Silo as an underground incubation facility to bring in runaways and prisoners and people from various walks of life that wouldn't be missed and test on them in this Nike Missile site. And now it's being used as a firefighting facility. But I believe that same Stubblebine was the brother of General Stubblebine, who was the rear guy, who was the head of INSCOM and he was John Alexander's daddy, and started off all the shit with the Monroe Institute, which is another continuation of MKUltra. Bob Monroe was mentored and took the technology from Andrea Puharich. He was his buddy. Wow. It all weaves together. Everything we have out here in pop culture about these subjects weaves together in some really effed up ways.
Yeah, some of the stuff Greer says is so crazy, and he's like a guy who he's really easy to dismiss.
I got that printout papers there for you.
Which ones?
It should be below the main selling stuff. These. Yeah, if you want to pull that up.
But he's been on this stuff for so long.
He has, and he's never produced anything of actual work. There's a good one. I thought you might appreciate that. May not be something you want to put.
Emily and Stephen Greer, Haifa, Israel. Emily Kramer and Stephen Greer were married Saturday at Baha'i World Center. The bride is the daughter of Miss Douglas Kramer of Palm Beach, Florida, and the late Dr. Cromler. She graduated from the University of Pennsylvania and received a master's degree in occupational therapy from Boston University. She was employed by the Peace Corps in Barbados. The bridegroom is the son of Mr. and Mrs. James Greer of 1201 Princeton Avenue. He attended the Appalachian State University and is employed in the Information Processing Department at Baha'i World Center. After a trip through Israel, the couple will live in Haifa and work at the Baha'i World Center.
That's the original marriage notice. Baha'i was regarded as an intelligence gathering operation for the Sun.
And Stephen Greer worked for these people.
And he worked for them. He started with those people. Then he got.
This is before he was an emergency room doctor.
I've done a lot of research on Stephen Greer. I don't want to make any claims that get me in any kind of trouble about Stephen Greer, but it doesn't look to me like he had enough time to even do medical school and a residency. And certainly the old newspaper articles don't refer to him as Dr. Greer. It's like he goes right into UFO stuff. So if he worked, there's indication he worked for a very short time at a small hospital in western North Carolina, and then went directly into showing UFOs for Rockefeller.
Holy shit.
And if you go to the next page, that's when you know that I want to. Don't say
rights.
No, you don't want to say.
Why can't I say it?
Well, okay.
Rights.
Your podcast, man.
Rights of homosexuals. Opposite opinions. The National AIDS Hysteria Awareness Test. Okay. We thank you for publishing Associated Press coverage of the October 11th March in Washington for gay and lesbian civil rights. However, as part of our 75 marchers from Asheville, we would like to correct the important inaccuracy. Okay, so what is this about?
So that's an op-ed piece that Stephen Greer wrote about himself, and you can see the highlighted portions there.
Oh, the highlighted portions. We feel that the struggle for our civil rights as gay and lesbian citizens is intricately linked to all struggles against racism, sexism, and anti-Semitism in the country and worldwide. We have fought and died for this country. We are its doctors. Signed by Dr. Stephen N. Greer, M.D. of Asheville.
Now, I have absolutely nothing against homosexual rights, anything like that. I completely agree with the premise.
Yeah.
But if someone's living a double life and doesn't bring that out and own that in this world, and you want to be believed about briefing the CIA and the president and all these people on UFOs, that's a little. His early life doesn't add up to me. Yeah. Look at the date on that versus the marriage.
He's not Jewish, is he?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, yeah, what's the date? Where's the date? Oh, October 16th, 1987.
And where's the marriage?
The marriage was August 30th, 1979. Wow.
So what's his story? It doesn't add up if you go through old newspaper archives. That's all I can say. I don't want to editorialize it or give my opinion about. But he has never presented anything that worked out. The little Atacama alien, any of that. He has been saying the same shit for decades and being given a platform, almost like a behavioral conditioning program.
Every one of his podcasts does millions of views too.
Is it organic? One thing I've noticed with social media,
it might be, but it might. Yeah,
a lot of bots. A lot of media companies that will push you and make you look like you're bigger than you are. But it's hollowing each other.
I've been noticing so many of these bots lately. There's like I feel like lately, I don't know how else to say this, but it seems like anti-Semitism is in vogue right now on social media.
Certainly, yeah.
I watched a video, a clip from the Joe Rogan podcast the other day, and it was like him and a bunch of his buddies talking about the JFK files or whatever. And then one of, I think it was Art Shafir maybe, brought up all like the Israel connections and the JFK files that just came out.
Sure.
And then Joe said something else, whatever. And almost every fucking comment in that episode was like, essentially like, if anyone ever mentions JFK and doesn't bring up Israel, I don't believe you anymore. And it's all like, Joe's an op because it changed the subject when this guy brought up Israel. It's like, Israel is behind everything now.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of hateful stuff jump up in the comments that looks like you look at the person posting it, they don't even have a real account.
Yeah. It's my point is it doesn't feel organic.
No,
it feels unnatural.
You can't not look into socioeconomic and world global issues and not see the Mossad in some things.
100%. Of course.
But that is not to take it into everything. It's just, if the data's not there, then you shouldn't be looking for phantoms just as a boogeyman to look for. But certainly, Mossad was into a lot of shit that they shouldn't have been, including, you asked about Puharish and Uri Geller. Puharish went over to Israel and met with Uri Geller at the behest of a Mossad colonel. Met him, was hooked up with him to bring over to the United States. James Randi, there's indication that he may have been part of two sides to that same arc that would go back and forth on one another in the media to discredit the whole thing. But Puharish came back and started doing his testing on children the same week. And that was after his trip to Israel. It's like somebody gave him the green light. And it's like, who the fuck is wrong with this?
My mind is always going overdrive on this Israel stuff too, and it makes me wonder about this sort of like deep state war, if you want to call it that, over Donald Trump. And if there's one thing that we know is absolutely true, is that the CIA hates the Mossad. The CIA and the Mossad do not get along.
Is that like obvious to all of us? Because it looks to me like they're two sides of the same coin.
It's pretty obvious to me talking to a lot of former CIA operators, and when I ask them about Israel and when I ask them about the Mossad, it's just constant fucking frustration with these people.
It may be, yeah. I hate thinking that the CIA are traitors. I would love to believe that there are actually patriotic people within these organizations, and that they're as frustrated with shit Epstein's as we are. I don't know. I don't know Bustamante. I don't know any of the people you've had on the podcast. I couldn't tell you. But yeah, damn, it's a dark world when you think that you need to look over your shoulder, even at your own people that are supposed to protect you. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. Yeah, and anyways, so based on that, based on just the feedback that I've gotten and what I've learned about this feels like just a hatred combined with an annoyance of the CIA and Mossad, because the Mossad is, admittedly by a lot of CIA people, way more advanced and way more effective than the CIA. For whatever reasons, obviously they have a history, and they want to ensure the survival of their race, and a lot of it for good reason. But it is argued, and it's legitimate, that at times they've gone way too far. And if you have this sort of intelligence war happening behind the scenes with Trump, and you have what it seems like coming out in the news now with people like RFK and Trump being highly funded by Israel with the Adelsons and all this blackmail that they have on everybody. And you have that document that came out, I think it was in 2020, where it was 40-something CIA agents signed off on Donald Trump. What was that about again? It was there was 43 or 47 CIA agents signed off on the Russiagate thing. That it was real or not?
That it was real, and it was proved later to be false. Or maybe they signed off on that. Maybe that was the Hunter Biden laptop story. And either way, I think that has something to do with some sort of internal CIA versus Mossad thing.
It may. Yeah, I have no clue with that. I know, Virginia Guthrie just went into it.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's okay, that's one. Isn't that interesting, the correlation with that and when the Epstein documents were supposed to come out?
So Virginia Guthrie just got hit by a bus or something, and she apparently has a couple days to live. Can you find this article, Steve?
It happens all the time. Nothing suspicious about that.
I don't know what the fuck to think about that, but that is completely batshit.
What it looks like is somebody got an early version of the Epstein documents, and then they decided to do some cleanup.
Yeah, and then you had this alleged leak of these Epstein files that were supposedly all brand new. No one's seen this up before. You have these people, these influencers standing outside of that building, with their phones, TikToking about how they have this, all these Epstein files that, shit's been out forever.
It has been, yeah. It's funny because, I'm wearing the shirt. The shirt's a joke. Everybody, the shirt's a joke.
Make conspiracies great again.
I don't vote. I don't believe in either side. I'm like George Carlin. I have just, divorced myself from elections.
Yeah.
But it's awfully interesting that it goes back to Maxwell's daddy, who published that book, and the plotting to make that come true. If you read that book, I'll leave it with you, man. You can just have it.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just put another one. If you read that book, and anybody else that wants to read that book,
Changing Images of Man,
go to my website, go to our blog. It's the PDF is up there, absolutely free. And they're laying it all out. And it was Maxwell's father, but Maxwell's father wasn't just Israeli Mossad. He was British intelligence first. He was it all is Mossad, is Israel acting as a proxy, as a cutout, essentially, for British intelligence, or are they doing their own thing? Is this one big unit that they're all doing this because they were interacting together for MKUltra with the CIA? It was all connected, or are they truly at odds? Is Israel? Do they have strengths? Are they connected? Are they a little puppet for Great Britain? It started with the Balfour Declaration. It started with being given the land down there. So I don't know what the motives are. I don't know how they interact with the CIA. I'm not Bustamante. I don't know any of this.
Yeah.
All I know is it is hyped up a lot on the internet. To your point, there is a lot of anti-Semitism. There's a lot of the Jewish family down the street doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with any of this. They never did.
Yeah, I think a lot of these people don't have any Jewish friends or didn't come up in a place like New York or It's some of this stuff. Like I said, to me it just feels unnatural.
It seems.
It doesn't feel genuine, some of the stuff that you see. And I'm just talking about comments, too. I'm not talking about, real people I talk to.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think I believe the dead internet theory. I think most of the interaction, as a guy who built bots, I literally worked building AI bots and interaction, that was non-human. Most of the internet just stinks of just being bots, especially on, I'm not going to name the app, but, it's got, you're on there following me, we follow one another on that app. I can't name it because they already shadow banned the shit out of me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Our stuff is horribly messed with. And our viewers have been, dead for, a year and a half. It's been straight across. We should be much...
Talking about YouTube?
No.
Okay.
Not YouTube, not Instagram. I'm not going to say it because they'll just fucking take the account down.
Really?
And they, people will follow us. And they'll pop in and either we'll get an email or a DM and they'll say, I followed you, and then I had to refollow you because they removed my follow.
I get that all the time.
Yeah. It's come on.
Yeah. Well, Google was quite literally created and incubated by the CIA, which is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was DARPA technology. The PageRank system was DARPA technology, and the Sergey brand was getting visited by CIA, NSA people the whole time when he was developing that.
Yeah, that is well. There's lots of ties there. I don't think any of it. ARPANET, it's all fair. It has always been fair. That was always the point. Is this cybernetic linking of people together to control it. And it's going to go one step further now that we have the Neuralink. Neuralink is old technology. You don't need a brain implant anymore. But they're going to pretend like it to get you to adopt it. They're going to pretend that this is the next development, even though it's old. The guy who mapped out the human brain for the Navy was working for SARA, SARA. His name was Dr. Richard Dickow. He was working with John Alexander. They put in the equipment at Skinwalker Ranch, and he was mapping brain patterns to map out speech and such. If you're talking to yourself in your head, that's a brain pattern. And
internal dialogue.
Yeah, and they figured out how to back engineer that. It's Dr. Richard Dickow in Albuquerque, and that's a technology they've had. And this was the 80s. And Jacques Vallée talks about that. John Alexander talks about it himself in his own book, Future Wars. They've been developing this for a long time. The ability to get in your head. Yeah. You had Robert Duncan on your show not so long ago.
Yeah, you listened to that one?
Yeah, and unfortunately he passed away last year.
I saw that.
Yeah,
what do you make of that?
He was here.
A lot of people were telling me that was fake, that he wasn't really who he says he was.
He might not have been.
His email, he was emailing me before we did that podcast, and his email was a harvard.edu email.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Maybe you can fake that if you're really technical.
No, if he's still involved with the university, possibly. He might not have been. That's I've gotten that hint as well. But he was saying some real things. How much of it is mixed 80-20 with bullshit and truth? I don't know.
Right.
And that's the tangle that we live in this in these subjects, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff he was telling was absolutely correct. They are getting in people's heads. The technology, the chain of the document chain that goes back decades is there. They've been figuring this out forever and admitting to it.
Where do you think all of it goes?
Into a linked cyber. Okay, I'll give you my grand unified theory of all this shit.
Okay.
MK Ultra was being done on one side. And on the other side, you had the John Calhoun National Institute of Mental Health rat studies. Now, are you familiar with the Mouse Utopia?
No.
Okay. Dr. Calhoun with NIMH. It's the old Secret of Nim cartoon that they had when we were all kids. You ever see this? Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim. And they made it into a cartoon. Dr. Calhoun did 40 years of research into this, building these specialized mouse utopias enclosures for tons of mice. Put them in. Steve can look this all up. Yeah, look up John Calhoun. That's that's.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why they came out with this, but the research.
Yeah,
look up John Calhoun NIMH or Mouse Utopia. This is important for the world, for everybody to understand this.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
And there's Dr. Calhoun. living and working in his mouse utopia, a giant
Wow,
enclosure.
look at that thing. Yeah.
And
Steve, blow that up.
he'd bring up generations of mice within this and study how their behaviors would change as they interact with one another more and more often.
Okay.
So as the population would grow, he'd find out that if he provided all the space they needed, all the food they needed, and accommodated everything they needed, simply by interacting with one another on a prolonged basis, always being up one another's asses, they would develop things like social autism. They would develop all these behavioral changes that were lasting, and eventually, a generation or two later, they led to the die-off of the mice within that enclosure, and then he'd have to restart the experiment again. This was being funded by the CIA. NIMH was the CIA outfit. They were being funded by it, along with NKO. I wonder at the top of it, if somebody at the CIA saw our society going to the point where we were integrated with all this technology, up each other's asses, just like the mice, developing all these behavioral issues, the inability to mate and procreate correctly together without all this constant headbutting, without all these constant problems, and the behavioral issues that come along with the autism, ADHD, neurodivergence, all these things, just like the mice were exhibiting. I wonder if somebody saw that coming a mile away and tried to come up with ways to save humanity from that happening. Because Calhoun's estimate was 2030 to 2035, we would have a full-scale societal die-off because of this. It's not just population rate, people misunderstand that. It's interaction within those dense groups of population that cause these problems. And then eventually something comes out, it's like a switch is flipped biologically, and we all die off. And I think they're trying to keep it from happening. And if that's the case, I agree. Maybe they didn't do it right, but something needed to be done about this. Look into the work of Calhoun, it's terrifying. And we're at the end stages of it already. And it was CIA funded.
And you think some of the research was to sort of mitigate this from happening?
Yes, I hope it's not just sociopaths in charge of all of this that just want to control everybody.
Because you certainly need a large population to be a powerful nation state on the world stage.
Yeah, but
it's really important.
We're not overpopulated. There's space everywhere for people.
Yeah.
But the interaction with people, especially with social media, your phone, internet and all that interaction, those constant shitty comments, the constant interaction with this, the constant somebody giving you a call you don't want to talk to, the constant, do you need a warranty on your car? Call. It rubs away at our nervous systems. It creates these problems, especially generationally. You have kids that have these problems, and then the last is born into them. And Calhoun's research was terrifying on it. He thought we could turn it around in the 80s, and we didn't.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think these are mitigation strategies.
Yeah, you certainly see it. I don't know. I haven't been to a ton of other countries and studied their culture or their social interactions, but it certainly seems like the division here has been like gasoline on fire with social media.
Yeah.
And just like there's no sort of like national identity here or any sort of thing that like binds us all together with a specific worldview, like some other like Israel has or some other countries may have. And I think a lot of that probably has to do with foreign intelligence and foreign countries trying to use their warfare to try to
changing image of the man. It's a how-to guide to make that happen, to get us to go away from old-fashioned cohesiveness into something where you see it even among like the stuff that we talk about, like witchy, esoteric, spiritual kind of beliefs. Okay, like Judaism is coherent. Christianity is fairly coherent. Okay, Islam is fairly coherent. Spiritual, as they lay out in that book, is a grab bag of everything.
Yeah.
There's no cohesion.
Right.
And you present something to somebody, they might go flitting off onto that. It makes it's just like Dr. Vague. You don't know what's real, and you can lead people wherever you want them based on whatever the stimulus is that day.
Yeah.
That takes them in a direction, and they're not going to be beholden to like their upbringing as a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim. They're gonna flit off, and that's what the new spirituality seems to be about for me.
Have you noticed or seen any of the recent articles on how Silicon Valley is trying to? There's like a new movement in Silicon Valley to map Christianity onto everything that's going on there.
No, I haven't seen that.
There's a huge Christian movement in Silicon Valley, and it's mainly being driven by Peter Thiel and the guy who is the head of a company called Y Combinator, which is it's like a Silicon Valley kingmaker. And these guys are holding conferences, spiritual, or not spiritual, but basically Christian conferences. And there's a huge church in Silicon Valley people are going to. And this is, I think, I don't know what it is, but Thiel, just Thiel. He's a gay Christian billionaire. And I think his theory is that we need like some American, like a united religion. And when you're in Silicon Valley and you're developing and innovating some of the most advanced technology in the world, including AI, these people don't believe in anything. I mean, Silicon Valley, the history of Silicon Valley has been anti-Christian for the most part, or anti-religious. So the fact that there's this movement to really push Christianity in Silicon Valley, to me, is really interesting, and especially when you tie that into a lot of these huge companies that are military contractors.
Yeah, it's so.
What was the other one? Anduril, I think it was.
Yeah, I've heard. So I had a lot of experience in Silicon Valley. I used to fly down there and so all the time. My interaction with all these companies, Google, etc. They do have a spirituality. It's just not cohesive. It's spirituality. It's not a religion. It's a spiritual. Right. So to turn that into, I don't know, what was he doing? Beta testing with Scientology to create the new cult that he would push out. Like what has led up to that? Did he just come out with it, out of his ass?
No, I think this has been something that has been percolating with him for maybe for a while, but these articles have started to come out like in the last year or so.
Because he's another fake setup, In my opinion, he's another Elon Musk who has a fake background that he just kind of showed up and made a couple $1 billion out of the blue, and doesn't seem to even run his companies. Is that a setup? Is he pushing what has been given to him to now he is the figurehead for this?
Does he believe that impregnating Christianity into Silicon Valley and into American culture will improve national security?
Against who?
So against some sort of, in his mind, against some sort of woke one world government.
Maybe, yeah. So what's all this?
Where if that idea of this extreme left woke one world government, World Economic Forum takes hold, and if you want to use your imagination, extrapolate that to like if they start imprisoning people for violating climate change laws or something like that, right? Maybe that could be one of his fears.
Sure. Is the World Economic Forum even real? I remember when nobody ever heard about it. Nobody heard about Klaus Schwab. He just kind of popped up one day, and everybody's he's the big bad guy, and he speaks with a German accent. Oh, heavens. Are they swinging a pendulum back and forth between these two different stimuli? For this generation, back and forth, to woke to Christian, to woke to Christian, to come up with a synthesis. Hegelian dialectic. Synthesis, or thesis and antithesis become a synthesis in the middle of what they actually want. But they swing it to extremes so that they can push that center thing more, and get people to adopt that more. Where wokeism and far left and far right coagulate in the middle into something that they can control. None of it looks organic to me. I mean, you ask me about this, I don't know Phil. I don't know his motivations. If he's got all the money in the world, he didn't just get it because he got it. He got it because he was giving it. He got to the top. Everybody else is up to the top. He got it from somewhere. He's pushing an agenda. Is he just acting as, the right and the left, going back and forth? The two stimulus that'll come together into something that is more like the dream of a man. I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I had the answer. Holy shit. The politics right now it's what we talked about. It's this maddening news. You don't know what is real anymore. Right. You don't know what these motivations are. All I know is that for decades they've been coming up with ways to control your mind while you're being fed.
Scary fucking shit.
The lying signs and wonders that they have come up with to get everybody to accept whatever the stimulus is it is dangerous. It really points to like humans not having any real free will or agency in their own lives anymore. It's
what do we do? We got to move to the Amazon?
I have no idea. I'm trying to tell people, get up here, make myself a target on camera to tell people as much as I can about it. I don't know if you saw the Elon Musk clip that was going around about like somebody asked him about world peace, and he gets really sullen. He goes, "You have to be really careful. You don't want what has to be given up to get world peace. You might not want to give that up. And what that is your agency and your free will. So it's the cybernetic linking of everybody so that you can't fight anymore. Is the neutering of the society, and that's what we're looking at. And it'll be technological, and he's part of it. You should know he's heading up the companies that are going to do it.
What do you make of Greer's theory, or he doesn't call it a theory, obviously, he knows it for a fact.
Of course he does.
That there is like some rogue military-industrial private company that basically has its own autonomous air force, navy, and military that is basically has such powerful technology that they figured out with like anti-gravity or who knows what, that they won't even let the United States military see it or know anything about it because it is more powerful than every single military on the face of the earth combined.
Okay, so I am all for. I know that Rockefeller funded Greer and Bigelow and all the UFO group. Scott Jones, C.B. Scott Jones, he funded Lyndon Moulton Howe, all these people to go out and spread this UFO message.
Who funded Lyndon Moulton?
Rockefeller.
Oh,
Lawrence Rockefeller. Larry Rockefeller. Good old Larry Rockefeller.
Yeah.
There's pictures of him standing at his ranch with him, Hillary Clinton.
I seen the picture of Hillary Clinton with what was the book she had? Just some UFO book.
Yeah, it was some kind of like cosmic civilizations collide or whatever it was. I would think that was him pushing his, because he was involved with all the aerospace companies. Mm-hmm. So if he's got if Northrop or Donald Douglas or Boeing or somebody has like this technology and they kept it in those companies so that you couldn't freedom of information request anything about it. You couldn't, so the military couldn't find it, but they're intimately linked. So the public couldn't find it by going through the military or government. You could put it into a black box. In that case, then those companies do have that technology. Skunk Works does have its own Air Force. We just don't know about it.
Right. And then but my point is, like, if they got that technology and they advanced it so far that basically we could tell the military, they could tell the military, fuck you, and hold them hostage.
I don't think they have to, because the people that sit on the board of directors for those companies run the military and the government. Sure. I think it's above that. I think, it doesn't. The money people that were funding Kuharish and MK Ultra were the Astors and the Bronfields, and British high society and the Eastern establishment of old money. It wasn't even military. It wasn't even government. It was funded above that with all these old families. Yeah. But they're all on boards of all these different companies. Yeah, it's like there truly is a partition between the two. The government, the military, are a dog and pony show. They're a show. They're just a show for the people who really have the power. I just don't believe that they actually hold the power. I think they do. They're always. I've seen letters go back and forth between high command and militaries to Rockefeller saying yes or no, sir, just acting like a little bitch. Don't you have the guns? What are you talking this guy? He's gonna ruin your career. Oh, okay. You really want that pension? Pussy. That's like traitorous to me. But the power is with those people. It's above the money. It's the money. So
money is the root of all evil. I knew it.
Greer would know. Control. It's you would want to control the herd. They've been controlling the herd for hundreds of years. Mm-hmm. Greer knows better than anybody because he's been in bed with them forever. He's been in bed with Rockefeller. He's been in bed with Bootsy Galbraith and all these people whose names people don't even know. Kuharish and the Astors and all these. They were always funded by somebody who was Kuharish died on the estate of R.J. Reynolds, the heir to the Reynolds tobacco fortune. And he was doing mind control research on R.J. Reynolds' private property. That was R.J. Reynolds doing the research with Henry Belk, who owns Belk department stores. MK Ultra work separate of the government, separate of the military. So is it above that? Sure. Do I think that there's some rich son of a bitch in Dubai or Great Britain that has a flying around in a UFO? Maybe. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Whatever.
Good Lord, man. Crazy shit.
Yeah.
Brent, thank you for doing this, man. This has been an incredible, crazy deep dive into this stuff. I didn't know about any of this stuff, frankly.
Yeah.
I
kind of go in some different directions, don't I?
You are very a unique individual because the reason you stand out to me is because you actually do the hard work and like actually dig into stuff that seems like it's so easy, but nobody wants to do.
It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Unfortunately, I retired, so I did well enough that I was able to put money and time into this, where I might have a leg up most people don't. I can spend 8 hours reading through some documents, but everybody can find it. Everybody can look, and you can look at what I put out. I don't want anybody to believe me. I'm not a career. I'm not a big Chris Bledsoe. Don't believe my story. Look at the data I'm presenting. That's all I want. And Danny, thanks for the opportunity.
Fantastic.
It's great talking to you.
What's your YouTube channel and your other social medias that we can link?
Across all platforms, it's at Museum of Tarot.
At Museum of Tarot.
And museumoftarot.com if you want to check out any of our products that you can't get anywhere else that have been suppressed, and our books and all that.
Beautiful. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it.
Right.
Good night, world.
So I'm actually thinking about doing it. But I do like it because it's like kind of like crowd work in real life. True. You get to tease people. Yeah. And you can't get beat up. You don't want to fucking bark. I love you. I don't want to do shit, but I gotta do something. I don't want to be barking at people. Like, hey, come into this. I think when they started something.
We have like probably 60 accounts of academic journals reported by archaeologists, reported by universities, even presented and displayed at universities. Even in the Smithsonian's own annual reports, there's 17 accounts of 7 to 8 foot tall skeletons being found.
7 to 8 foot though, that's not like
That's not huge.
that could be easily explainable with some of like the gigantism thing that people have to do. There's people in the NBA who are 7 to 8 foot tall.
That's true, but none of them had gigantism. That's the thing. None of them. They're all perfectly formed. And it was just normal, that height. That was the normal height.
Praveen Mohan, when he was on the podcast, he was showing us articles that were from the New York Times from the early 1900s, maybe late 1800s, of I think it was like 15 to 18 foot giants.
You do get a few reports like that, yeah. You get a few in our accounts.
In the New York Times and of all places.
Oh yeah, I mean our book is like, there's so many accounts in proper newspapers. Not just some fly-by-night publications like Washington Times, all that kind of thing, Washington Post, all that. Even in Britain as well, it has the same thing. It's all over the world, really. But there's little evidence. It's all vanished.
Right.
Yeah, very little, especially here, especially in Nagpur. So you've got nothing left to really kind of prove a point.
So maybe this is a good opportunity to explain to people what your background is and how you get into all this stuff.
Okay, cool.
Who are you?
Yeah. Who am I?
Who the hell are you? Hugh Newman?
My name's Hugh Newman. I'm a researcher, author, explorer from England. Live right near Stonehenge in Wiltshire, which is a very interesting, scary place to live in some cases.
Why is it scary?
And we live next door to a burial mound. Okay, so we get them there as well, not just North America. We live next to 7 burial mounds, in fact, and we have weird activity, paranormal stuff going on in our house. It's pretty freaky, yeah. But my main area of research really is away from there. I mean, I've been focused on Britain for a long time, but actually I'm fascinated by what's going on in southeast Turkey. That's where it's all happening. I mean, you've got Karahan Tepe, you've got Göbekli Tepe, Saybat. You've got like dozens of sites now have been reported over there that go back nearly 12,000 years. So that's where I'm focused on now. That's my kind of, I've got my little book out. I've got a bigger book coming out with my partner JJ Ainsworth.
This is your little book?
That's the little book, yeah.
Gorgeous little book.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe.
It's even got the foil to the letter, so it's like holographic.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Very pretty. It's adorable.
Adorable little wooden book. Yeah, it's one of a series that the publisher puts out. So, but we're working on a bigger book with my partner JJ Ainsworth, going deeper into the whole story of what is known now as the Taztepeler culture, which means stone hills in kind of translated from Turkish, but actually it's more like sacred stone hills, like the sacred burial, sacred areas where these structures and complexes were being built over in southeast Turkey, all around the city of Şanlıurfa. That's pretty much where it's all happening.
Have you actually been to Göbekli Tepe?
I've been many times.
Really?
Yeah. I've been going for like 10 or 11 years. I've been there. Yeah, I mean, it's been known since about 2000. but it was really started to be excavated in the mid-1990s. But it was actually kind of partly discovered in 1963 by some American archaeologists. They didn't recognise for what it was, so they didn't really dig there.
So what do you think it was?
Göbekli Tepe itself is a major megalithic complex. I mean, I believe that it was like, a whole kind of change in consciousness was taking place at the end of the last ice age. This was within 200 years of the Younger Dryas kind of ending. So the weather had improved. It feels like a group's coming in from the south and the Tufians. You've got groups coming in from the north and coming in through Anatolia. All kind of met and kind of like decided things had changed now. We're gonna monumentalize what we know and put it into stone. And they did it in a profound, innovative manner. It was unbelievable because this is like, you look at the stone circles in Britain. They're kind of rough-hewn stones, mostly just placed in circles or slightly different geometries. Here they were doing that to another level. They were carving every stone precisely, beautifully, with 3D reliefs on them, with abstract symbols, abstract human forms, anthropomorphic figures.
They have fingers on them.
Fingers, belts.
Little bags.
That's right, and strange V-necks with almost like pendants as well. It's just out there. I mean, it's like it seems like it must have come from somewhere. This remarkable kind of culture. I call it like the world's first super civilization because there's actually they now think. Well, they say there's officially 12 sites, which includes Karahan Tepe, Sayberch, and all these others. They're now saying there could be 38 sites. But then another one of the archaeologists said there could be nearly 100 going in this whole area across southeast Turkey.
Based on what? What makes them think there could be 100?
Well, they keep finding all these surface artifacts, because most of these sites appear to be buried at the end.
Can't they use LiDAR?
I think they have done, but it's mainly kind of rocky terrain. So I think it's harder to get LiDAR penetrating. I think you can get it through trees and see what's on the surface,
but not
so much just dirt and rock is a bit troublesome. I think they've done GPR with a lot of places now, so they're going to get it. That's what they do.
Ground penetrating radar.
Yeah, so they kind of work out what's going on beneath there to see if it's worth investigating.
Now, what is the modern consensus of when it was constructed, the Göbekli Tepe T-pillars?
Göbekli Tepe officially dates to 9,600 BC, or 11,600 years ago. That's the earliest date, although it stretches, according to the
That's
date.
The earliest.
But that's currently, because only like a small percentage has been actually uncovered so far. So there's actually 5, 7, 8% has been uncovered.
Right, because my understanding of it was that it was intentionally buried to preserve it from some sort of cataclysm, meaning that it could have been constructed before some big cataclysm or some big flood. So there's, if the Younger Dryas was really what people think it is.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it being deliberately buried, that's being kind of challenged actually, because that's what Klaus Schmidt, he was the main archaeologist, the original head archaeologist there, along with another guy as well, Hauptmann he was called, and he proposed that it was deliberately buried. And this is a tradition you find in that part of the world where they bury sites at the end of their use. So they've used it for 1,000 or 2,000 years. But recent research done by the archaeologists there, they found that the enclosures that have been uncovered, or excavated, there's been like some kind of slope slide, kind of where the debris has fallen down over years and years and years, midges and rubbish and other things build up. And some of it kind of filled in, some of it like that. But then it's pretty much now believed that some of it was then buried afterwards because there's obvious repair work done. They've repaired it, put stuff back in place, and put everything where it should be, even artifacts for statues and things like this. And then it's kind of covered over. And so I don't see how a slope slide would knock things out of place. So it seems like there's a bit of both, a bit of slope slide and a bit of burying. But Karahan Tepe, that was deliberately buried. They've proven that now.
Oh, they've proven it was deliberate.
Yeah, there's it.
Is Karahan Tepe the one that Ben Van Kirkwood was showing me where it looked like they performed lots of human sacrifices there?
Sacrifices? My God, really?
No.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
He was showing me a place in Turkey because he recently went to Turkey and he was showing.
Yeah,
my audio sounds really weird. Do you hear that, Steve? Is it just me?
It's just your sexy voice, man.
It's just in my head, huh? All right.
But here we've got Karahan Tepe. Yeah, these are the.
This is Karahan Tepe. Okay, he was showing me one site in Turkey maybe that one down below on the bottom. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
That looks like there was a place where they would cut people's heads off and the blood would like flow through like a little.
Yeah, you got a channel actually. Yeah,
A channel. Yeah, for blood.
Next to the one on the left there, next to what's called the pillar shrine or structure AB, where you've got like he's carved out of bedrock. That, by the way, completely carved out of bedrock. Yeah, and apart from only one of them is a freestanding pillar. The rest of these phallic-shaped pillars are carved from bedrock. But there's a channel leading into it. So some people have suggested it's either for water, it's for sacrifice. I mean, they found there's a site called Chayanu, which is near Diabakar, which is further north. It dates to around 8,400 BC, where they think they've actually found human hemoglobin and animal blood, particles on top of this slab, which looks like a sacrificial slab.
Right.
So some people are saying
that's what Ben was showing me.
It could be for that. Some people are saying it's going on here as well, but there's no real evidence of exactly what they're doing. But you never know. It could have been some weird, dark stuff they were up to, for sure. But there's certainly something special going on, especially because it's so old. I mean, this is like 6,000 or 7,000 years before Stonehenge. It's old. It's that age difference with the pyramids as well. And yet,
Stonehenge was supposedly when?
Earliest phase officially around 2,500 to 3,000 BC.
So around the same time as the pyramids.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, there are some older elements in the area around Stonehenge, like Blick Mead and the wooden post holes. They go back 10,000 years, but not megalithic construction. But yeah, this pillar shrine thing is really interesting. I mean, it's quite bizarre. It's got like a porthole stone carved out of the bedrock, almost like a hole going through to the main enclosure, which is a 75-foot wide enclosure, like a stone circle, but it's more kind of elliptical shape. It's actually a very specific geometry. And actually, yeah, down there, that image there, that's a pretty good one. You got various ones. Not that one. There's one with the shrine. Yeah, if you actually type in Karahan Tepe winter solstice, that'll come up with our article we did, and it shows some good images. But see on the left, this is our stuff here. So we found this weird alignment on the winter solstice, myself and JJ Ainsworth. That's the article, the first one we did. And we accidentally turned up there. We got kind of in a little bit of trouble. We had to go the next morning because officials were going to come in and throw us out, possibly arrest us and this, that and the other. And so we had to go the first thing in the morning, the 20th December 2021. And if you go to the top of that page, you can see that this blade of light, kind of, or a bit further down, this blade of light kind of was hitting the face, this head. You see this head's coming out the side.
What is that?
It's like carved out of the bedrock, this head with this serpentine neck with a V-neck thing.
Where is it?
It's just on the right there. If you go down a bit, you can see some other images.
What is that line going through this diagonally?
That's where the winter solstice sunrise hits the head.
Okay, so you're just sort of illustrating where it shines.
Yeah. If you go down a bit, you can actually see a couple more images, hopefully. And maybe it's in the video. Oh, that's where it goes through the main enclosure. Then goes through that little hole. And this is perfectly winter solstice.
Weird.
It's perfectly winter solstice, and it hits his head, and there's light. That's it there. And so the light moves around. It hits the head, and moves around the head for 45 minutes. So it's perfectly aligned to the winter solstice. It's pretty crazy. And so that kind of blew our minds, because that proves an understanding of solar astronomy nearly 12,000 years ago, or at least 11,400 years ago, which is the age of Karahan Tepe. And so and the fact you can go there now and you can see it on the winter solstice. It happens. You can watch the light move around the head, like from here, this side of the head, all the way around here, and it's pretty epic. We've actually got time lapses of it and things like this, and so that proves there's a sophistication about these sites, and there's astronomy related to these sites. That's kind of what the head looks like after it's fully illuminated.
Wow.
But it's pretty weird. I mean, that's 3 times the size of a human head, carved out of bedrock. It's got like a flat top. It's got an open mouth, and the eyes. This was actually
like straight.
Well, no, they apparently, because Graham Hancock and Neshmi Corral, who's the head archaeologist, went in the pillar shrine, where structure AB here, when they were filming the first series of Ancient Apocalypse, looked carefully at it and noticed that the eyes were looking to the right, his right, towards the whole stone where the winter solstice comes in, even though the head faces roughly east.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can't really see it clearly on here, but they said they went in there and actually saw that. So yeah, so we've got this winter solstice thing going on, which is bizarre. But then that suggests if they were doing that then they must have known about it long before then. They must have developed it and built the site, because the head, the whole pillar shrine, and the whole stone are bedrock. They're carved out of bedrock, so it's a permanent fixture. They're not stones that can be moved. So they must have been doing it for a long time before they even started building the site. They sort of build up to it. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty compelling. I mean, then you've got possible alignments like this at Göbekli Tepe, and as more gets excavated, there's going to be a whole bunch more of these kind of things coming out of this part of the world. So it's a lot to consider when you're like looking at these sites.
What is that bedrock? How hard is bedrock?
This is limestone.
It's limestone. Okay, gotcha.
I mean, it's not super tough, but it's still you got to work at it. It's not like easy, that's for sure. Plus, Göbekli Tepe, they were carving out these beautiful 18-foot tall T-shaped pillars, and then moving them half a mile. Some of them weighing up to like 20, 25 tons maybe. And then they carved it, so the lower section, the tall section, and then they have a top section which looks like it's separate, but it's not. It's the same stone on top with a no face on it. It's like a no face on it, but it's supposed to represent a head, because you've got the arms coming down the side,
right?
Hands across the navel coming around the front, belts around it with like fox pelts underneath it and things like this. So there's like the intricacy and the abstract nature of the artwork really shouldn't have been exist back then. I mean, it shouldn't have been. I mean, there is a build-up. You can see Natufian sites down south in Syria and places like this, which show geometry, which show a bit of astronomy, which show stonework, but nothing like this. I mean, this just went bang when Göbekli Tepe was being built, and then this came pretty soon after.
Now, how far is Karahan Tepe from Göbekli Tepe?
It's about 20, 25 miles southeast from that area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and you got like a kind of a 3D scan of it. That's my buddy did some drone stuff there. They made a 3D scan.
Holy shit, that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this a lot more has been excavated since this. This was done in 2021.
Wow, look at that, dude.
Yeah, and so this one at the front here, that's called structure AA. That's called what we call the pit shrine. You've got the path going up there. And then behind that, you've got the pillar shrine, structure AB. Then the big structure, the big kind of stone circle structure, structure AD. But on the right-hand side of that big structure, where your cursors are now, that's carved out of bedrock. So some of the T-shaped pillars and benches are carved out of the bedrock on the right-hand side, the kind of western side of it. Whereas the rest is, got freestanding pillars carved and then placed there. So look at that. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Have you ever seen the Kailasa temple in India?
I have, yeah. I've been up there once, yeah.
That whole thing was carved out of bedrock as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it was limestone. I think it was even harder than that.
It was, yes. That's insane, that place. That's like a wonder of the world, that place.
It is
unbelievable.
Totally insane.
Yeah, I went there in February.
It's like a cathedral carved out of the side of a mountain.
And apparently it's like it's almost like they've come in from the top, had a clear design in their head and just gone down like this. And somehow, I mean,
and like, how do they know they weren't going to encounter any sort of cavities or cracks or inconsistencies in the stone material that was beneath them? Like, and then the level of planning that had to be done to create that is insane. It's huge.
I know. It's
massive. It's like 5 stories or something.
But that's it. I mean, the thing about the Kailasa temple, I mean, that's one of about 30 or 40 temples, and it's one site, which I didn't realize when I got there. I had a day there, and it was not enough. And I spent my whole time there, and maybe one other temple. I mean, I'm sure Praveen talked about this. Yeah, man.
Have you been there?
I have been there,
Really?
Yeah, and it really got me. I mean, I was like, whoa, this is like much bigger, much more intricate than I realized.
When did they say that was built? When is the accepted date for that?
For the Kailasa, I think it's only like about 1,000 years ago or something, or less, officially. But Praveen doesn't think so. He thinks it's much older. I mean, now they found sites like this. They found Karahan Tepe. Everything is going to should be looked at again. there needs to be another look at the data of these sites around the world, because if they were doing this then, I mean, what the hell? I mean,
how do you think they carved all this? What kind of tools were they using?
Well, officially, they were using like antler picks. They were kind of using slightly harder stones like basalt.
Yeah.
And for the fine stone work, they were using obsidian for like the precise detail. Things like this. There's obviously no metal back then. Although at Chayanu and one other site, they found copper. But it was beaten copper. It wasn't like heated up copper. They weren't smelting or anything like this. But but the oldest worked copper in the world was found at one of the sister sites to Kanahantepe, it's like Chayanu.
And then what exactly here did they use to carbon date?
Here, I think they just used materials they found at the very lowest levels. I think they found burnt wood, burnt grains. I think mainly burnt wood, especially at Göbekli Tepe. But even at Göbekli Tepe, the problem they got there is that they're choosing stuff that's in the bottom of the walls that are placed in between the outside pillars around the circle. But these walls could have been added later. That's the problem. Because you can't, as soon as you get down to the bedrock, you can't go any further. You can't get anything below the bedrock. So they were using stuff on top of the bedrock in the walls, which could have been added later. Right. I think they were, because I think that they were just utilising bedrock initially, and the temples were they were slotting kind of megaliths into little sockets, the bedrock within steps and curbs, which you can see around the site.
It's interesting the way they build the walls by stacking all those little rocks together.
Yeah, I mean, they are probably later. I mean, that's the thing. They are probably later. I mean, because you can see the sophistication is a whole different level. Mm-hmm. Here, you can't. It's different. I mean, there's so much. I think with Karahantepe, it was kind of deliberately damaged before it was buried. It was decommissioned, by the builders or by the people who were living there at the time. Really? Then it got buried, and whereas Göbekli Tepe, it doesn't seem to have been deliberately damaged. It was it was preserved almost. It was almost rebuilt. It was repaired and then put back in place, and then they kind of finished the burial there after the slope slide had happened previously. Whereas here, it looks like stuff's been knocked about, things like this. So yeah, it's a slight problem when you're kind of looking at this site. But yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff here. I mean, even some of the floors of the new enclosures, they are made. Sometimes they carve flat bedrock. I mean, it's perfectly level as well, perfectly level. But sometimes they use terrazzo, which is this lime cement.
Terrazzo?
Yeah. And so they're actually, because officially the Romans used the first people invented it officially. Yeah. But they found it in use in abundance here. I mean, serious abundance. I mean, hundreds of square meters of terrazzo is being used. And so what that means is they were heating up limestone up to 850 degrees somehow, and then it would turn into this more powdery form, which they can then use, which is quite toxic kind of process.
That melts limestone?
Well, it breaks it down, yeah. And then they mix it with water and mud and other things.
What would be the temperature to melt down or smelt copper?
Yeah, I'm not sure about copper, but I think it's probably less than that, I would imagine.
Less than that?
Yeah. But when it comes to creating, oh my god,
1900 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty hot. But they were making this cement basically, and it was waterproof. It was this perfect kind of. So they were filling in gaps. They were making floors. They were doing this whole thing with it. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Type in limestone melting point.
Yeah, it should be pretty terrazzo.
1500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, no, it's 825
Celsius.
So that's what
825 Celsius.
Yeah. So that would be. That's how you make the kind of you break it down.
So a little bit hotter for copper.
Pretty interesting. So they had all these kind of innovations and technologies happening in this part of the world, which really all developed here. This is loads of inventions, loads of innovations that the world first ever saw at these sites.
Have you ever been to Egypt?
Yes, I've been to Egypt.
You've been inside the Great Pyramid and all that?
Yeah, that's a whole different level. That is insane. Yeah, when you come to stonework and technologies.
Right.
My goodness. So you got is this one of the Egyptian
Yeah, that's one of the 3D prints.
I mean, you've got stuff like this going on, but actually you've got these plates. If you want to have a look, there's these ones from Karahan Tepe, these stone plates. If you want to type in Karahan Tepe stone plates, these are insane as well. And so, not quite the level of these vases or vases, but here we go. Yeah, see something in there. So these have been found, and yeah, these stone plates are like 2 or 3 feet wide, sometimes 4 feet wide max.
Yeah, I think I have seen
these. Are carved from basalt and granite and other such
That's all we got.
things. I've actually got some better images than this. One of my articles.
There you go. Is that it?
Yeah, that's them there basically. Yeah, that's probably my favourite actually. But that's so these were deliberately broken as well at the end of their use and placed on the benches around the edge of Karahan Tepe. And again, but these are like 11,400 years old, so considerably older than the ones in Egypt.
Wow.
But some of them are extremely hard stone and very well made. And even that one on the right, it's got almost like a kind of cut mark, like a little kind of indentation, perfectly circular indentation, smoothed out of the middle. Exactly in the middle.
So bizarre, man.
And there were hundreds of these potentially. Yeah, they found a whole kind of a cache of them in a new area of Karahan Tepe that they called the kitchen, because they believed they were preparing food there. But in this kitchen that they found, they're actually they found quite a lot of Anatolian viper snake skeletons.
Oh yeah.
So
snake skeletons.
So if they don't mention that in the reports, but they were found there, and so they were either eating snakes, which is weird, or they were getting the venom out of the snakes for psychotropic purposes. So we believe it's more. This is it actually. This is like the alchemical kitchen we call it. That's the image there. Yeah. That's been published.
Click on that.
You see the image. There we go. Yeah.
11,000-year-old kitchen, stone vessels and plates discovered in Karahan Tepe.
Yes, this is. I mean, yeah, it's really bizarre. So there's a serious amount of things they were doing there. I mean, this was like a kind of, and they weren't making any pottery. This is all what's called a pre-pottery Neolithic era. So there's no pottery. Everything was made of stone, pretty much, apart from the terrazzo, and the limestone plaster that they were using.
This thing right there, is that a stone base?
That'll all be stone, everything.
So that would have had to be carved. That wasn't clay, or that wasn't
they didn't do any pottery.
Cast or anything.
No, nothing like that back then. The only thing they were doing was the terrazzo, and also, similar to terrazzo, they were making limestone kind of plaster, covering up some of the walls and things like this. And not actual vessels.
Yeah, that pot looks pretty symmetrical. That pot looks like pretty damn close to perfect. That's full of dirt right there.
Some of them are really.
It looks even more circular than the actual plates themselves.
Well, look at these. I mean, these are in good condition, actually, some of these. They're not broken. I mean, hopefully we'll get scans of these. That'd be kind of useful, so you can check out the accuracy. But I don't think it's quite the level of what they were doing in Egypt. That's ridiculous.
Look at those other ones too, bro.
Yeah, they're not small either. They're pretty epic.
Wow.
Some have beautiful carvings on as well. You can actually see the carvings all around, beautiful kind of chevrons, abstract figures, animals, and things like this. It's pretty crazy. I mean, but I think that they were they were into like the Anatolian viper venom.
Well, I think like that part of the world snakes were a big problem for people. Likely, I know like in the classical area, a lot of people died from snakes. Snakes were like a real problem. Yeah, and they had to figure out anti-venoms and antibody treatments to help people survive snake bites, and people were also consuming viper flesh.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many serpent carvings at these sites in East Turkey. It's insane.
That too.
A lot of serpents. I mean, serious amount. And so, and there's lots of other animals and creatures, leopards, boars, other such things.
Look, there's Graham standing next to the head. Oh, that gives you a good scale of it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I mean, it's bigger than you think.
Holy cow, that thing's big.
Yeah, it's bigger than. It's too big there.
A little bit bigger than a human head, huh?
Well, it's supposed to be 3 or 4.
Yeah,
right. And that is pretty epic. But yeah, and it's just tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more being discovered. If you put in the Karahan Tepe new discoveries, it might come up with what's being discovered on the top of the hill, because they've discovered this 7.5 foot statue. Actually, yeah, you can see it there if you go to the Middle Ancient Origins one. I think that's my article. And that they found this 7.5 foot statue is sitting down kind of on the bench. This is the Karahan Tepe, the one on the right there. And he's holding his part, his phallus, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And he's clearly got this kind of emaciation thing going on with the kind of neck. You see the V thing on his neck and the ribs.
Yeah.
And so he's also got like a weird beard. He's got like almost like one of the fake Egyptian beards.
Yeah.
And his haircut is almost like a mullet going down the back. It's shaved above the ears. I mean, we've seen other Mohican type haircuts carved in stone there as well. I mean, which is pretty bizarre. And next
Do
to
we
it,
know this was carved around the same time?
yeah, I mean, they think it was pretty much the same time. They're actually saying it might be a fraction younger, a few hundred years younger.
Right.
But we're not so sure. And also there was like a vulture statue was found there, and giant T-shaped pillars, again, all mainly broken. And again, even this statue was broken in like 3 parts.
Right. Yeah,
You see this deliberate kind of breakage, and then some of the other human statues they found previously, again, they're broken. So it's kind of a sort of ceremonial breaking of the statues. This is what some people have suggested. So yeah, I think there's a lot more to this
Or it
culture.
could be competing cultures or tribes going to destroy them, similar to what happened with the Kailasa temple.
Yeah, well, they tried to destroy that and failed pretty miserably.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job destroying some of the stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean,
A lot of the Indian stuff was pretty. A lot of the famous Indian sites were ravaged.
Yeah.
By the Middle Eastern cultures. Islam.
I guess it could be like the
Islamists.
West. Yeah, you get like in Egypt, you get like the kind of statues, like the nose is broken off and things like this, which takes away their power and other such things. So there could be a similar principle at play here. There are traditions in some areas in this part of the world where you, to decommission and close down a site when you're finished with it, you do break things in certain ways, kind of carefully, and then bury it. This is kind of one of the things. So we don't know. It could be one or both of these different perspectives.
Yeah. Just the comparison from this to some of the shit you see in Egypt is mind-bending. And some of those places that are in Egypt with those perfectly symmetrical granite statues of those pharaohs is just mind-bending, man.
Yeah, that kind of thing's a whole different level. It's like almost like computer design technology.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I'm a big fan of Chris Dunn and what he's done in the past. And it's just blown my mind. He's had all these different ideas, but his thing about the precision and the symmetry kind of gets me, because it's just the symmetry is really hard to duplicate.
It's hard to ignore
when it's that good, that precise. But there's a lot of elements here of extremely sophisticated geometry within some of the sites. I mean, not necessarily the symmetry within statues, but the layout of the sites are very specific geometries. I mean, I don't know if you'll be able to find it anymore.
How so?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you type in Göbekli Tepe, I might have to go to one of my videos actually. Karahan Tepe or Göbekli Tepe geometry. See what comes up. I don't know if any of my images will come up. So you've got some geometry work that's been done by some archaeologists, but there's other stuff that I've done myself, which none of these ones, unfortunately.
Oh, look at that.
Don't go there. That's not.
Is that fake news?
That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at that. No. You might have to go to one of my. If you go to maybe go to Megalithomania, you'll be able to find it there. Megalithomania YouTube or something. But there, so you've got this in Britain. You've got these stone circles. You've got like 1,000 stone circles being reported across the whole country. Going into France, other places as well.
Yeah.
And YouTube channel. Go to the home and go to the YouTube channel. That's it. In fact, it's in the book. I could just it's in the little book as well. Some of the geometry.
I'll find it on here.
Yeah. And so you've got all these certain geometries that were analysed, they were surveyed by a Scottish engineer from Oxford University called Alexander Thom. And he published this in several books, 2 or 3 really profound books, and caused a massive stir within the establishment because he proved that the Neolithic people had an understanding of sophisticated geometries. If you go to the top, in fact, you go to the latest one, the one on the top left. If you skip through that, you'll find the geometries there for sure. There you go. If you just sort of play it from there, just turn the volume down. I can explain a couple of things. This is the geometry on the left. That was discovered by Avi Gopher, where they found the centres of the circles, or the kind of geometries, were created a perfect equilateral triangle. And then then this was analysed by my friend Adam Tetlow, who's a metrologist. If you want to just play it, go through the next few slides. He found that they were using very specific types of ancient measurements. So looking at ancient metrology, like the Sumerian foot, the Sumerian palm, the Royal Egyptian cubit, as me doing some kind of lecture, conference. And and we've got them all here. And he worked out that they were using the Persian foot as well. These are all very important measurements. You've even got the Egyptian foot. And the cubit's also been found in some of the sites. And these are the same kind of measurements we find in the British stone circles and in the pyramids being found at Göbekli Tepe. But the geometries, if you move on a little bit, come on to that. Go to the next couple of slides. They found that it's also perfectly north-south. This is the work, so it was built with the understanding of north and south, which they thought maybe was only the pyramids. They found that. But actually, they now found it at Göbekli Tepe. This is the work of Howard Crowhurst. These are the geometries we find all across the British Isles. We find these 6 to 8 different types, including the ellipse.
Right.
And they have different construction ways of doing it. They're called flattened eggs, they're called flattened circles, egg-shaped circles, things like this. So I applied this to Göbekli Tepe to see what I could find. I'll put it in the next couple of slides. So here, this is like enclosure D. And we've got an egg-shaped circle type 1. Now you get different, like they might look like it's a bit off, but it's actually you get different widths, heights on there of these different geometries. And if you just keep going on, there's a few other geometries we can look at. And you see these in British stone circles, you see them in Brittany and France. But the fact is you're finding them now in Göbekli Tepe, which is 6,000 years earlier at least. Right. Which is pretty amazing. And then even in Nabta Playa in Egypt, we have the same geometry going back nearly around 7,000 BC.
Conventional archaeologists, they're not mad about this, right? They're pretty in line with all this stuff, right? They accept it.
No, not at all.
They don't?
No,
Really?
they're not interested.
I thought it was a conventional archaeologist who discovered it.
They discovered the equilateral triangle. That was all. Yeah, and
I'm talking about Göbekli Tepe.
But this one here. They're not interested for sure at the site. This one's the most fascinating one. This is the flattened circle modified type here, and it almost perfectly fits enclosure C precisely. And even the construction points where the C is, that is actually where the T-pillars are. And so this is exactly, this may not, for those that have an understanding of British stone circles and get all the different, Alexander Thom's work and the people like Robert Heath, this is pretty compelling because this was supposed to only have occurred in Britain, 4,000 years ago at the most, or 5,000 years ago perhaps. But here it was happening nearly 12,000 years ago. So what is going on? Did these influence the British stone circle builders with their ideas and their different geometries, their different kind of principles? If you want to go on a little bit further, what I found here is that the measurements as well. This is what really gets me, the ancient metrology of these sites. People have done a whole thing on the pyramids, Stonehenge. They found what's called the megalithic yard, which is 2.72 feet. Or it's 0.83 meters. That's found all across the British sites. This is something that Alexander Thom worked out. But there's actually an old canon of measurements, which are in the next few slides, where there's actually multiple different measurements that you can get here. Here we have some of my crazy.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, this is what I put together. I managed to work out the measurements of Göbekli Tepe. So this is like a work in progress. So I'm still working on this.
Yeah.
But what we found is like if you find whole number measurements of different ancient measurement systems, they were probably using them. It's highly likely they were using them or something close to them. And when you're looking at ancient sites and trying to understand the nature of, what measurements they were using, you're not always looking for one single measurement. People think, they only use one measurement.
Yeah.
There's archaeologists at Stonehenge who claim there's only one measurement they use, but it's not how it worked. People like John Michel and John Neal, who are kind of my mentors for many years, who proved that there was a system of different lengths of the foot. There's probably a slide on it in a minute on here as well. Different lengths of the foot. So you've got the British foot, then you've got like the Persian foot, you've got the Sumerian foot, you've got the Assyrian foot, you've got the Saxon foot, you've got all these different foot lengths, probably 12, 15 of them. But they're all perfect fractions, harmonics away from the British foot, going a bit longer or a bit shorter. And so what this
how are they related to like the royal cubits and all that stuff the Romans were using?
It all fits in. I mean, you can see on here, look, you see the royal cubit is the diagonal of a square. And if you put a double square together, you've got the megalithic yard is the diagonal of two squares.
Yeah.
Things like this. And then the Remen is one length of it. So everything fits in a really profound, weird manner. And so what we realised, and what John Michel and John Neal realised, is that you're not looking for one measurement. You're looking for a canon of measurements, maybe 12, 15 different measurements. But they all relate to each other by perfect harmonies. So it's almost like music. And so you often find in ancient sites, if you look carefully, 4 or 5 different measurements, because they wanted to apply the principles. It's almost like the languages or like the accents of that culture who was involved in building it. So it gets complicated, but really this was the elites were doing this. That the commoners weren't doing this. You didn't get the people, just the people hanging around, the tribes doing the work. There was elite people who had these understandings. And what gets even weirder is that most of these measurements are derived from the size of the Earth. So that means they must have had an understanding of the size and shape of the Earth, going back nearly 12,000 years. And this backs up what Graham Hancock's been saying for years, that these old maps prove that they surveyed the Earth in antiquity. And so this is how weird it gets when you start getting into it, because these measurements aren't arbitrary, they're not just made up. They're derived from measurements of the Earth, fractions of the degree at certain latitudes and things like this. So it's quite hard to get your head around without having it fully visualized and shown. But this is what they were doing. And so there's a high chance.
How do you think they knew the exact circumference of the Earth?
I think they were measuring. I think they had measurement. They had people going out to different latitudes, taking different measurements, using astronomy to do so, using shadows at certain times of the day and year, and then marking that at different latitudes, and then you could work out the angles of the shadows and things like this. It was known they were doing that in ancient Egypt. This has been documented. So it's highly likely they were doing that here. And also, if you look into like things like the Book of Enoch, this remarkable, very weird book that used to be part of the whole kind of Old Testament. It talks about him being taken by the watchers or the angels to different latitudes where there was very different weather and different environments, and taking cords and going to measure. And this is going back into deep antiquity, the era they were talking about here. So it's even referenced in some of the old texts, some of the old sort of sacred texts.
Who did they say was being taken?
Enoch, one of the biblical line of Noah, and all this kind of stuff. And so this is pretty strange. I mean, that can't be proven, obviously, but the fact that the evidence is there with the measurements that are being found at these sites, so they must have had some understanding. Now, they could have guessed it, but that's highly unlikely. But what it seems is like there was some very advanced group of people, possibly a large group of people who were travellers as well. They weren't just located at Göbekli Tepe, they were going to different places. They were taking measurements. For example, Stonehenge, they found these post holes with giant pine totem pole type objects would be placed in. They could have been up to 30 feet tall because they were like 3 feet wide, several feet deep. They're dated to 10,000 years old. And so this is weird. I mean, because Stonehenge wasn't built until 5,000 years after that, at least. So why were they marking the position of Stonehenge with these giant timber posts then, back in 10,000 years ago? It's quite weird. So I've got the impression, here we go, this is actually the post holes were what they would have looked like.
Which image?
And these are most, I think pretty much all the top ones there, and there's a reconstruction there as well.
Oh, these circle things?
Yeah, but they were originally, I mean, for a while, they were blobs of paint in the car park. That's all they were, because they're gone. They're just remnants of bits of charcoal at the bottom of them and things like this. But these go back 10,000 years. So these are really intriguing because it's almost like someone had gone out to different parts of the world and marked specific latitudes for measurements. And the thing about Stonehenge, it's a very important latitude when you start, if you want to understand astronomy and surveying, because it's at roughly 51 degrees.
Oh, that is so funny. Shoemeister, you're my favorite. I love you. I fucking love you.
So between 51 and 52 degrees north,
I honestly love
that
you.
measurement,
What is
if you
that
actually
fucking
measure
song?
it from 151 to
Not at all
52,
suspicious.
that is the mean
Is that mine?
polar circumference degree. So if you were to have a perfect circle, that's what that length would be of each degree.
Oh, 14 days ago.
If you know what I mean. So it's the mean
Weeks ago.
of the circle at that latitude. And similar things happen down at 38 degrees as well, to do with different elements of surveying. So it gets a bit intense. You know?
Yeah.
But we're going to write all this out in our next book and kind of
The
explain
Rabbi
it
spam has been
in
getting
detail
around
with
on this
graphics,
guy.
because it's quite hard
I'm
to
about to
get
report
together.
them
And
every
we're still
time.
working on it. We're still
Someone
trying to work out,
posted that
you know,
the link
how they could have
leads
measured
to
the Earth nearly 12,000 years ago.
the
Because if you think about it as well, if there was some kind of cake, if there was this younger Dryas, which
that is the
very
funniest
likely there
shit of all
was,
time.
impact
Wiggy,
then,
wiggy, wiggy.
chaos,
I love it.
everything got destroyed,
I love
whatever
you.
there was, the Ice Age was there for a while, this, that, and the
Honestly,
other.
love you.
Are they going to want to like have another, you know, these very elite, very smart people, there's probably survivors doing their thing, they're going to want to like remap the Earth.
You know, what is
Really,
this
they're going to
shit?
want to work out where they are, because things have changed a bit.
Oh,
Flooding's
man, that
happened,
is so
land
fucking
masses
funny.
have changed, the ice has shifted things
What is
around.
that
Yeah.
So
bullshit?
to me, there's a good case for that. I mean, it sounds like we're going a bit far out
You're
here,
welcome,
but actually I
podcast
think there's
chicken.
something to that for sure.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that crazy of an idea that there's a group of people back then
All
that
day.
maybe
Yo, dog, what is
got
this
some sort of warning or saw
bullshit?
some sort of signs of a cataclysm coming and maybe like decided to find high ground or to go to a certain spot where they knew they would be safe or build a boat or whatever. Because I mean, the younger Dryas wiped out, we know, like,
Look at this
what was it?
athleticism,
Like,
folks.
of
This
the
motherfucker
total
throwing
human
up gang
population, I
signs.
think it was like
Bitches
maybe
doing coke lines.
30-40%.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Look at this athleticism.
And then because it hit
Everybody.
the biggest devastation
Look
from
at this
it was in
move.
North America, right? Because there's an asteroid that we believe
Somebody
hit,
said that the
or
link
a
takes
comet
you to a
that
live
hit the
stream.
North American ice sheet, like up where Canada is.
Yeah.
I think they found
Oh, my
a
fucking word, that is so
with
fucking hilarious.
some sort of
Makes me
satellites.
laugh
They
like a
found
motherfucker.
evidence that
Throwing
there's
up
a
gang
huge
signs,
comet or
bitches doing
asteroid
coke
underneath
lines.
the ice sheet
Why?
in,
Why,
on the North
motherfucker?
American continent.
Look at this
And
move.
that sort
Look
of
at this move.
blasted open the freaking ice wall that was blocking all the water, and all the water
Look at
rushed
this
into like the western part of the United States, killed all the
Yo, dog.
megafauna, took tons of rocks with it. That's why we have
Suck
like
dick.
giant boulders in the north Midwest that are from like way up north
Look
where
at this
Canada
move.
was. And then Africa, like we lost all of the megafauna, the giant sloths, the saber-toothed tigers, the mammoths, but Africa still has all of its megafauna. There's still all the elephants and everything roaming all over Africa. So Africa was probably spared, for the most part. So, I mean, even if the people that were right in harm's way didn't survive, there were still tons of other places around the earth where you would have been fine. It seems like.
There's a place in
Yeah,
Syria
that's fucking
that
accurate
got
as shit.
like an airburst during the
Dog.
younger Dryas impact. Kind of, it's actually, you can
Yeah,
that is
probably Google that
a live stream.
Syria kind of airburst. Impact.
Yes.
And actually, one of the sites, I forget the exact name, but they actually kind of completely flattened the site, and then they
Oh, man, I
rebuilt
can
on
take
it
a shit out
afterwards.
that.
Like, and this was one of
Hey,
the
Kimber, why
pre-populated
don't you do a
sites
fucking
down in
UFO
Syria.
documentary?
And so this is pretty kind of Pretty strong.
Comet airburst in
Look at this
Syria
athleticism,
around
folks.
12,800 years
Yeah.
led to the
Look at
development of
this one.
agriculture and in the region.
Yeah, Abu Huraira. Yeah. That's the
Abu Huraira. Okay, gotcha.
So that's the one, and so I think Graham's talked about this as well, Graham Hancock, and this is, I mean, that's like unbelievable. That's super close to Göbekli Tepe. I mean, that's like a couple of 100 miles away.
Yeah.
And so it's not like it's that far away from that whole area. It's just down south from there, down along the Euphrates River, and so that to me is really compelling because that is like a direct effect of the Younger Dryas potentially. Affecting people very close to Göbekli Tepe area, so it could have been in their consciousness of that happening and being revered in stories and things like this. And then you have people like Martin Sweatman and Graham as well. They kind of talk about the carvings on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe. Actually, are kind of almost like a memory of that, like a kind of monument to that, and a kind of warning about anything that may occur again in the future. And so I find that really, the fact that it was happening and the effects of it were recorded at somewhere very close to the area we're talking about as well, where things then really took off afterwards.
The Rabbi's fan body has been getting around
generations
this
ballistic.
I block and report
So
them every time.
so were they kind of like
Someone
doing
posted
things, getting
that
together,
leads
putting
to
their heads together,
the
saying,
live
well, we
feed
need to
of the
remake
person
things, we
sleeping.
need to kind of
Funny
get some new
as
places,
shit.
organise, build things like this.
Funny
So there's certainly a case for that. The effects were known by the people in this region.
What did you think of the Graham Hancock Flint Dibble debate that they did?
I thought it was cool. Yeah.
Cool.
It was interesting. I mean, I think something needed to be done, but I don't know if it was essential. I mean, it's fine. I mean, the academics are going to kind of challenge people like Graham Hancock because he's so popular. I mean, his stuff's. I mean, I think Graham's overall.
That's the thing that before that, no one really challenged him. No one got stood up face to face with him before that.
Oh, they did. I mean, they did. They did back in the 90s. I mean, we had this I think it was a panorama TV show in England. Tried to completely destroy Graham Hancock.
Oh, really?
Found swoop.
They had him on and talked to him face to face.
No, they didn't. They just destroyed his TV series.
Oh, I'm talking about like actually face to face.
Yeah, but then the problem is I think he then ended up challenging them and suing them because they lied about him.
Graham sued him?
Yeah, so it got really messy, and so he's been challenged all along. Now it's just become because of social media, people can see it now, and so I don't think it's changed. I think I've got a lot of time for Graham. I think what he's done over the years, he's pushing stuff out into now the mainstream, which I think is really important. He's putting Göbekli Tepe on the map, right? The Younger Dryas hypothesis on the map. He's pushing forward, the sophistication of the ancients and things like this.
That shit is so funny.
And this really wasn't addressed very well before. It was in some cases. There were books coming out in the 70s with Eric Von Däniken and John Michel and others talking about it.
Look at this movie.
Not really.
I've never seen anything so
to me, he was like the pioneer. He pushed forward. And because I think he was hitting some truths, quite a lot of truths in his work, he's going to get challenged for that. Because it frustrates the archaeologists
look at this one.
who have their own version, which is much more mundane and simple.
He made it way more interesting, right?
Yeah.
He turned it into something that the everyday working man could get behind and find fascinating, and with his books, right?
Yeah. Oh God, I mean, in that he does tons of work on the archaeoastronomy, for instance, which fascinates me, which hadn't really been addressed before and put into a kind of popular format, where people can kind of get it, get their head around it, and appreciate it. I just think, I think the debate was interesting. It came across okay. I know you had Flint on here, didn't you?
I did,
as well. Yeah. And so, but I
thought it was okay.
The frustration I've got with that whole thing. I mean, I don't want to kind of say too much about it, really. But
why not?
Well, it's because, firstly, when you've got archaeology, you've got like academia, you've got them digging up the sites, doing archaeological work. They're focused on what they're good at. They're really good at that, right? And they can do that well. And they can archive it. They can analyse the different things, get dating and stuff like this. When it comes to interpretation, that's a whole other story. I mean, because you've got the culture that came from. You've got to look at their traditions, their mythologies, their way of life, their way of thinking. So you have to go into anthropology. And I really think you need to have a multidisciplinary approach to interpreting sites. You can't rely on one group of people who are specialised in digging up things, to interpret everything correctly. And so I think this is where you got people who are experts in ancient geometry, in measurements, things like that need to come in and have a look. How they oriented the site. Archaeoastronomers need to come in and have a look. One of the issues with Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe recently, since myself and JJ made this winter solstice discovery at Karahan Tepe, and before that, Graham was talking about it. We have Andrew Collins writing about the Cygnus northern orientation of the structures there towards Cygnus and Deneb. But the thing is, we're alternative researchers, we're independent, things like this. So we put it out there, but it gets dismissed because we're not academics. And actually, we Karahan Tepe, you can go there yourself. You can see the actual phenomenon on the winter solstice happen. But since all this has come out, it's being put out publicly that there's no astronomy at all associated with Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe whatsoever. It's false. Even though many people have already written about it and put it out there. And they say the reason is because there were roofs on it, so therefore they never looked at the night sky. Things like this. And so you get into this kind of almost like a kind of battering around headlock kind of thing you can't get through, and actually kind of put this stuff out there. So I'm frustrated I want the academics to discuss discoveries made by non-academics and open it up for debate in a nice way. Why do we have to be mean to each other and be, bitching about everything? I think that needs to be addressed. I think because there's people who just focus their whole lives on archaeoastronomy. Right. Then they want to have a look at Göbekli Tepe and they're dismissed because someone who doesn't know anything about archaeoastronomy, the academics, the archaeologists, say there isn't anything there. So you can't go in there and do the research. And so I think there's something that needs to be addressed. There needs to be a multidisciplinary opening for other researchers to officially have their say on things as well and discuss it openly. Because I'd like to, we've written a kind of paper, myself and JJ, on the winter solstice sunrise alignment, but we can't get it published anywhere academically because we're not academics. And so it won't get addressed, it won't get looked at, it will be ignored. So that's the frustration with it. We're actually going to try. We found a journal which we're going to try and get one in.
Who pays attention to those journals anyways? Just post it on YouTube. That's where everyone goes.
Well, that's what we do. We do that, whatever. Yeah. But, look at Martin Sweatman. He's written this. He's an academic from Edinburgh University. He's worked with Graham in the past. He comes to and speaks at our conferences. And he's written this paper. He's written several papers now about a calendar system, encoded on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe, and also actually at Karahan Tepe in the Pillar Shrine. The way, like what's called a luni solar calendar, where you're kind of like counting certain aspects of it to like build up this calendar. And he got that peer reviewed and published in an academic journal. Eventually, it took him like 2 or 3 years to get it through. And now that went ballistic. That went all over the internet. It caused a sensation. Really frustrated a lot of the academics and archaeologists who said, "Well, we weren't consulted. We don't agree with that." And so he managed to get one through about the astronomy and astrology, astrological symbols and calendars at Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe. So in a way, that's opened the door for other people to now write about that. But since then, the archaeologists have said, no, none of that is true. There's no astronomy. They weren't looking at the skies since that came out a few months ago. And so hang on a sec, but it's been published. We've made this discovery. But here's Martin Sweatman. He's at our conference. I'm at the main conference. And so that's my frustration with the whole kind of debate. And I just think everyone needs to be a bit nicer to each other. It's as simple as that. And actually listen to each other. Yeah. Because there's no need. The ideas are flowing. If we are a kind of advanced civilization, which we claim to be, we should be collaborating, not fighting about it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but it's definitely not happening. You're right about that. We're more focused on fighting each other and proving each other wrong on Twitter.
Yes.
About people that lived potentially 10,000 years ago.
I know. Again,
we're not really innovating anything anymore. We're just sort of. It's almost like we're we're disintegrating as a species. It feels like, because of technology. Like, technology is doing all the work for us now, and now we just want to figure out the next place to get our next dopamine hit. You know
That's
what
it.
I mean?
That's it. I get you. I get it's like with Twitter or X or whatever.
Yeah.
That's that. Where's the educated and enlightened discussion? You know,
Right.
why can't I go and talk to the head archaeologist at Karahan Tepe and have a discussion with him about the lunar solstice alignment and actually show him it and we talk about it and actually get it properly tested?
It takes a lot of balls to be able to publicly defend your research and your ideas, in the public square, and to have, and to risk looking like a fool in front of a lot of people, the whole world, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think people want to do that. People would just rather leave a comment, anonymously on a social media platform.
Yeah.
And Flint did do that. I don't know if he knew the repercussions or what was going to happen. I mean, it seems like there's a huge group of people who just hate his guts.
Yeah.
That just they hate his they hate every fiber of his being simply because he disagrees with Graham Hancock in every way possible.
But it's the way he does it as well, isn't it?
It is the way, yeah. He definitely doesn't do it in the best way. I think he could do things differently, but look, we're all human. None of us are perfect. Do I think blocking everybody on Twitter? I don't block anybody on Twitter. I've never blocked anybody on Twitter. But maybe he. I can't judge him for wanting to block people for calling him names or calling him a moron or whatever it is. But I think humans just like to not be wrong about shit. They like to be right about things, especially when you're like him and you've dedicated your whole life. Not only that, but his whole family is tied up in archaeology. So it's like his dad did it for X amount of years. Now he's doing it. I feel like it's his legacy. Archaeology is his legacy. And he doesn't want to be wrong about things, and he had the balls to go do that and face Graham head to head. I give him that. And on the, I don't agree with him about, he's not an expert in Egypt stuff, but I asked him about these vases and some of the stuff with the pyramids and what their original purpose was. And he buys the conventional explanation of how they were built. He thinks that these were just done by hand with a stick and a rock on the inside, doing it like that. I think it's absurd. But that's not his expertise. I think he just sort of falls in line with academia when it comes to that. And I disagree with him on it. But one of the things I think was really compelling with Flint when I had him in here was how he broke down Atlantis and the story of Atlantis. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah, I know about the whole story of it. Yes. Yeah.
Are you familiar with his theory on it?
Not so much.
So he's actually his field of expertise, right, is perfectly in line with Atlantis. So he's actually the perfect academic archaeologist to confirm or deny Atlantis, because his location that he specializes in is ancient Greece, and the time that he focuses on, or the part of the timeline he studies, was the time that Atlantis was supposedly there. So it's compelling. And he came in here and he broke down, we talked about Plato and Plato's writings and some of the stuff, that's some of the biggest evidence for Atlantis existing is Plato talking about it. And, I had also another guy, another classical philologist who studies ancient Greek and is very well versed in Plato. He's basically read all the philosophy of the ancient Greeks and the classical texts. Basically, it seems like Plato was a liar, a prolific liar. And some of them were called noble lies, lies to make society better, to basically lie to the people in the society, to make them conform to rules, so humanity could advance, right? So where like the philosopher kings would run society, and then below that you would have like the knights, and then like the parliament or whatever. But there was also many documented accounts. Like there's also like many accounts of him actually telling like outright lies in his writings, like even about Socrates. And this is known. This is known by classicists, people that don't even like pay attention to any of this sort of Atlantis stuff, from any of like the Graham Hancock stuff at all. So that was interesting. And then he also broke down like the game of telephone that was that I guess was told to Plato for his account of Atlantis, right? I guess it was like you'd have to pull it up again. I don't remember it exactly, but apparently like Plato got it from someone who got it from someone else, Solon, who apparently his grandfather was told this 1,000 years before he ever wrote, before it was ever told by anyone else. And then it was told to that person by some Egyptian priest 1,000 years before that, but there was no text or anything. It was just told, right? So it's like this is like thousands and thousands and thousands of years of games of telephone, right? Before it was ever allegedly written down, and it was only allegedly written down. It was never actually written down. And then 1,000 years after that, Plato wrote it down.
Okay.
So it's like, and then on top of that, Plato is synonymous for telling fake stories.
Yeah.
Right? He's telling, like, have you ever heard of his allegory of the cave?
No.
The Plato's allegory of the cave is basically, the idea of these people in this cave and people behind them playing shadows on the wall, right? And these people think that the shadows are reality. And then eventually someone finds his way out of the cave and goes, oh my God, there's this whole new world. And he wants to tell everyone in the cave, but they're like, no, look, leave us alone. This is our world. We're living in this. Like, we don't want to hear your theories about whatever else. Like, they're comfortable in their world. And it was a created story of like basically how a society can be tricked and fooled and to thinking reality is something that it's not. And he's basically saying what Flint made the case for was that Atlantis was the same thing as Plato's cave.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
It was fascinating.
Yeah,
it really was fascinating. And then he went into some of the archaeological evidence to how Atlantis wasn't an actual real place. It was a hypothetical place that Plato wrote about.
Yeah. No.
And I know some other people have other evidence for Atlantis that completely, doesn't rely on Plato. Which I believe we talked about. But anyways, that was, he made a very compelling case when he came in here about Atlantis. And yeah.
Yeah, no, my co-author Jim Vieira, he's Mr. Atlantis.
Is he?
Yeah, talk to him. He'll love it. I mean, I'm not a big Atlantis fan. Yeah. I mean, I don't really. I'm not sure about anything about it. I mean, I'm very aware of it. There's more books on Atlantis than any other subject on the planet. So I've read a few of them for sure. But if there's anything Atlantean, in my opinion, then it's more of a. It's not a landmass. It's not a lost continent, with crystal technology or whatever people say it was. To me, it's more of a kind of cultural, like a civilization's kind of focus. It's like it could have been. It may be a kind of lost, forgotten, distant memory of just an advanced culture, possibly the Göbekli Tepe people. It could even be that, because they were quite advanced. They were traveling around, they were measuring things, they were doing this and that. And so, maybe it's more like that than it is an actual place. That's just my version, possibility. But I don't mention the A word in any of my writings.
Yeah. I think Plato was actually writing about like what a hypothetical war would look like between Athens and this place called Atlantis. And they were basically like he was trying to like simulate some sort of scenario, some sort of like, I guess you could call it a war game scenario on like what would happen to society if we got into a war with a place like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like as far as people getting back to, like conventional archaeologists and Graham Hancock, I can totally understand somebody who spent their whole life doing this stuff, like eating the gruel in archaeology, not doing a lot of the boring shit too, along with the fun shit. can see someone like Graham Hancock come along, go on the Joe Rogan podcast, and then be selling millions of books, making all this money, becoming a worldwide celebrity, and getting all this attention. And you're like, motherfucker, I've been doing this my whole life, sludging through the mud. You know, I haven't written any books, I haven't made a fucking dime. I've just been sitting in class, teaching people, and, you know, traveling to all these places, but nobody gives me credit for any of it. Instead of this schmuck, this Graham Hancock guy gets to go write all this stuff. I'm going to go find every hole I can possibly find in everything he's ever written. Like, I understand that point of view.
I can, I get that kind of perspective. You got to look at all different perspectives in these things. Yeah, for sure. But maybe he's
not saying it's a good thing to do. I don't think it's a good thing to do. But it's human nature.
But it is. But it doesn't look good for archaeology when you've got someone trying to call someone else out on, and then getting personal, and then getting attacked. This whole racism agenda that's behind it. It's like really weird.
Yeah,
and
I totally agree.
So that stuff, I mean, you don't do that.
Right.
You don't do that. You're an adult. You don't do things like that. You just you focus on the actual research, not what some other, author wrote 150 years ago that reference once.
What did he say? His ideas are based on white supremacy or something like that?
No, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I mean, it's sad, and it makes them look foolish, in my opinion, when they say things like that. Because it isn't. It just isn't. I mean, you read Fingerprints of the Gods. I don't think they've read his books. I've got to be honest.
I think Graham has.
No,
not Graham. I think Flint has. Flint's read it.
I'm not sure. I mean, if you'd actually read his books, there's no hint of that. It's kind of absurd, in my opinion. It doesn't make any sense to bring a racist card into it at all. I mean, it's absurd. I think it's a misinterpretation, or he's quoted people that said stuff in their other works or something like this. It's weird, but the point is that maybe Flint should write a best-selling book, and then it'll be up there with Graham.
Well, he's got a YouTube channel now.
There you go.
He's got a podcast.
Yeah. Just get a Netflix show, write a million.
Get a Netflix show. Yeah. Also, the thing that somebody sent Netflix like a open letter about the first season of Graham's show.
Yeah.
Basically saying that they should recategorize the show as like science fiction or something.
Yeah, I know, that's weird as well.
Can you find that? Find the letter that was written to Netflix for the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. And who it was from. Society for American Archaeology sent the letter to Netflix, and ITN Productions about the Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse. The Society for American Archaeology requested that Netflix reclassify the series as science fiction instead of a documentary or docu-series.
Yes. So I was reading up on this recently, actually.
We should find out who's behind this Society for American Archaeology.
Yeah.
I wonder who funds them and what would their incentive be?
Well, initially they were founded to bridge a gap between what archaeology was doing and what amateurs were doing when they were writing and presenting about archaeology. And it was all very polite when it was set up. It was all very neat and tidy. It's very polite. Now everyone else is a pseudo-archaeologist. They're kind of dismissed them, they call them names and things like that. But when it was set up, apparently it was all very polite, and that they wanted to genuinely connect with, bringing archaeology and amateur work into the same kind of mix. That's actually, weirdly, that's one of kind of like why we set up Megalithomania, our conference, back in 2006, is because...
See, you're not going to find it on the website. You're going to have to do some digging and find out who's the biggest funder behind it.
There's actually an article called really horrible. It's actually Dan D. Dunker. He posted this video last night.
Who?
Dan D. Dunking. He kind of debunks the academics and the skeptics, but there's a paper called Apocalypse Not, which they put out about a year or so ago, which is kind of strange. But so we set up Megalithomania to bridge the gap between academia, archaeologists, and the alternative, and create a stage for it, because we felt it was important back in 2006. It's still to me, there's too much battling. People need to kind of lighten up. They should talk to each other, and I'm sure we get through and make some amazing breakthroughs.
Keep scrolling down. Keep going. 6,000 members. Represents professional, avocational.
Board of directors.
Yeah, click on board of directors. Let's see what that says. Let's see if George Soros is on here. Daniel, okay, Sandwise. Daniel Sandwise. He's the president. He's been the president. 2025. What? 2027? What is this?
I don't understand that. Is that when their tenure ends?
Are these people from the future?
Committee. You want to go to committees?
Are these time traveling archaeologists?
All volunteers.
What about on the left there? Committees and task forces. I think that's the one. You're going to find it.
Task forces.
Task force.
There'll be a pseudo archaeology task force, I'm sure. Yeah, it's not really in there, is it? But no, I think it's like John Hoops, Carl Fegans, and your friend Flint Dibble, things like that. I think people they wrote this paper called Archaeology Not that Dan posted last night in video, and
it just must piss them off that Graham, is getting all this crazy attention and is pushing these theories, and they feel like it's an attack on their tribe, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it is. But I think, a lot of what... But the problem is, a lot of what Graham says is true. It's good. It's quality research. He's an exceptional researcher. I think people overlook that. And he's an investigative journalist. He's superb at it. I mean, the stuff he's uncovered, which... no one had ever seen before. It's quite remarkable. So I think you got to look at that, from that perspective as well, and that gets ignored. All his good, his really thorough, research, which frustrates me because I know I've read all his books. I know what he's talking about. So, but I think there's a lot of other people who thankfully are getting their books out. They're publishing. They're getting videos out. They're doing TV shows. And a lot of this alternative information is getting out there. I mean, I'm actually involved in Ancient Aliens quite a lot, History Channel. A lot of people dismiss that, but I find what it's done, is, and I never talk about aliens, I'm talking about ancient mysteries and things like that. But what I find it's done is a bit like Ancient Apocalypse now has, is that it's pushed out these ancient sites like Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, all these, Namadol, all these other sites around the world, and put them into the mainstream television, which is actually some really good theories, which are really valid, are getting out there from alternative researchers. Now, I don't necessarily agree with lots of the alien or UFO stuff. It's not really my speciality. But the fact is, they focus a lot on ancient sites and ancient and good and interesting theories and archaeoastronomy. And
aliens do?
No, the show does.
The show does.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I think it's actually
they're alien. They're basically essentially like aliening the gaps, right? Like this shit we don't understand from the past, like the Great Pyramids. Like humans couldn't have done it. It was too long ago. Must have been aliens.
Yeah. That is a general. That's a general way.
Very general.
It's looked at.
Yeah.
But,
right.
I mean. It's because of the high technology, the vases.
Right, of course.
It's almost like computer
God or aliens.
And so you have to kind of, it's a way of popularizing it, using the aliens, but at the same time,
great title,
it's getting information about this high technology into the public domain in a mainstream way, which I think is great. It needs to be done. So it's allowing our alternative researchers and authors to get their information and theories out in that world. And I think that frustrates a lot of the academics in this society and things like that. Same as same way Graham Hancock's upset them as well. But it's all good. I mean, I think it's just a case of I just think things need to change. And like I say, the reason we set up a conference was to bridge this gap and put all these people on the same stage, so we can have a discussion about it and not dismiss each other and not ignore people's discoveries, actually discuss them. And if the discovery gets proven to be wrong, we can let it go then. But you've got to discuss it and work it out. I think the archaeoastronomy definitely needs to be addressed, especially at sites like Karahan Tepe and Göbekli Tepe.
Have you ever heard of Jeffrey Drum?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Land of Chem.
Yes, yeah.
What do you make of his theories?
Yeah, I've had a look at some of it actually. Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, you go into the red pyramid. Yeah, it stinks of ammonia.
Right.
That is weird. There's no way that is just bird poop stinking that place.
No way.
Poop. No, right. It's like, this is weird. That is a weird kind of chemical smell in that place. But yeah, no, I've looked at some of his stuff. It's pretty cool. I know you had him on here once, didn't you, as well? Yeah. So I mean, you look at them.
I think that's probably one of my favorite theories on the pyramids and what they were doing in Egypt is the chemical manufacturing stuff.
Yeah,
I think it makes so much sense.
They could shape. What is that? How you shape the stones then? Like sort of cut them easily. using chemicals.
For metallurgy, they would have used those chemicals for to create metallurgy, and then also for like fertilizer, right? And like the crops. That's what you're saying, right, Steve? They were like using that to
help fertilizer stuff,
fertilizer, agriculture, and it doesn't really answer the question of like how did they lift those giant blocks and stuff, and how did they move those giant blocks. But like when you get into the Serapeum and you see those giant boxes in there that have those scoops that are taken out of them, he makes a case to where you can use some of these chemicals to do that, to soften that, and to turn it into like a soft ice cream and scoop it out.
Yeah, you got a lot of scoop marks there. Stone as well. You get that in
and if you could use some of these chemicals to soften these stones, it would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with granite and diorite and things like that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
limestone's fairly workable, but
I would love to see Jeffrey Drum and Chris Dunn like collaborate on something.
Well, because Chris Dunn in his book, the Giza Power Plant, he talked about chemicals.
Yeah,
he talked about chemicals
would go into the Queen's Chamber down one of the shafts. It would be I forget what chemical it was. Hydrogen, liquid hydrogen or something.
Yeah,
that would go down one of the left hand shaft into the Queen's Chamber. It would create the chemical reaction in the Queen's Chamber. Go out there up the Grand Gallery and do something in the King's Chamber where like the microwave, those wave guides that were coming out of the King's Chamber would combine with the hydrogen in there and do something that created free energy, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
But and he also thought that the chemicals were being poured into the ground outside of the Great Pyramid, and then they were being like somehow pushed up into the shafts that went down into the Queen's Chamber.
Yeah, it's pretty epic, really. I mean, that's another level of technology.
Oh, yeah. What a fucking crazy thought experiment that book is, The Giza Power Plant. Holy shit.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. He's got a new one out as well. He probably discussed
Tesla Connection.
Yeah.
And that's basically about, that's the idea that there was this hammering device that was in the subterranean chamber of the pyramid that would hammer the ground underneath the pyramid, deep underneath the pyramid. I forget how exactly deep it is, but it would basically so the foundation that the pyramid sits on, that part of the Giza Plateau is very, I guess, like seismically active, and when you pound the ground, when you hit it with like a hydraulic hammer underneath the pyramid, it creates a little mini earthquake. And when the ground does that, it creates these electrons that flow through the Earth's surface.
Yes.
And he was saying that these electrons somehow interact with the pyramid to create this power that the thing creates.
Yeah, I think he wrote about magnetism as well, and things like natural magnetism in the Earth as well can be manipulated and things like this.
Yeah. There's the earthquake lights.
Yeah.
There's Marfa, Texas, where there's like famous place for all these earthquake lights that would come up.
Where the rocks kind of rubbing together deep under the ground. I mean, just coming back to Göbekli Tepe, in Enclosure D, something was published in the mid-2000s, and it was by Pablo de Bertolis of Trieste University. And he basically did some acoustic research inside Enclosure D, which has this very interesting geometry. It's kind of elliptical, but it's also got this very special geometry we looked at. And he also did, while he was there, and this is when Klaus Schmidt was the head archaeologist, they found within it a spiraling magnetic anomaly coming up out of the ground in between the two central T-pillars. And he freaked out. So he went around all the different angles and got the same thing from all the different angles to prove his point.
Wow.
And so they were building on top of a magnetic anomaly, which we know can affect consciousness. We know. So the reason they chose the odd, it's really kind of bizarre location when you look at like middle of nowhere up on these kind of hills, these stony hills. Makes you question what they must have recognized some kind of special quality about it to choose that site. But also, if you know the work of John Burke, who wrote Seed of Knowledge, Stone of Plenty, he did a whole book, basically, like 10 or 15 years of research, going around to other ancient sites with magnetometers, picking, working out where the magnetism was the strongest. There was anomalies, and he eventually concluded that these were the places where the ancient people would place their seeds and grains, and that this magnetism and telluric currents would charge it up. And so, and he did tests in labs and everything as well. When you then go and plant the seeds and grains, then you get a much higher yield, higher quality crop, frost resistant and things like this.
Wow.
This was all published. It's all like scientifically documented, and it's been proven by other people doing tests as well. So many of these sites, these ancient sites, even the pyramids, what they were doing, they were creating, like as you mentioned, this fertilizing kind of energy to enhance their agriculture.
Right.
And if you go back to Göbekli Tepe, right, so this was 9,600 BC, they were doing that here. So I postulate, hypothesize, speculate, whatever you want to call it, that it's known that agriculture developed in that immediate area within 200 years of Göbekli Tepe being built. Mm-hmm. And the agricultural revolution went boom, it started happening. People were growing food everywhere, bringing their seeds around, sharing them, planting them, getting good yields and things like this. Mm-hmm. A very fertile kind of area at the time. And so did they have some kind of understanding of how to enhance their seeds and grains at Göbekli Tepe to then go and do this effectively? So that's another thing we're looking into now, but hard to prove, can't find much data to back it up. But the fact is there is a major spiraling magnetic anomaly right at the heart of the main enclosure at Göbekli Tepe. So
that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And who found this?
This was Pablo de Bertolis of Trieste University, and it's in a paper. It's published. You can see it online.
Can you find it, Steve?
Yeah, we mentioned it in our little book. We're going to do a big thing about it in the next book, for sure, because we think it's really intriguing. And the other problem, I want to get inside these sites, so I'm reaching out to the archaeologists here. Let me in the sites with a magnetometer. Let's see what else we got. Because if that's a really interesting. And it's scientific. It's not like we're just making it up. This was published.
How do you spell his name? What about just
put acoustics, Pablo Turbatolis, yeah. That might come up. But yeah, so this is just one of the things. I mean, because there are definitely acoustics occurring at these sites. This is like Andrew Collins. He's a good friend of mine. He's done a lot of research on the fact that these are kind of elliptical in shape. So these are very specific acoustic properties when you have elliptical enclosures and closed structures, going around, surrounding you. And so he found out that, this guy here, Pablo de Bertolis, that you might want to look at, go back to my lecture, because it's actually in that. It might be easier. Actually, it might be under
this one right here.
No, it's not that. No.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's there. It's definitely online. I downloaded.
Are there any other places that they found these besides Göbekli Tepe?
Oh, all over the world. Loads of sites. Loads of British stone circles.
Wow.
Even the mound culture sites of America. There's things that were found at the pyramids to do with ions. I think you were mentioning that earlier, like the ions being collected. Even the stone chambers of New England.
Electrons. Yeah, and they call it a solid state electron harvester.
His book, if you can get hold of a copy of John Burke's book, Seed of Knowledge, Stone of Plenty, it's an absolute superb piece
Seed
of work.
of Knowledge?
Stone of Plenty, yeah.
Okay.
Seed of Knowledge. He died, unfortunately, and the book went out of print, but you can get copies of it. But it's mind-blowing. This is it here. It's unbelievable. This was before Göbekli Tepe, so he didn't mention it in there. But his research can be applied,
right,
I think, to that area very much so. Because you've got earthquake zones as well. You mentioned creating this earthquake kind of thing in the pyramid. Right, you've got a whole... when the earthquake happened a couple of years ago, it was felt at Göbekli Tepe. Very slightly. It was felt there.
Yeah, that earthquake was devastating.
In fact, in Shanlarfa, the nearest city to Göbekli Tepe, something fell off this bell tower or something. It shook it slightly. The main part was in Gaziantep, which is 100 miles away or so. Yeah, and it was also felt at Karahan Tepe as well. So some people are now, I'm speculating as well, based upon his work, But just even the subtle earthquake kind of zones, you can, where you got, stone rubbing together deep under the ground with these balls of light, that could also be enhanced and manipulated to enhance seeds and grains, according to John Berg.
Interesting.
Yeah, because you're getting all this electric energy coming out, things like this electric charge. I find that really intriguing. And I think
that's fascinating.
It fits in with Chris Dunn's theories as well, very much so, on the pyramid.
Wow.
So it's all happening. I mean,
cool.
and this is obviously long before the pyramids, technically, officially.
Right.
Even though people say they're...
Yeah, who knows how old they are.
Yeah, people say they're much older. But there's other innovations. I could just waffle on about this. There's other innovations that have been recorded in southeast Turkey, which one of them is air conditioning. The first ever air conditioning, which I hugely appreciate, was discovered at a site called Navali Chori. So what happened here is that this was about 8,300 BC, so it's 1,000 so years after Göbekli Tepe. It's now being flooded, the whole area is gone. But this was researched by Harold Helpman, Klaus Schmidt and others back in the 1980s, going into the 90s. And they found not only these sort of square enclosures there with the terrazzo floor and these amazing statues, but they also found some of the living structures where people lived. Some of them were like 16 meters long or 40 feet long and so forth. But what they found it was next to what's called the Kantara stream, which was a tributary of the Euphrates River, one of the rivers of paradise of the Bible. And they found that there were channels carved out under this house throughout, all the way along it, all these different channels. And it would allow, with little sluice gates and things like this, very cold water to come in from the stream on hot days. And let them in there, and then they would open up the floor part, and the cool air would cool down the environment they're in, so they could live comfortably in very hot weather.
No way.
Yeah, it's very classy. And another site called Cheanu, which is further north from Diyarbakir, where they possibly did these sacrifices, they found underfloor of the domestic structures, underfloor channels carved out between them. But this was for cool air to be blown, to flow in and out from. So, and then they would have areas where they come up into the structure. So that one was air.
So the water would cool the air?
Well, in Navali Churi, there's no evidence for the water going through the ones at Chana, but the cool air they think they may have been used for storage. But the Navali Churi one's fascinating.
Yeah.
Little details like that's mentioned in the occasional academic text of 1983. And to me, it's like, oh my God. That's like innovation heaven. That is so useful as well.
Yeah.
If you're boiling to death, 100-degree heat and things like this. So little things like that really get me. Plus you got the fact that they found calcium oxalate in some of the kind of big stone bowls at Göbekli Tepe, which is a byproduct of brewing beer. So they were brewing very low alcohol beer. This is just from probably accidental fermentation of barley and other substances. But they had an alcoholic beverage. It was more like a gruel, and it probably wasn't very tasty. It's probably like you had to chew on it. And but still, they had alcohol back then, and they were possibly brewing it back then. They found that at the Natufian sites as well. There's even evidence up in a site called Kortik Tepe, which is actually a bit older than Göbekli Tepe. That's further northeast. There's a whole series of sites that are along the Tigris River, which is a couple of 100 miles, 300 miles to the northeast. But they found possible evidence of wine production going back again to about 10,000 years ago, maybe even older, maybe 11,000, 12,000. And there's actually someone's written a book about early kind of alcohol.
Dionysus, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it's Kortik, Kortik, if you want to, Kortik. And they might not be on here. This was mentioned briefly in one paper or one book, so they might not mention the wine thing. But then it was proven.
What's that big thing? That tea cut out of the ground right there?
That's probably the site. And also you can see the kind of one on the top left there. That is some of the stonework from Kortik Tepe.
Wow.
So this is before Göbekli Tepe, right? So it's about the size of your hand. It's not big, but it's 3D abstract relief carving. Mm-hmm. So this could be where the ideas of all the abstract 3D relief carving came from before Göbekli Tepe. So there's a
Go
good...
back to that big T shape that was cut out of the floor. Right there on the left. What the hell is that? That's Cortec Tepe?
I don't know. I think that's Hallam Semi, actually. But I think that's that's the trench they cut out.
That's where they cut the T-pillar out?
No. I think that's just the trench, the shape of the trench. I don't know. Well, maybe it's Cortec Tepe.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, because you can see some of the small circular kind of areas which they have there. But this is pretty much almost been kind of semi-flooded nowadays, unfortunately.
So this is just a huge chunk of bedrock that's just like chilling there, and they were...
No. I think this is covered in mud. I think Cortec Tepe has lots of these small circular, they say, domestic structures.
Okay.
But in this area, this is where they think they found this. Certainly, this part of the world is where the first ever wine was produced. Was in Turkey. It was in eastern Turkey, southeast Turkey. And so you got beer, you got wine being produced. And one of the other things that's been talked about a lot, which we're going to get into in our book, I know Graham Hancock's well into this, is the psychedelic use in southeast Turkey. Because there's evidence at Retifet Cave, I think it's called, in Israel, where they found evidence of sort of alcohol production there, this is 14,000 years old, this site, by the way. It's even older. And they found possibly ergot as well. So they're getting ergot kind of mold growing on the old kind of beer gruel, whatever it is, or the grains. And that could have been happening at Göbekli Tepe, because if they were brewing stuff there. And so they may have been accidentally taking a whole load of LSD with their beer gruel and
by accident,
tripping the light. Fantastic, yeah. And to me, it's a logical kind of reality to that, because you look at the abstract nature of some of the stonework.
What the fuck is that, dude? That's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. What, Rakfak?
Yeah, you spelled that
High
right.
Priest of Rainbow?
I totally spelled it wrong.
Jesus.
Yeah, look what comes up. Oh my god.
That's a fucking nightmare, dude. Turn that off.
That's what you see if you have too much ergot, probably.
Yeah, right? Oh my god.
And anyway, but so you got so the little innovations, some of them could have been accidental. They could have accidentally discovered powerful psychedelics growing on their beer,
growing on their food or their wheat or their beer or whatever.
Because ergot is what Albert Hoffman, synthesized LSD from. It's unbelievable. And there's also mushroom symbolism throughout this area. Mm-hmm. Terence McKenna wrote about possible mushroom symbolism, possible use of cannabis at Çatalhöyük, which was the famous first city in the world for a long time until Göbekli Tepe's turned up. Mm-hmm. That's further west in Turkey. It dates to around
where's that?
7,000 BC. It's near Konya. It's in sort of central kind of Turkey.
Okay.
So there's quite possibly they were really going full shamanic at this time. I think there's a strong case for that, and that could explain why everything's kicked off, because they made these possible accidental discoveries that kind of blew their minds and inspired them in profound ways.
Yeah.
Plus, they were definitely cattle there. We know that there's aurochs, different kind of bovines in that area. So in this part of the world, when you've got dung of these beasts, that's where psilocybin grows. So different strains of it. And so there's lots of little possibilities like that, which really kind of intrigued me, because I'm always trying to work out, why did they do this? What gave them the incentive to do this? It just seems to. There's no clear reason. I mean, maybe it was the end of the Younger Dryas, things were getting better, but is that really enough reason to create these crazy abstract art carved out of stone in these temples and things like this? I think there's more to it than meets the eye when you come to that kind of you're trying to understand what they're doing.
Yeah, I think so too, man. There's definitely a lot of evidence for drug use throughout history, with every civilization, and you never know. You never know how much that stuff inspired everything they did. Could it inspire everything? I mean, obviously they didn't have a foundational understanding of chemicals like we do, and how the human body works and processes different alkaloids and chemicals and all that stuff. So eating a mushroom and then seeing God, you've got to think that's something, especially if you're living 12,000 BC, you're going to have a way different experience than someone's going to have now when we actually know what the fuck's going on inside our minds.
Yeah. And the geometrical nature as well. You see lots of geometry on these things, you know, and things like that. You see serpents carved everywhere as well. You see that kind of thing. You see combinations of human and animal, which you find a lot at these sites. You know, things like this.
Right.
And you know, and also just the kind of, you know, inspiration for, like, you know, seeing patterns and movements in the stars. You know, if you're if you get inspired by that through these different, you know, substances, that could be why they were getting into the astronomy and the solstices and laying out things in a certain way, certain geometrical forms and things like that. Because, you know, who knows? But it's just a, you know, a bit of speculation going on here right now. But but it's worth discussing. Yeah, when you're trying to understand these people.
One day we're going to figure out backwards time travel, and we're going to go back there and see exactly what all these people are doing, so people won't be able to fight over it anymore. We'll know exactly what the fuck was going on.
That would help, yeah.
And we're going to figure out that people from the future went back and built the pyramids just to confuse the fuck out of all of us that are caught in between.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, or maybe it was built by time travelers.
Yeah, maybe it's built by people who are way later than we even exist.
Yeah, I mean, they're abstract as well. I mean, the pyramids, man, they're proper abstract art. They're like the ultimate abstract art installation.
Yeah,
and I see, like, these, like Göbekli Tepe, I see them like art installations as well. They're not just temples. They're not just like places where people lived.
Right.
You know, they're not just where they studied the stars and the sun and the moon. Almost like it feels like there's a kind of art, you know. And the thing about the artwork there, the stonework, the artwork, is that it didn't change for 1,500 years at least. It stayed the same style spec, the same, almost like the same principles of artwork and design and layout, T-pillars with hands.
Right.
Everything stayed the same. It barely changed. That's what I find that really interesting, that they came up with.
It's also similar with the giant heads on Easter Island. They have those little hands carved into the side of them, similar to the Göbekli Tepe T-pillars.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that blows my mind. Possible connections with these other cultures as well, which people have talked about a lot. But I just think that it's often overlooked, the artistic nature. And one of the things that was discovered, if you want to bring this up, you can. This is the boar statue from Göbekli Tepe. This giant boar statue.
Boar?
Yeah, it's a life-size boar statue, like the kind of beast of the area. That was found last year at Göbekli Tepe in Enclosure D. There it is. And the thing about this, talking about artworks, this had red, white, and black pigments on it. So they found paint all over it. And this has then opened up the whole kind of question, but was this whole site painted? It wasn't just stone, you know. And so that really gets me, because it's like, you know, especially red, black, and white. They're the three colours found here predominantly.
Right.
So the whole site could have been painted red, black, and white. It could have had other colours, a couple of other colours as well. That would have looked very different. But he's holding like a head in his hand as well. His hoofs or whatever you call it. And you still see the red pigment in his mouth.
Yeah.
That's huge. I mean, that's like, you know, big. It's like the size of this table.
Is that how big that thing is? Wow.
Yeah, it's huge. And everything's much bigger when you go there. You realise the scale of this.
What is the current plan with Göbekli Tepe? Do they plan to keep digging down to try to find more? And what is plans, if any, to excavate more of these mounds where they found Göbekli Tepe? Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we'll start at Göbekli Tepe. Yeah. So there's been a big drama going on about that. People are claiming it's Jimmy Corsetti. He's been talking about this. There's saying they've halted excavations there. They've certainly slowed down since the whole COVID time, for sure. But I've been there. I go there twice a year. We do take groups out there and stuff, and they're constantly doing things. There's always stuff happening. They're always cleaning up, sorting things out. Yeah, the issue with Göbekli Tepe is that it's buried so deep. It's a huge amount, like 30 feet of rubble and stone and dirt. They've got to carefully move out of the way. Each stone. So I can understand why it's a bit slow. It makes sense, because they've got to do it carefully. If they do one little bit of damage, they're in trouble. And so then they have to get down to the bedrock, they have to clean it all up, they have to preserve things. fixed things, glue things back together in some
How
cases.
much deeper do you think it is?
Well, I think they've reached the bedrock, in the main the area there, excavated in the southeast.
So it's not deeper.
But there's like 90% of it barely been touched, which could be just as deep. So huge amount of work needs to be done. But they are working on it. They found some new carvings in enclosure B. They found this last year. This had a whole load of dirt just above the head of that bore.
Wow.
For decades. Yeah, for decades. They only just found this because they just cleared away some dirt. And so that really kind of gets me. Cool. And so they are working away slowly. A new bit of information has just come out from the head of the whole kind of Testempler kind of people that are organising it, and they're saying that they are now going to remove some trees because some trees have been planted up there controversially by the landowners, which was done partly to gives them more value on their own property. But they're going to remove some trees and start excavating new areas. This is actually being announced, but I don't know if it's been publicly announced, but we saw the Turkish announcement. So more is going to start to be done for sure, and I think they're being kind of pressured into it a little bit from the general public because of Jimmy's been doing it, pushing that they're not doing enough. In a way, they're not. They really could do a lot more. I mean, I really want to see the whole place excavated. Yeah. But they're saying they're not going to do it. They're going to leave it for future generations. Wow. But luckily, Karahan Tepe, they're going for it. It's like, they're blasting through it. They're not messing around. They've got like loads of people up there working on it for like half a year, pretty much. I think they extended the dig all the way into up until November. Yeah, they put it in the museum. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they had. I think they kind of had to really keep it safe. Because they're excavating all around it.
Look at the toucan. You see that little toucan?
Oh, there's all sorts in that museum. It's crazy. Oh yeah, that's supposed to be a vulture.
Oh, a vulture
from Karahan Tepe. That was one of the new discoveries.
That makes more sense.
That's about 2.5 feet tall. And but yeah, so now they're working on Karahan Tepe, which is insane, amazing place. And they're also now working. Oh, focused on that part. Yeah.
And this guy's got short little stubby chos. I wonder what that's about. Why are they showing their dicks?
Well, we think it's fertility. We think it's
fertility.
There's fertility rites going on here. Myself and JJ have been working on that as a kind of possibility because it fits in with other traditions, from other cultures.
Are you familiar with Mark John Allegro?
Yes, I am. Yeah. The sacred mushroom and the cross.
Yeah.
I'm aware of his work very much. So yeah, I've read all that.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean that fits in.
Jesus Christ was a psychedelic mushroom.
Yeah, I mean this fits in. This weirdly fits in with a lot of this kind of era stuff, in my opinion. That a lot of the symbolism and mythologies come from that kind of psychedelic kind of inspirations. But other sites are being excavated. There's one really interesting one called Sayburch, which is Sayburc, and everything on the sea. You might want to check that out. And that is a fascinating site. Yeah, and you can see like any of the images there. We've got one up there somewhere. And this is a whole thing going on. This is like the second part of the excavation.
So they're probably getting ready to build a neighborhood here or something like that. And the archaeologists had to come out and survey it, and they found this.
Well, the thing about this is that most of the site is buried under a village. They've actually demolished one of the houses.
Wow.
Yeah, if you go to the one on the left there, you see that's like indoors. On the left, not that bit. On the panel there with the 3D. Again, he's holding his phallus as well.
Right.
And
click on them.
Yeah, click on one of them. And so that you can see that's under a structure, that's under a house, but that house is being removed now. This is all open. You know, we went there recently and they've removed the entire house.
It looks like some sort of like wild beast attacking somebody.
On the left, you've got an auroch. You've got a guy jumping, holding something in his hand. Then you've got two leopards.
Oh, look at the leopard eating the guy or getting ready to.
Yeah, trying to go for the guy.
Go for the guy who's having a wank.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's a polite way of putting it. Yeah. But this is like full of symbolism. The archaeologists claim this is what's called a narrative scene, where there's a different process of like kind of teaching almost going on here. I think it's astronomical. I think it's like, Taurus, you've got Orion the Hunter, You've got leopards, which could be Leo, things like this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this kind of symbolism seems to match what's constellations and other such things.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all carved out of bedrock, like we find Karahan Tepe. So there's a huge amount going on here. There's even an underground area here as well, which you can actually go inside, deep under. It's almost like Kuya, a small section of an underground city. And they found all sorts of things here. So this is completely carved out of bedrock, this whole thing.
So
it's
wild.
incredible. And they're going to hopefully excavate the whole thing over the next couple of years. There's more sites. There's other sites like Yandel Huyek, which is going to be proved to be bigger than Göbekli Tepe. There's a site called Çakmak Tepe, which is older than Göbekli Tepe. All these little sites are east of, pretty much, I think, just west of Göbekli Tepe of Şanlıurfa. And there's like 12 official Taztepe sites, but really there are probably 38 people saying that. So there's all sorts of different different stuff coming, and it's all very similar. It's all got the same design.
Right.
It's almost like the same artist,
Mm-hmm.
but these stretch over 1,500, 2,000 years.
Yeah.
But they're all unique as well. They're all unique, but they've all got the same style. A bit like in Egypt, you get the same kind of look. In the Mayan stuff, you get the same look, but it goes through multiple different sites and eras. Yeah. And that's happening in this part of the world as well. So it's a very specific design spec. I mean, it must be some genius level people coming up with the first batch of the designs at like Göbekli Tepe and other places that then kind of spread through this whole area. And why they would build so many sites is such a kind of relatively small area is baffling. Here on the one on the left there, you've got on the bottom left, you've got like these small enclosures are being found with they're only like 15 feet wide or less,
Right.
with like 7 or 8 pillars, 2 pillars around the edge and 1 in the middle. You've got like the skeletons were found at this place as well, actually. Yeah, I found a whole bunch of skeletons here recently. There's no official like elaborate burials of this culture. Well, it hasn't been found yet anyway. They found some bones, some skeletons in various places. They found actually skulls in Göbekli Tepe that have been kind of worked, like trepanned. They had holes cut through them and things like this, and you removed from the spine and things like this.
I think I remember the Snake Bros were showing me that stuff.
Yeah, so that's weird. I mean, basically you've got what could be a skull cult, they call it.
Yeah.
You get the same kind of thing. You get caches of skulls at Chiano as well. Another site. But yeah, so there's a whole, I mean, it's all happening. I mean, this is it. This is the time of like discovery of this culture. This is happening now. You can go there, you can see it being excavated. It's like going back a few hundred years into like Egypt, where stuff was still covered up by sand, or the jungles of Guatemala, climbing Tikal and the Mayan temples you hack through.
Right.
This is happening now in this rocky landscape of southeast Turkey. This is like the time of discovery.
This is cool. Such cool stuff, man. And I think it's a great thing that Graham's getting such much more wide attention, getting another season of his show on Netflix.
Yeah.
And Keanu Reeves likes it too. That's fun.
Yes.
And it's making it more. It's making it more available to people, and it's getting more people interested into it, which will hopefully bring in more funding to stuff like this, and digging up and finding more sites and making more discoveries, and maybe even pushing back the timeline farther than we even imagined up till now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's cool shit, man. Where can people find your YouTube channel and find your books and all the stuff that you're doing?
Sure, yeah, they can just search for me, Hugh Newman. They can go to megalithomania.co.uk. They can, we've got a YouTube channel. We've got a couple of 100,000 subscribers. It's just Megalithomania UK. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of, I just recently published a video about Jericho. Again, that's a very cool site.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually got a summer solstice sunset alignment as well, dating back to 8,300 BC, which is pretty epic. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of lectures. We run conferences. We've got the Origins conference we do in November in England, in Wiltshire. We did a big Megalithomania thing in conference in May. If people want to come over and hang out, that's the one we've got coming up. We've got some really cool speakers. It's a whole we're like a project. We do conferences, we do tours, places like the Great Leap and all that. We want to get out there constantly.
Yeah.
Check what's going on. It's great to show people around because they're like, whoa, what the hell is this? And so, so we're kind of busy, doing a lot of things. But they can just check out Hugh Newman or Megalithomania.
Beautiful. All right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All the way over here in the U.S. Going home back to the UK tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow night, yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, again, I really appreciate it. And everything's linked below, folks. Good night.
They have over 5,000 ships and have colonized 10 planets on their own. Considered one of the parasite races, abduction of humans is frequent and ongoing. Purpose unknown. They do not like to interact.
So hi Danny, nice to meet you.
Hi Rick, pleasure to meet you too as well. Before we started rolling, we were talking about the effects of DMT. I told you I was super afraid to try it again by myself.
Yeah.
And people I've spoken with that know more about this than I do, which isn't saying much, said that there's not really any documented cases of people having any like real adverse effects of using DMT or overusing DMT.
Yeah, that's not been my experience. Every once or twice a year, I get a note from a family member or a friend of somebody who has smoked way too much DMT. And they develop a certain kind of mental state. It's kind of messianic, that they feel they have the answers. And if people don't agree with their answer, they get mad. So they're convinced. It's kind of messianic in nature.
Have you ever heard of anybody smoking DMT and sort of like not coming back fully, getting like stuck in like this weird slippery version of reality like for forever? So I have friends that in high school that took a lot of LSD or smoked a lot of weed, and after a certain point they were just never the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hard to say. I mean, personalities get modified, I think, under the influence, or can be modified under the influence of the psychedelics. But it's more, I think that they made those changes more real in their lives. And that might be what people are referring to as they've changed. They maybe took more action on some of the ideas they had than otherwise would have been the case.
Yeah,
I think that's how psychedelics work. Actually, is they just increase the strength and power of things which already exist in the mind. If you want to be a happier person, you might become happier after taking a psychedelic because it's convinced you that it's good to be happy.
So, you were the first person in the United States to do human research on psychedelics. You are probably like one of the most legendary people in the psychedelic world. And one of the things that really blew my mind was that you were explaining on, I think it was Hamilton's podcast. I could be wrong. I think it was Hamilton's podcast. You were explaining how you had the idea to get this funded when you were hanging out with Terrence McKenna, and you guys decided that it would be the best way to get it funded through the war on drugs.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was 1988, and I was kind of at a crossroads of where my career was going. Mm-hmm. The melatonin and pineal work hadn't quite panned out the way I wanted it to. But I was still interested in the pineal gland and in psychedelics in this way. Yeah, and I met Terrence a year or two before. He's the first person to give me DMT, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 1986 or something.
Oh, wow.
And a couple of years later, I was driving down from Canada, stopped at their place, and we spent the day up in his loft library. Yeah, and we just the war on the war on drugs was in full steam ahead. There was a lot of money being poured into it,
What a clever idea.
And we came up with the idea of the ultimate study: give DMT to people and see what it does. You can't really argue with that. And I describe it as a abusable drug. It's the prototypical classic psychedelic, and people were still using psychedelics, and we didn't know how they worked or really what they did in the face of like 20 years of intervening animal research. So they're pretty straightforward kinds of arguments that could have been used against studying the drug or for studying the drug. And I framed it as, let's find out more, and no value judgment based on aromatherapy or religious motivations.
What do you think DMT in a healthy dose does to the human brain? Not necessarily. I know it's speculative when you're talking about what it's doing to the brain when you're taking it when it's active,
right?
But like, kind of like when it subsides, like, what do you think the after effect is?
Well, I think it works on the imagination. So if you can, divide the mind into an intellectual part and an imaginative part, it's based on some of the ideas of Aristotle, that the imaginative part of the mind holds on to perceptions, emotions, the feelings of certainty. And the intellectual part is ideas, abstract notions. So I think that DMT ultimately stimulates the imagination as compared to stimulating the intellect. It makes things, it appears, but what the appearance actually means is more dependent on the intellect.
Yeah. One of the things Dave Nichols was explaining to me was that there was a technical word he used to describe how it actually increases neural density. And there's this term, the scientific term for these neural branches, like the branches on trees,
right,
that they grow and they become more connected and more full.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was probably talking about neurogenesis and neuroplasticity.
Yes,
yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah, stem cells converting to neurons is neurogenesis. You're making new neurons.
Right.
And neuroplasticity is increasing the number and complexity of connections of new neurons.
Yeah, because every person I've ever talked to that does DMT, they're all super smart.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways to try and figure out what DMT is and what it's doing. And also, I think interesting to consider is why. Why is there DMT in our brain?
Well, it's not just in the brain, right? It's all throughout the body. Isn't that true?
Mostly, it's been found most recently and most objectively in the brain.
Okay, so it's mostly in the brain, in the pineal gland, or all throughout the brain.
In the cortexes, the visual cortex, parietal cortex. There's a number of cortices on the brain, and each is responsible for certain psychological functions. Almost.
So, do you think that is the idea that DMT existing in the brain is sort of what's responsible for giving us our perception of the world, for which it animates the world around us, gives us this depth and color, and there's this other idea called the I think it was Amy Gallimore who explained this to me, the filter idea of the brain being a filter, where it filters out all this other stuff that could exist in reality so we can perceive only what we need to survive.
Yeah, I think, it's really hard to say now what the role of naturally occurring DMT in the brain is, but you can consider it a way it maintains consensus reality. Too much makes things get really psychedelic, and not enough might make things seem flat and boring.
Yeah, I always wondered, is the DMT in there? Is that breaking down some sort of filter in the brain, which is enabling us to see more, or temporarily making us see something, like overloading the brain with information, and that's maybe explains this stuff that we're seeing, or these things that we're experiencing or communicating with. And once it fades away, maybe those filters are coming back into place.
Yeah. Well, there's a part of the brain called the reticular activating system, which people have considered for a long time to be that filtering mechanism.
Reticular activating system?
Yeah, it's in the extremely primitive parts of the brain. And many people have thought about psychedelics or the function of that part of the brain as acting as a filter.
Interesting.
And psychedelics affect that part of the brain pretty robustly.
Now, is this where the third ventricle is?
That's probably, let's see.
The water of life is in the third ventricle.
Well,
that's what I've heard.
Yeah, well, but it's the cerebral spinal fluid.
Right.
Very interesting. The pineal gland is right in the middle.
Okay, yeah, it's right dead in the center.
Yeah, the reticular activating system is up on the brainstem. So there are receptors in that part of the brain that psychedelics bind to, and change the activity of the neurons there. Yes, that could be the filter.
Yeah. What do you make of these new experiments that are going on with what Andrew Gallimore is doing? They're trying to put people on extended state intravenous DMT to try to map this DMT world.
Yeah.
Sounds wild.
Yeah. What's it? A continuous infusion.
Yeah.
DMT. Yeah. I speak about that toward the end of the DMT book, The Spirit Molecule, that maybe we could keep people in that state for longer, an hour or two, an extended period of time. The problem with smoking or giving one injection of DMT is it's over quite quickly. And a continuous infusion would allow you to be in that space longer. Yeah, so there's a couple of, and then a few years later, Andrew approached me and suggested that we write this paper, which describes, the basis for a study like that.
Right.
Yeah, and Imperial College in London is doing work, and there's a group in Switzerland.
I can't imagine how that would look. Right, you have somebody on IV DMT all day long.
Well, yeah, you're laying there
hooked up to a crucifix.
Well, you're laying in bed, but still.
Okay, right. Yeah. Still, you got your arms out and filleted open, and like, what do? You have to pull them out to get the data? Like, pull them out, like briefly say, tell me everything.
I think they keep people in the state
while they're talking to them and getting the data.
No, it's recorded in retrospect. Like you give DMT for a half hour at a prearranged infusion rate.
Right.
Yeah, and the person comes down and you ask them to describe what it was like.
And then you throw them right back in.
Well, you could go in and out like that. I don't think anybody is doing that kind of work. I think that kind of work would be helpful for psychotherapy. You put people, well, I think it would be useful. You can be in a state for a while, DMT state, very highly altered state for let's say a half hour. You come down and you talk with your therapist, and you decide what to do next. Go deeper, go back lighter, take some more time off. So I think that holds promise. For therapeutic purposes too. Yeah, but I think characterizing that landscape is also important. Like the beings, how do you interact with the beings once you've gotten used to their presence and
and what even are the beings? Like because you said that all this stuff is amplification of what's already in your mind. So how do you explain people seeing aliens that are talking to them?
Well, I think the visions convey information, and the brain uses what's in its.
Is it like? Are you talking about like epigenetic information?
Well, that's the question. Is it information that's coming from us or from an external source?
Right. When is it coming from us, or is it coming from our ancient past? Which could also be argued that's kind of an external source because it's not really us now. Maybe us in the past.
Well, I think us from the future.
Or in the future.
Yeah, kind of pulling us in a direction.
Have you seen my buddy Danny Gola was in here. He has this thing called the DMT laser experiment.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
That's crazy.
Well, so have you looked at the red laser?
I did it.
Yeah, and
I didn't see the code. But I might not have gone deep enough. Yeah. So I saw kind of like he shined. I had the laser here. So he shined it on the wall, and I looked at it, and I could see the depth through the wall. And I saw, like, at first it was like tiny little particles, like you would see if you really stared at the laser beam on the wall. And then those particles turned into gears all spinning, all interconnected. But I've talked to a few other people that have done it, and they all, I mean, my friend Neil came here, and he did it. He said he saw, like, Sanskrit behind the laser or whatever. I'm going to try it again, but it's interesting. Because I don't know of anything else. Maybe you can elaborate on this, but I've never heard of any sort of psychedelic trip where people see like something that's specific. All of them.
Well, your friend mentioned it looked like Sanskrit,
right?
But if you weren't familiar with what Sanskrit looked like in the first place, you wouldn't have identified it.
Right.
I do see. Yeah, so that is where I think what's already more or less just rattling around comes to the fore.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I had too, because if you're talking about seeing matrix code and there's like, hey, take this and look at this thing, tell you can find the matrix code, maybe you're kind of like pushing them in that direction already. But there's an argument to be had that, like, you could tell them that a couple of days before, maybe they wouldn't be at the front of their mind anymore.
Right.
But I don't know how that works. And how do you make that like a double blind sort of test to see if there's something there? Because you can't take a picture of it.
You might be able to record the brain's response at that time. Is there some particular signature in brain connectivity that is associated with seeing Sanskrit? Another might be seeing Hebrew. Another might be Japanese.
Right.
Yeah. You could develop some profiles, let's say, and you'd have to give people DMT and have them look at this at the laser to obtain some kind of firm association between brain activity and what they're seeing.
Yeah, I think he recently took he tried to step it up a notch, and he took magnets and he put it behind a wall so people couldn't see where the magnet was, and then like move the magnet around and see if people could see if there was some sort of distortion in the code.
Yeah,
and I think he said that there was nothing significant that they could measure from that.
Yeah, I wonder what percentage of people who do the experiment actually see code.
Right.
Does Danny have an idea?
I don't think he actually told me the percentage, but he said basically upwards of a few hundred people have written him or messaged him or have called him and told them and he sent them all this, the laser or whatever, and they said they saw the same exact thing that he saw.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing. That, Gallimore was questioning that, like questioning, how credible that could be, especially if you're telling people what to expect beforehand. But then, he talked to Gallimore afterwards, and I think Gallimore's going to try to help him with it.
Yeah. In terms of like a objectifiable,
right,
replicable study.
Right. Yeah. Right. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Yeah. Well, I think if you image, the brain function or the brain activity, you might be able to discern some similarities among people and some differences.
Right.
My guess is that it would depend on the person. There are certain kinds of people. Let's say you're interested in Eastern ideas, Western ideas, and it would manifest in that way.
Yeah, that's interesting. because that was part of this famous John Hopkins study on psilocybin with the religious leaders. That was, for some reason, never published. And correct me wrong, but the idea of it was to get religious leaders from different, like Christianity, Judaism, Eastern religions, and see if their religious worldview affected their experience on psychedelics. Is the basic gist of it.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard about that study. I don't know the details.
I thought that was the famous one that was never published.
I think it is going to be coming out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got some information regarding it. Yeah, I think it's been accepted finally. I'm not sure, but it was from a reliable person.
What would you speculate would be the outcome of that?
Well, I think there's another motivation as well, which is to, demonstrate that there's a common spiritual experience regardless of your specific faith. I think that's one of the motivations.
Yeah, they're motivated to prove this idea called perennialism, I think it's called.
Yeah, the mystical experience, which is kind of this unitive, ego dissolved, no time or space kind of experience, which is part of most psychedelic experiences, but I don't think it necessarily precludes differences in religious experience as well, which might even be more important. I think overall too, it would make a cleric, possibly more dedicated, to the clergy and the religion.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about what that's like. As Travis pointed out to me, which blew my mind, is that there are so many different groups with different incentives that are looking into psychedelics and trying to use them to push forward their narrative.
Right. It's a wild moment in time.
It is.
Yeah, a few days ago, I was watching that clip of Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson discussing the demons.
Yes, yeah. I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. What was Alex? He was saying that first of all, he said he ate some DMT or something. Can you find that clip? That'd be great to watch that, so we can get a refresh. Go to YouTube, type in Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, DMT. It's a short.
Yeah, it's only 58 seconds.
Yeah, it's like less than a minute.
They're in a car.
There it is. That's it right there. Yeah, give us some volume on that.
That's what everybody says.
Click on it.
I haven't done DMT, but I know a lot of famous people that have and others. And the government since the 70s has been doing intravenous drip with it. It just didn't become popular the last 20 years by eating it. I've talked to well-known people off record who have gone to these big DMT rituals at sacred sites because reportedly those are like gates or places where dimensionally they've been doing sacrifices for thousands of years. So maybe the things hang around there or it's a ley line. They're not sure. But if you go there and take DMT, they're having groups of 20, 30, 40 people who are seeing the same hallucination on it. At the same time, they basically say aliens come up the steps of the pyramid or, and everybody's seeing it at the same time. They're having
maybe it's not a hallucination.
Well, exactly. If this individual was seeing it, it's one thing. Right. But then sometimes people in the group even get attacked by these things.
Well, I would be very afraid that those drugs open up a portal for something to enter me.
What? Thoughts on that?
Well, I think that they're partly right. The portal idea, anyway. I think that's one of the things that psychedelics and DMT do. They are a portal to previously invisible kinds of information.
Mm.
Yeah. So if you open that portal, there is that information conveyed by the visions, which is angelic or demonic. So if you believe in angels, I always say you believe in demons. So, to the extent that one believes in angels, then I think by necessity you need to believe in demons as well.
Mm.
It's kind of imagery of good versus evil.
Have you ever heard of anybody getting chased by demons the way he explains it? With
chased by demons
coming after them?
I guess I could imagine ayahuasca ceremonies where there's a lot of shamanic communication and information that you would be attacked by demons.
Yeah.
Or it would seem as if you were anyway.
Right. Yeah. So this angels and demons worldview, which is very much I think Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones are like very devout Christians. They talk about it all the time on their programs. So like if they're trying to fit this DMT experience into their worldview, that would make sense. And going back to that John Hopkins study where they're trying to prove some sort of common core to all religions, it's trying to basically paint the fact that like what would the ultimate goal of that be? Would the goal of that be to say that psychedelics created all religions?
Well, that certain aspects of the psychedelic experience, which are defined by this rating scale called the Mystical Experience Questionnaire. If you answer, irregardless of your denomination, if your score on the Mystical Experience scale was number one high enough, and number two, cut across all of the categories, that there was a common mystical experience that all of those volunteers had, Jewish, Muslim, or Christian, which would then lead to one being able to propose a universal religion.
God.
And that universal, like if it's all the same across all of the religions, there must be some universal religion that can be extracted. But the problem with the universal religion is, whose universal religion?
Right.
And what if you don't agree with it?
Right.
Yeah, then you become a heretic.
Yeah, and how do you push people into a universal religion when people are already in their own unique religions that give them value to their life already? Like, how do you do that?
Well, I don't think you can.
Right. And one of the even scarier ideas is that if you give the church access to psychedelic drugs or give them the license to bring psychedelic drugs into their spiritual practice, now you're making these people who are already subscribed to this idea that there's this deacon that has direct communication with God who is giving these people the answers to their life problems. Now you're putting these already vulnerable people on psychedelics. I can see where that can lead to problems.
Well, I think, you're pointing to the issue of how do you propagate a universal religion? Yeah, which I think, I think the cult of personality would start playing a very big role with the enhanced transference that occurs on psychedelics.
Because people, when they're on I think you've said this before, people on psychedelics are way more, not just vulnerable, but they're way more agreeable.
More suggestible.
Suggestible, that's what it was, yes, right.
And with repeated exposure to the same suggestion over and over on psychedelics. Yeah. I think it would get kind of fanatic in a way. It could.
Yeah. Yeah, because even people who are huge psychedelic proponents who think that psychedelics are the panacea for everything in culture and society, I mean, even they kind of get pretty fanatical to some extent, where psychedelics become their god,
Or they become God somehow, or they're God's messenger. I was talking.
The Messiah complex.
There's a lot of messianism in the idea of a universal religion. Who would be the spokesman, for example? Yeah, and then you would have a religious figure. Yeah, it would be a new religion. And a couple of years ago, I wrote a book review on Bill Richards' book, who is the lead therapist at Johns Hopkins. And I referred to the idea of a psychedelic universal religion as the psychedelic religion of mystical consciousness. And there would be some dogma and some authority and probably a hierarchy at some point. That would be the new religion, the institute of a new religion with a certain range of ideas. The problem with a universal religion based on the mystical experience is that the mystical experience in and of itself is free of any content. There's no words. There aren't any ideas in that state. All of those ideas are post hoc, like you come down if that's the right expression.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come down and then you say what it was.
Right. You try to put it into some sort of verbal context.
Yeah. But the interactive relational trip, like where there are visions that you're interacting with, it's full of information, specific information. Oftentimes verbal. So if there's this thing saying to you X, Y, and Z, it would be, those are words that you remember and then you write down and you transmit, talk about.
Yeah.
As opposed to just a feeling, which I think is the mystical experience. It's a very intense feeling, but there's no content. So it's made up after the fact. So it would be more dependent on personality, I think, of the person who was in, the authority.
Right. That would have a huge effect on the person's experience.
Yeah, and the words they would use in order to describe it.
And you've also talked about it being some sort of like a super placebo. And is that what you say by that? You mean, does that have to do with like your intention?
Yeah.
When you do it?
Well, your intention, which is part of the set. There's set, and there's everything that isn't your set. The setting. So the setting would be supportive, and the set would be your intent, and your mental and physical state at the time, your spiritual state. But you would set an intent. So if it was for scientific purposes or for spiritual purposes or for fun, your intent will direct to a large extent the experience itself. There's also dealing with the anxiety of the initial experience of DMT. It's very intense, it's quite high speed. So you need to be able to work with anxiety as well. It's a complex. To make the most of a psychedelic experience is a fairly complex task.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of. It feels like you're kind of like drinking from a fire hose of information when it's happening, and then afterwards you're like, oh my god, how do I digest all of this stuff?
I know. That's the problem. Is it's a feeling. You're overwhelmed, let's say, by the intensity of the stream of information. But what is that information?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Oftentimes it's very nebulous and usually quite related to the personality of the person having the experience. Like your friend who envisioned Sanskrit.
Right.
He wouldn't have called it Sanskrit without some prior knowledge of
yes.
At least seeing.
That's interesting. Yeah, he even showed me a bunch of photos afterwards of the Lord of the Rings, the ring, the kind of like engraving that's on that ring. He's like, it looks just like this, and no one else I've ever heard has said it looked like Sanskrit. They all said it looks like. I think Gallimore said that stuff looked like some Japanese text.
Oh, really?
I forget what it was called, but he thought it was like some obscure Japanese type of like subtext that is used in that culture. But
you did the experiment, right?
Yeah.
And so what happened to you?
Yeah, so I did it, and it was my first time doing DMT.
First time, really?
Yeah, it was my first time. So I kind of like I did it. I did like the 4 or 5 hits of the pen, and then I was kind of like on the couch and I kind of closed my eyes for a little bit. That was the most intense part of it. After the super intense part of it was over, I was like, okay, I think I'm back in my body. Now I can go check out this laser. I really wanted to.
Still very stoned though, right?
Yes, still very stoned. Not anywhere near the peak of the experience though.
Well, you can't move on the peak. You're a completely different place.
Yes, exactly.
That's the weird thing about it. It feels like a completely different place. It couldn't be any more similar than
it was crazy. Like, I was explaining, it felt like, it literally, like I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it was the way I am such a lightweight when it comes to drugs. I was terrified, even when it comes to like smoking pot. I can easily go over the edge, so I was super terrified that this was gonna be that times a million. I don't know anything about this stuff. What do I know? But it was like nothing like that. It was just my soul being ejected out of the top of my head, and like leaving behind every attachment I have to my mortal being. Like my wife, my kids, this podcast, like everything I've ever known, just being completely detached and just my soul being shuttled through like light arteries, and then I opened my eyes, and depth was crazier. Like my depth perception was like on steroids, and I could see like pockets of space floating around. Anyways, after that ended, I was like, I want to check out this laser. So he had it shined on the wall. I walked over to it and I stared at it for a little bit. And like I said, I could see these little speckles of light and gears. Once I focused on these little specks of light, I could see gears connected and rotating together back behind the wall. So like it was like a rip in the wall. The light was creating a tear in the wall, and I could see this pocket of space back there where these gears were moving around.
Yeah, and what were those gears doing?
Just spinning. Spinning. As far as I can remember, they were just spinning, and they were all connected. And I never saw any sort of text or code or anything.
Spinning, like the gears were big, small?
Very tiny.
Very tiny.
Very tiny gears, millions of them. And they were all connected.
Yeah, the first time I smoked the drug 5-methoxy-DMT, I found myself surrounded by dwarves, like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, and there were just countless, just circling a big chamber that I was at the bottom of. Wow. Like a catwalk.
Like a silo?
Yeah, like a silo.
Like, oh, wow.
And an extensive catwalk, and the catwalk was completely filled with dwarves.
That sounds amazing.
It was kind of scary because I wasn't expecting it at all, and they didn't have the best motivation somehow. They seemed a little, they seemed kind of sinister.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was an interesting experience. I was a lot younger, and I was wrestling at the time with the notion of good and evil. And with the dwarves, you usually think of dwarves as fun, but these had a malevolent feeling about them. So
did they communicate?
Only by their expression. They'd look at me through the corner of their eyes.
Oh God,
yeah,
that was a little sinister.
It was pretty sinister, yeah. And so I came out of it and said, to my sitter, what should I choose? Should I choose good or should I choose evil? And she said, "There's no difference." Something which
there's no difference.
Helped calm me down.
Wow. Yeah, the 5-methoxy-DMT seems terrifying. Is it nothing like NN, or is it similar just on steroids?
It's the white light. You're completely like in most cases. Mine was atypical. Usually, you have no visions on 5-methoxy. A more typical experience is it's just the white light. Things is just white out. Yeah, and it's ecstatic, and you're out of body. No time, no space.
Is that the only time you had visions on the 5-methoxy?
It was the first time I had.
You ever did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I've only done DMT. Like I've only had one big DMT experience. It's a very strange thing. You would expect that I would have had thousands, but. I know mostly about DMT through my volunteers. That's the truth.
You've only done it how many times?
Just one time.
What?
One big time, yeah.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the time you just explained?
That was the time, in the mid-1980s. Yeah, it convinced me to study DMT. And
why haven't you done it since?
Haven't really felt the urge to or the need to. It was so intense. I mean, you do take a risk entering into such an intense experience. And I thought I had really done well with the first one, and I would just leave it at that. It's kind of like, I guess, going, attaining the mountaintop the first time. So there didn't seem to be any need to repeat that.
Interesting. I would have imagined you would have done it thousands of times.
Yeah,
because that was the basis of your latest book, right? The latest book that you published was the first time that you talked about all your personal experiences with psychedelics.
Right, My Altered States.
My Altered States,
yeah,
right?
That came out in December.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that somebody like you would have only done it one time.
Just once, 1986 or so. Yeah, I was at the point of ending my melatonin research. I didn't know what to do. I was speaking at a conference and was speaking about DMT and the pineal gland. And that's when Terrence came up and said, "Would you like to smoke some DMT?" Yeah, so I said, "Sure."
How do you say no to that?
Yeah, we went to a room, had some good friends around.
What was the background with your melatonin research?
Well, I was looking for an endogenous compound for spiritual experience. I kind of came up with this fascination in college, that believing that there was a part of the brain or substance the brain made that created spiritual experience, that spiritual experiences which were like the psychedelic drug one, and spiritual experiences like those brought about by meditation. I thought there was some common biological factor that was activated in both those states. So the pineal gland was the first place I looked. I was at Stanford at the time. Jim Fadiman was there as well. Jim gave me the idea to look into the pineal. And I found out about melatonin, which nobody knew much about the human physiology back then in the early 1980s. So there was some evidence that it was a psychedelic that made dreams more intense. All by itself might be psychedelic. So we studied melatonin. I was wondering if the pineal gland was that substance responsible for psychedelic experiences. It's spiritual ones which had psychedelic properties.
Yeah, I learned recently that melatonin is created through this thing called melanopsin, which is a chemical, or not a chemical, but it's a hormone that is created through your eyes. So like when you wake up early and you watch the sunrise, your eyes produce this chemical called melanopsin, or a hormone called melanopsin, which is converted to melatonin, which regulates your circadian rhythm. And I guess the melatonin kicks in really heavy 12 hours after that first light enters your eyes or your retina.
Well, my understanding is that tryptophan is the precursor for melatonin. That it begins with dietary tryptophan.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, dietary tryptophan.
And that gets modified to melatonin ultimately. Melanopsin, gosh, I think that's a protein or an enzyme.
Can you find that, Steve? Find out the connection between melanopsin and melatonin. Because I might be getting that wrong, but I could have sworn that was the way Alexis explained it to us.
This might be a good pee break time.
Yeah, sure. All right, we're back. So it was saying to clear up the melanopsin thing, it's a photopigment that belongs in the opsin family that basically it suppresses melatonin for 12 hours after it's created in the eye. And I think it has something to do with sunlight. Oh, blue visible light, yeah. So the short wavelengths of blue light from the sun.
Yeah, that was discovered in 98, and I got out of the field in 87, 88 or so. Yeah, we found out melatonin was not especially psychoactive, and so that led me to DMT.
Oh, wow. So what made you decide to publish this book all about your personal experiences with psychedelics?
Oh, right.
My Altered States.
My Altered States. Yeah, that came out in December. Yeah, it's an illustrated memoir of my altered state experiences in youth. Yeah, and a number of them are psychedelic experiences. First time I smoked cannabis was psychedelic. First time I took LSD. First time I dissolved into nothing. Those maybe one half or so of the chapters involve psychedelic experiences.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and there's some from meditation, some from depression, some from actual physical abuse, the altered state that happens then. Yeah, and a friend of mine illustrated a gal from Alabama, Marilee Chalice. I think the images really are impressive. They help convey much more of the feeling aspect of the experiences than the written word alone can.
Yeah, I still find it so interesting that you never pursued DMT more than once, because after I said I did it the first time, I haven't been able to stop thinking about doing it again. I don't think I went far enough. I never saw any sort of beings or had any communication like that.
Yeah, like I've never DMT.
Oh, you didn't vape it. How did you do it?
Yeah, I smoked the freebase. Yeah. So what I've heard is that you don't get as high with the vaping as smoking it.
Okay, that would explain it.
That could be, or you didn't take enough hits. Like, could you still, like when you were smoking from the vape, did you find you couldn't like inhale anymore at a certain point? You had to put it down.
No, I never had to try. I never had any sort of issues. People I was with, my friends that I was with, they were having trouble coughing, but I had no problem holding it in or anything like that or hitting it. I was I think it was the fact that I was just scared. Because I did. Remember, I did the first hit. I felt a little tingly. He's like, okay, go again. And I held it in for 5 seconds and then I exhaled. Second hit, I was like, okay, now I'm feeling loopy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, do a third, did a third. And I'm like, holy crap, I can't do it anymore. I'm like, I'm like really tripping now. I'm seeing the patterns. I'm seeing the fractals, all this stuff, geometry.
Right.
He goes, okay, now you have to go again. I'm like, what? I'm like, I couldn't even think how to even hold the pen by the time he told me to do it again, let alone take a hit of it. So I managed to take one more hit, and as soon as I did the inhale, that's when I just ejected out of my body.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a pretty intense experience.
Yeah.
So that sounds a lot more like what happens when you smoke the freebase.
But I wanted to meet an alien. I didn't get to meet an alien.
Oh, well, maybe next time. But I mean, why?
Because it just sounds fun to meet an alien and communicate with an alien and find some profound, I want to get. I'm interested in the idea of using it as a tool to improve my life or improve my thinking or.
Yeah, well, so what would you ask it?
Oh, God, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would I even be able to ask a question in that state?
If you knew what was going on there, yeah. If you were able to keep your focus.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what I would ask it. One of the interesting things that I've noticed, at least with marijuana, is that whenever I get really high, and I always come out with at least one thing that I can use in my life out of that experience. Because usually it's kind of like, as I told you before we started, it's been, if I go too far, my world kind of caves in on me and I start to focus on all the negative things in my life. But at the end of it, I always take something positive out of it. And one of the most recent things I've been taking out of it, one of the messages I've been getting from it, is to basically just spend more time with my kids.
Well, that's good advice.
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, yeah.
Well, so where'd that advice come from?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, my feeling is it comes from yourself. Yeah, it might.
It's some sort of deep, untapped something deep in the soul.
It could be that. It might uncover what you previously weren't aware of, or it may just strengthen things you had a glimmer of their truth before.
Right. So it's like a magnifier.
Yeah. Stan Groff, the Czech psychiatrist who worked with LSD when it was legal, and he developed a breathwork technique as well. Described them as non-specific or non-specific amplifiers of the unconscious, but they also seem to me to be non-specific amplifiers of everything, which is in your mind, unconscious, conscious, preconscious. Like it couldn't act on anything else.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes perfect. That does make sense.
Oh, you're asking about the super placebo idea.
Yeah.
Well, if back when the interest in psychedelics was really cresting, you could see an article, a scientific paper once a week on the benefits of taking psychedelics. They make you more compassionate, more open, more progressive, more environmentally attuned. And it seemed like and it helped depression, helped alcohol abuse, helped end-of-life despair. So they were, basically, doing, they were doing everything to everyone for every condition, which made me think about a panacea, which is a cure-all. And panaceas work through placebo, or at least are kind of related to the placebo response.
Hmm.
So if you're amplifying the placebo response, you're kind of directing the outcome in the direction that you already want it to be.
Yeah.
So that's why I think of them as super placebos. They, you can use them. You can direct their power and their effect in any direction. It just depends on what's already in your mind.
Wow. Yeah, I've never heard of it described that way before. That's super interesting, but it does make a ton of sense.
It's a unifying theory of how psychedelics work. They are drugs. They work on receptors and they work on functional connectivity and brain network. But subjectively or objectively, even within your body, they seem to activate innate mechanisms.
Have you ever heard stories of people describing, because I know you've studied or are currently studying the idea of a tolerance being able to be built with DMT? Because there's like a tolerance with LSD. If you take LSD for X amount of days, it stops to have an effect. But have you ever heard stories of people all of a sudden not being able to get high on DMT?
Oh yeah, I heard from somebody not long ago who described that. He smoked DMT in the past, full-on experiences.
Yeah,
and then just stopped responding.
Yeah,
that's very weird. Well, it's a mutation in the serotonin receptor, I think. But how could that come about? Yeah, it's a very strange phenomenon.
Yeah, this guy I just had on recently, Zoltan Bathory, was explaining to me, and he's the guy I was explaining has done this thousands of times.
Yeah.
And he was saying that he went in,
thousands.
Or maybe a little, not maybe thousands, maybe 1,000 or more.
Yeah,
is what it was.
Still,
that's a lot. He was explaining that he went somewhere, he saw some being, he was in a room with the being, and then like the being became aware of him. He's like noticed him out of the corner of his eyes, like, okay, what do you want to know? And then his response was, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What do I want to know? I have no idea. He's like, and the being was sort of annoyed by this, that he showed up without any sort of intention or wanting to know anything.
Right.
And then all of a sudden he was kicked back into reality. And then he kept trying to go back for weeks and months afterwards, and he couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
And he thinks he was intentionally kicked out by these beings.
Well, I think you need to know what's going on when you're interacting with the being. What you were describing reminded me of Zechariah, one of the prophets in the Bible, who was experiencing a vision of horses, of horses. One time, another time it was, the menorah, the candlestick in the temple. A vision of that, and he was speaking with an angel. And the angel said to him, "What do you see?" And Zechariah said, "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." And the angel says, "Well, do you know then? Don't you know? Why don't you know?" And he said, "I don't know. That's the reason I'm asking." And then the angel describes the meaning of the vision.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, so if you know what to ask, or if you know how to ask, I think it makes it more likely you'll get, an answer that you can use.
But what would be the chemical explanation for why this stuff would all of a sudden stop working? Has that ever been studied? Like, do we know for a fact, like, serotonin receptors can just be turned off?
You can do knockouts. Knockout mutations. You can develop, let's say, a strain of rats that is knocked. The gene for the expression of a certain protein, like a receptor, is knocked out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're called knockout genes, knockout mice, knockout rats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you knock out the gene. For example, for the serotonin 2A receptor, you can breed animals which let's see. Let me think. Yeah, there's an enzyme that's involved in the synthesis of DMT. You can make knockout mice that don't make that enzyme.
So they just don't have it from birth. They never have the enzyme.
They never have the enzyme.
Right.
No. And they still make DMT, which is very interesting. It's It's an enzyme called indole N-methyltransferase, and that's the way that tryptamine is methylated into DMT. In making DMT, the body first takes in tryptophan from the diet, which becomes tryptamine, and then 2 methyl groups are added on to the tryptamine to make dimethyltryptamine. Yeah, and there's an enzyme INMT. Yeah, which you can knock out the gene that produces it, but they still produce DMT. So.
And then it just somehow comes back after it gets knocked out.
No, it just continues. Yeah, Nick Glennos in Ann Arbor did his doctoral work looking at those knockout animals. Yeah, and they still make DMT. Yeah, you were saying that you had Dave Nichols in the other day. Yeah. So. What is endogenous DMT doing? Which is its own conversation. But, concentrations in the brain actually are rather high. Nick.
I was asking him about this, and Dave was explaining to me that it could have something more to do with endorphins.
Yeah.
Like I think I was specifically asking him about dreams and lucid dreams and things like this. And his idea was that the DMT in the brain is not enough to have any significant effect.
Yeah, the presence of DMT in the pineal is still equivocal, still not really nailed down. But
why can't we figure it out? Why is it so difficult?
Why is it so difficult? Well, there's not much interest in endogenous DMT.
So it's hard to do the studies.
Well, people aren't doing the studies.
People just don't do it. There's no funding.
Yeah, there's no funding, right? The woman in Ann Arbor who's overseen a lot of the DMT work there is Jimo Borjigan, who's been hasn't been able to get funding to look at the role of endogenous DMT. What is DMT doing in the brain of mammals and human brains?
Well, not even just what is it doing, just base level. How much is there? Like, can't we just cut out some pineal glands and inspect them for measure the DMT? How hard is it to measure DMT in somebody's pineal gland or even their blood?
Well, it's quite difficult in blood. Concentrations are in picograms per mil, which is in the range of billionths of grams per mil. You can't really depend on peripheral levels of DMT in the blood. In the brain, or in the living brain, the living pineal. Yeah, you'd have to get fresh frozen brain tissue or something. Yeah, you take a look.
Yeah, because I wonder if after death, if it somehow dissipates, or if you could study people that are close to death, because people say that there's these near-death experiences people have are very similar to DMT, and even people that are even my grandmother who recently passed away. I know she was explaining this, how she was seeing visions of dead relatives, speaking to her, communicating with her, and she had never done any psychedelics or anything like this. This was just these voices and visions she was having weeks before she passed away. And I've read lots of other descriptions of this where people kind of have these deathbed visions, and it is that one of the ideas people speculate is that might have something to do with the DMT.
Yeah. Well, the Michigan group demonstrated increases in brain DMT in the dying animal and the dead animal.
Oh, really?
Especially in the visual cortex, that part of the brain mediating vision. So that could be a way to explain the visual components of the near-death experience.
So they somehow were able to measure the brain levels of DMT in dying animals.
Yeah. Brain tissue.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. One of the interesting elements of DMT is it's neuroprotective in ischemia.
What does that mean?
Well, it means when you expose a neuron to low oxygen levels, it will die.
Okay.
And with DMT, it allows the neuron to live longer.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and it also reduces stroke size. There's a Hungarian group that's been working on that. So it's starting to be studied anyway in stroke because it's neuroprotective, and it is like a other classical psychedelic. It stimulates neurogenesis.
So for people who have suffered strokes.
Uh-huh. Yeah. There's a group in Canada, Algernon, that's been I've been consulting with, or I have been consulting with, that is working on a DMT stroke study.
And how would they administer the DMT to these people?
Yeah, they've worked out some, the model. It's 6 or 8 hours of sub-psychedelic dose of DMT. It still will, have some biological effects, but it's not especially mind-altering. So it's a low, steady dose.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's fast. Are they still doing it?
Oh, yeah. They're moving ahead with, I think, clinical work, although I'm just not sure. But I think they're, thinking about clinical work at least. Yeah.
One of the most interesting things to me is this, how people recall this telepathic experiences on DMT. And not only that, there's telepathic experiences like within near-death experiences. There's I don't know if you ever heard stories of people who like been in a car accident together, explaining they're in this, having this near-death dream, hallucinate, whatever you want to call it, with the other person that they were in that accident with. And in some cases, that person being carried off if they died, them being put back into their body. And then you have like Dennis, when he talks about what they, him and Terrence and La Chorrera, I think Dennis ate mushrooms, like so many mushrooms that he was in this other universe for like 10 days.
Right.
And him and Terrence were communicating telepathically the whole time.
Yeah. Very interesting. Well, shared or telepathic experiences, like I ought to talk more about the book probably. When the opportunity comes up. And this is a good example of the first time I smoked any cannabis product, which is one of the chapters in my book, My Altered States. Yeah, I had a telepathic experience with my roommate.
Oh, wow.
We were sitting on a Persian carpet on the floor, and the floor just gave out from under us. And we floated over town, and we were controlling the movement of the rug as well as comparing what we were seeing down below. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, look. And we were seeing it together, and we were steering it higher and lower.
Wow.
And we both.
Are you sure this weed wasn't laced with anything?
Well, it was hash actually.
Oh, it was hash.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a funny story. Like it's a Friday night in November, and there was a knock on the door, and the senior resident advisor came by, and he said, I hear you haven't gotten stoned yet, which was true. And would you like to smoke some blonde Lebanese hash? So, he came. He came in, and we smoked, and some friends came in, and the flying carpet experience took place.
Oh wow, that's wild. Yeah, the telepathy thing. How do you explain that?
Well, I think it would be just sort of a step up from shared feelings or shared thoughts. Why not have shared perceptions too? I think if you're close enough, vibrationally, and if DMT, let's say, were involved, which would be mediating the visions, then you might be able to share an experience like that.
Have you ever heard anybody ever engaging in any kind of trip, like how Dennis describes what they did in La Chorrera, where he's basically gone for 10 days, and he explained that like he had to eat the mushrooms that was just like their calories for the day, and he couldn't even like shit on his own. He literally explained like how he had to take a shit. He had to like ask somebody to take a shit for him. And,
really?
Like, he was just like completely out of his body for 10 days, communicating with Terrence.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if there's ever been anything like that done before, and I'd be curious, like how many of those experiences where people are sharing an experience like that and communicating telepathically, how many times has that been done or recorded?
Yeah, I've got a colleague at Bastyr University up in Seattle who's interested in actually doing brain scans on people in the distant rooms and seeing if they can be telepathic, and if so, with their brain function, their EEG be similar.
Yeah. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, that's a very cool study. I don't know if it's been finished or published or whatnot, but I think that's one of the ways that you could start to study telepathy.
I always wonder if like these experiences that we have are like something that we were more attuned to centuries ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. If we had these abilities to communicate telepathically, or to even be in more of an altered state, or have just more of an experience of reality in real life, similar to how people describe their experiences, like when they go to the Amazon for the first time, how they explain like all these dormant senses just wake up, being in the jungle, being disconnected from technology, and all these things.
Yeah, and that's one of the ways in which they become more telepathic.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if like this telepathic, if just ancient humans our bodies were more technologically advanced, and we had ways to communicate without verbal, right? And just because we had our antennas were more in tune to something else.
Yeah.
That now our antennas are kind of just, they've gone dormant because of the evolution of technology and phones and the internet and all these things.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Julian James and the bicameral mind?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the bicameral mind.
Yeah, yes. So, James taught that, there was the spoken voice, which occurred all of the time in everyone. And then at some point, biologically, that just, or at some point, there were changes in brain structure and function that made the spoken voice go away. It's interesting within the tradition of Hebrew Bible prophecy. There's an end of prophecy that occurred at a certain point. So that would not have taken place as far back as James is suggesting.
So she's saying the human mind operated in a non-conscious state until about 3,000 years ago, where individuals experienced auditory hallucinations as commands from God, guiding their actions. Whoa.
Yeah, so it places the self side of the body. And there was no self. There was no personal self. You were just kind of responding to this thing.
The right hemisphere of the brain interpreted sensory data, judged and decided and formed language, while the left hemisphere acted on these commands without being aware of the decision-making process.
No free will.
Oh, wow.
Or was it was experienced anyway as no free will. And then the authority became interjected, for some reason, which may have come about because of volcanic activity, earthquakes, those kinds of things, some natural catastrophes.
3,000 years ago.
Yeah, the end of the prophetic stream was about 2,500 years ago or so.
The end of the prophetic stream.
Yeah.
So this is so you wrote the whole book on the Hebrew Bible and prophets. And the idea is like the idea of prophets and psychedelic hallucinations. There's a connection there.
Well, I think there's a lot of similarities phenomenologically. The visions are the same type.
Like Ezekiel.
Ezekiel's vision is very psychedelic, very much like DMT. There's beings with wings and eyes on the wings, and there's lightning, and there's frozen ice, and there's wheels, and there's circles and flashes of lightning. It's quite psychedelic. Yeah, and those are what are called the canonical prophets, the ones who have books written about them or by them. and the canonical prophets ended at a certain point in history. Maybe halfway through the Second Temple. So maybe, I don't know.
When was the Hebrew Bible written? Like 1000 AD?
It was written, before the Common Era. It was closed at about 150.
I thought it was written 1000 AD. Maybe what am I thinking of?
It was written in Hebrew.
The Hebrew Bible
is quite old. It's the basis of Christianity and is mentioned regularly by the Quran.
So what?
It's like 10,000 years. That's not true.
There's no way, because the Septuagint was. When was the Septuagint written?
Around the turn of the era, maybe 100 years
So
before.
the Septuagint was Hellenistic, I thought.
It was Greek, yeah.
Right. (10,000 BC). Okay, so this one is saying 12,000 to 100.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So the crazy thing about the prophets or the crazy thing to me about the Bible is that all these prophets that are written about, that were like Moses, Ezekiel, all these people, they're only written about in the Bible, and there's no other historical writing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Even Moses, I think he existed like 1,000 years before the first time, allegedly, when the Bible says he existed, was 1,000 years before he was ever even written about.
Yeah. Well, you have to go even further back than that to Abraham.
Yeah, even Abraham,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, like Abraham, preceded Moses by many generations.
Yeah, so it's like, to me, like, it's so fascinating how, like, you have in antiquity all this stuff that's going on. You have all this philosophy, all the science, all the medical literature. I think Galen wrote like 10% of the classical literature that exists today in Greek. You have comedy, you have legal documents that are written in antiquity, but then you have this narrow lane of the Bible where you have all these other stories, but none of those people are corroborated anywhere out of the Bible, right? Like, there's no, like, none of these people in the Bible, Ezekiel, Muhammad, like, none of them. Is there any historical text about them? Is there any medical text about them? Did any of these guys have physicians? Because that's usually how you corroborate things when you're studying classical history, right? You look at, like, when even quoting people, like Julius Caesar, when he quotes a historian, that's how you validate that historian and the things that he writes about.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you're wondering then if the stories in the Bible and the figures are real.
Right. Well, I mean, I think they're all fairy tales, but like, that's just one of the most obvious things to me. It's like the way I love to look at it, which is a way a friend of mine who's a classical philologist explained this to me. It's like, imagine in 2,000 years from now, there's people that are saying Gandalf is real. And how do they know Gandalf is real? It's because there's this divine trilogy that was written about Gandalf and how he lives in the middle of the earth. And it's called The Lord of the Rings. But there's no one else is writing about Gandalf except for in this trilogy. It's the same thing almost.
Well, it's been a couple of thousand years and the Bible hasn't been replaced yet. Which I think is an interesting aspect that characterizes it as possibly unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been very influential. Our kids are named after figures in the Bible. Our law, our theology, architecture, art, poetry, wisdom literature. It's all contained in the Bible. It's influenced governments. The church. Christianity is founded on the texts. So it's been quite enduring and quite influential.
Yeah, I agree.
Which I think makes it a unique book.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to Gandalf, which has influenced people, but there's not churches. Mm-hmm. There's not a clerical establishment.
Hmm.
No, It's more of a recreational at this point, probably, compared to the influence of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, no, it's been a huge influence, but like times are different right now, right? With like technology and everything else. Back then, people were so different.
Well, you think so? You're not
In
sure.
certain ways. In certain ways.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. It's spread like 1/2 of the world's population is either Christian or Muslim.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but it's not. Is it the same way? Is like the way people are Christian and Muslim and Jewish today? Is that the same way that people thought about religions in antiquity? Like, did they live and die by their religions back then, or were like for example, like think about pagan religions. People would just use religions. They could swap religions. They could have 5 different religions they ascribe to. Or they could believe in 5 different gods, 10 different gods.
Sure.
Now it's like the way it's fused into culture and how it's so black and white, and how people, and then when you add the internet into that and the way people communicate now, it's become this just confusing cauldron of ideas and ways for people to argue, and it's become, I think, more divisive than ever.
Yeah. Well, do you think that's because of the invasion of demonic forces? Speaking of,
I don't know how. What do you call a demon? How do you define a demon?
Well, you know it when you see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's effect on you as well. Are you a better person or not?
Yes.
Like, are you prone to destruction?
Yes.
Versus building things up.
Right.
Yeah. Do you thrive on chaos or not?
Mm.
Well, I think also, do you tell the truth? A few months back, I read a book on the Antichrist, which was called The Antichrist. And the Antichrist is characterized by the big lie, by the lie. The Antichrist is a liar. And that's the way he's been defined, or has been defined over the millennia.
Huh. Where did the Antichrist first come from? Who was the first Antichrist?
The first Antichrist. Well, probably people who didn't believe in Christ as the Messiah.
Is Satan the first Antichrist?
Well, you say.
Or was that a word?
Yeah.
Was it a term?
It was a term that only appears twice in the Hebrew Bible, and in both times it means accuser.
Yeah.
Like a prosecutor.
Or opponent. Right.
Or opponent.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. There's the story of that pagan prophet who. I've got my train of thought. Balaam had. Well, he was a false prophet as a pagan prophet, but was quite potent in his predictions and his poetry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I get to that point, I'll remember.
Yeah. There's an idea that
the Antichrist, Satan. Yeah. So, he's like beating his animal, because. To get off the road because there's an angel placed on the road that is, threatening him.
Mm-hmm.
And, the threatening part is the Hebrew root is the formation or the basis of Satan or Satan.
Mm. Have you ever heard the idea of Christ being a drug term?
John Allegro.
Yes, John Allegro. Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah, Ruck actually endorsed his book. Sacred Mushroom in the Cross.
Sacred Mushroom in the Cross. Yeah, that's a classic. I've never read it.
Yeah, no, his is different. I think there's a lot of gaping holes in his idea because he traces the Hebrew. I guess he was a scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? He studied the Dead Sea Scrolls for a long time.
For a long time, he was one of the initial investigators.
He translated the Hebrew, and he was making a lot of connections in that book to Sumerian roots. And I don't think Hebrew has any shared commonality or roots with Sumerian.
As far as I know, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Akkadian influences in Hittite, Assyrian. and Arabic as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So his idea, like the main connection I think he made was that like a mushroom isn't fertilized; it just comes from, like the rain is the semen of God, and then it hits the earth, and then the mushroom is divine.
Well, I think you need to be careful in analogizing or allegorizing the text.
Yes.
Yeah, you can really take it too far from the basis of the text, which is what is what it's intended to communicate.
Mm-hmm. But no, what the idea I was talking about was there's the word Christ in antiquity in Greek means to apply drugs to somebody, to give somebody drugs, and there's multiple different definitions of the word Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But and that's the hard part about trying to define what this meant. But according to a classical philologist that I talked to, and a bunch of other people that study this stuff, the ancient Greek, his name's Amen. He's the guy who lives in Taos. Dr. Amen Hillman. He's a classical philologist. There's different meanings to Christ. To put roofs on put roofs on houses, that's called Christing. But basically the idea, his idea of what Christing was during Jesus's time was somebody who just did drugs and gave people drugs. So it was kind of like a prophet in a drug sense.
Yeah, that's taking great liberty with the word meaning. The Hebrew root.
We've looked it up on the Greek. There's a website where you can translate Greek, and it was one of the many definitions that are there.
Yeah, it is the basis of the idea of christening. And oftentimes, there's an anointing involved.
Yes.
An anointing by oil.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Hebrew root has to do with anointing, and Christos, and you anoint, you christen, by oil.
Mm-hmm.
And Mashach, or the Hebrew root, is the root of Messiah as well. So that's the word where you get the anointing and the Messiah in the name of Christ from christening.
Right. Yeah, and
it isn't related, to drugs as far as I know from the Hebrew Bible. It might have been it's an interpretation of Allegro. Then he's like back engineering almost.
Yeah, no, this is. I don't think it has anything to do with Allegro, because this guy he only translates Greek, so he reads all the ancient Greek. So what he does is he reads all the Greek from classical antiquity, and tries to figure out what words meant in certain time periods, like the word Christ had different meanings from 1000 BC than it did at 100 BC. So he reads like the medical stuff. He mainly focused on the medical texts, like Galen and other things. But he also read like comedies, philosophy, all kinds of different, because there was so much Greek literature
on Christ.
It was unbelievable. No, not just on Christ, but everywhere. But lots of people were using the word Christ in random areas throughout all the literature, right? A lot of it was in medical literature. So he's like, okay, let's take the consensus on what the context was for the word Christ during this time, from Julius Caesar to a couple hundred years AD, and his idea is that overwhelmingly it's used as a drug term to apply drugs.
Yeah, could it just be applying oil for therapeutic reasons, like some kind of
I don't know, maybe
some kind of medical oil? It would be. I think it would be anointing.
Yeah, but his dissertation was on Galen, who was Marcus Aurelius' physician, and from which also happens to be like 10% of the literature we have from antiquity.
Right.
And Galen just talks about, all the drugs being used and everything he's prescribing Marcus Aurelius. And Marcus Aurelius gets hooked on opium, and he's writing in his journals all about all the opium he has to keep giving Marcus Aurelius. He's like, he keeps having to increase the dose, and he's getting annoyed by how much more opium he has to give him. And, they're using viper venoms. They're trying to create antidotes to viper venoms by using the the human immune system. So they're impregnating bandages with viper venom, North African viper venoms, basically, putting a little bit of viper venom on the bandage, cutting children, wrapping their cut in viper venom so that because they have the most robust immune systems, they're going to develop more antibodies, so they can use the children's blood or their bodily fluids as an antidote to snake bites.
Really?
Like all kinds of crazy stuff. There's this thing called the theriac, where they mix this concoction of like 12 different North African snakes into the flesh and the viper and all this other crazy stuff. And they explained that as like a panacea. And he was giving it to Marcus Aurelius, and he's like in his notes, he's like the king is starting to look better, after taking the theriac. But this could be just looking through the lens of somebody who is focused on ancient drugs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so he's primarily focusing on the Sumerian.
No, he's focusing on the Greek.
On the ancient Greek.
The ancient Greek.
Okay, that's
which was, he explains, was everywhere.
Yeah.
The Library of Alexandria had over 150,000 copies in its height.
Yeah, it was burned down.
And it was all Greek.
Yeah.
All Greek. No Hebrew, no Latin, nothing else.
Yeah, was this fellow talking about the psychedelic experience at all?
No, he was never into psychedelics, really, himself, I don't think.
Yeah, sometimes people report, mastery of a foreign language that they didn't have before. They were studying it, but then they became expert in it.
Real, like modern day people?
Yeah. I know a woman who's a member of one of the ayahuasca churches in New Mexico who was struggling with learning Portuguese, and then on ayahuasca was able to just really hone in on it and become quite fluent.
Really?
Yeah, very quickly.
Oh wow! I gotta tell him about this. Maybe it'll help him. No, he spent his whole life. He has a PhD in Greek, in classical philology, which is the translation of ancient Greek.
Yeah. Philology is interesting. The meaning of words. Yeah, when I was beginning my study of the Hebrew Bible, I had 2 huge dictionaries next to me and just spent all my time going back and forth.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that there's nothing in ancient Hebrew outside of the Bible? It's all canonical.
Yeah.
There's no like ancient medical texts in Hebrew. There's no ancient philosophical texts in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And it's 7,000 words, right?
Not from
ancient Greek.
Yeah, are you talking?
I'm sorry, ancient Hebrew. I'm talking about ancient Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, it's an old text, so not much has survived.
Right.
The Palestinian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud are rather old, but they were written like after the turn of the Common Era. Yeah, they're written in Hebrew, but there isn't anything contemporaneous with the Hebrew Bible, that has been discovered. Like philosophy, medicine. I wonder if those texts are found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not that familiar with them.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, as far as I understand, they're all religious texts.
There's no medical text.
There's no medical text. There might have been, I think there was a few receipts or something, like from people, borrowing a cow or buying a cow in exchange for something else or whatever.
Yeah.
But they were all religious texts, and there was Greek in there too.
Yeah.
And those were discovered when?
1947.
1940s, and they dated them to what? They dated them to like 200 BC or something like that, 150 BC?
Not that far back, but pretty far back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar in here who was explaining to me all the crazy stuff. Like, he was explaining to me how there's like all these... there's this huge market of people peddling fake scrolls, like fake fragments of scrolls, selling them for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Have most of them been discovered? Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or do they still think they're
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they found them in some cave in the middle of the desert, some random cave.
Some cave and a number of caves. Yeah. After they discovered that first one.
In Qumran.
Yeah, some people think that that's the origin of early Christianity. It occurred within that community.
Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Found. Does it say the date?
It
was early. It was. I think it was like 1 to 150. They tried to date him to.
Yeah, the Second Temple, which was destroyed in 70 CE, but stood for almost 400 or 500 years. So
Yeah,
it's at least they're at least 200 years BCE.
right.
You're probably not much further back.
Yeah, but this guy, this classical philologist Ahmad, he was explaining to me like reading ancient Greek is almost like a mind-expanding drug in itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you really study those ancient religious languages, they put you in an altered state.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining to me.
Yeah, I think it's like reading sutras in Pali, let's say, Buddhist sutras in their original language. Yeah, it produces a meditative state. I think the more you understand the language, the more it affects you mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spend about an hour every day studying the Hebrew Bible. So.
Oh wow! Really?
Yeah, and it's the English and the Hebrew side by side. That was the basis ultimately of that prophetic states book.
Oh wow! Yeah, ancient Greek has like over 1 million unique words. Just crazy.
Yeah, there's unique words. Is it? Well, the Hebrew language is based on 3-letter roots, and there aren't that many, under 1,000. Yeah, but the whole language is built upon words that are built upon these 3-letter roots.
Do you think that? Do you believe that people in that time period around the time of Christ were experiencing mind-altering drugs?
Probably, but I don't think it. Oh, right. I don't think it was that widespread. It might have been under. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it was that common. Yeah, I just don't know that. I'm not a historian of drug use.
Right. Yeah, because like from one of his books, it was called The Chemical Muse. He was talking about how like in antiquity people were dying all the time from everything, and the infant mortality rate was like 50%. There was always combat going on. There was always plague, famine, people dying in the worst ways all the time. And people were one of the things he explained was people would walk through the town and basically fumigate the town with cannabis.
Yeah.
And people were just always trying to get high just to get through the day.
Oh, really? Yeah.
according to his book, yeah.
Yeah.
But, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And then you have the Eleusinian mysteries. What was going on there? That's crazy, too.
Yeah, well, that ergot containing mixture. What is it called?
The Kykeon.
Kykeon, yeah. The Kararuk and all that.
Yeah, Road to Eleusis.
Yeah.
With Wasson and Hoffman.
Yeah, the whole relationship between drugs and early Christianity. Very interesting.
Yeah, that one of the things Dave Nichols was explaining to me was that, or we were talking about, was actually an ergot museum.
Oh, really?
In the U.S. And this was tied to one of the guys, his name's escaping me right now, who was trying to synthesize a lot of LSD. And he got arrested.
Yeah.
I brought him up. I brought him up to David. He kind of rolled his eyes at me.
Yeah.
But this was like right before, or no, I think he got money for MK Ultra. He got some sort of a grant as a part of MK Ultra for like $200,000.
Yeah. So how long ago was this?
To synthesize DMT. Oh God, I want to say it was in the late 60s, early 70s.
Oh, okay. Yeah. A long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was all kinds of monkey business going on back then.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes me wonder what's going on now. Like, because this is, nothing else explaining today. I'm like, every single thing that gets every single technology or every single bit of research that gets the most amount of funding gets it from the United States military-industrial complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They have the most money to throw at just blue sky anything. Just like throw $1 billion and see what happens. Like,
I think that's the case. Yeah.
Like even with the remote viewing program that we had in the 70s, like they threw millions and millions of dollars at that. And I think the excuse for that was we can't prove this is real with a scientific method. We can't measure this in a lab. But if there's even a 1% chance that this works and we can spy on the Soviet Union using this remote viewing stuff, then it's worth $10 million.
Yeah, small price to pay, really. Yeah. And if we're doing it, then other people are doing it.
Right. And that was the whole story behind the whole MK Ultra thing and trying to use LSD for mind control.
Yeah. Well, the CIA established these houses where people would be lured in by prostitutes.
Oh yeah.
And prostitutes were front folks. Gave people LSD without them knowing about it. Yeah, that was pretty
crazy time in history.
Sketchy. Yeah.
That was a weird time in history, the Cold War history.
And Charles Manson. He was the end result.
What do you think happened to him? Do you think they were because he was obviously, I think Tom O'Neill proved beyond a shadow of doubt, brings receipts in his book that Haight-Ashbury Clinic was funded by a CIA cutout. And they were doing experiments with LSD and amphetamines on people that were going there. And he was going there. Him and his girls were documented being there. Even his probation officer admitted he was there.
Yeah. Well, have you seen Chaos, that new documentary about Manson by Errol Morris?
It's out?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I heard about them working on that. I had no idea it was out.
That's what I understand. Steve.
Can you see if it's out? Oh, I had no fucking clue this was out. When did this come out?
March.
It just came out. Holy crap. That's crazy. I gotta watch it. What's it on? Netflix? Errol Morris is one of my favorite filmmakers ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I didn't even make the connection to him in Hamilton until a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, my mind was exploded when I figured that out.
Well, do you know Hamilton? Have you had him on your show?
No, but he's coming. He's coming next month.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
I was on a show just a couple months ago.
I just listened to it. Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. Super deep into this stuff, the chemistry of psychedelics. He's like a legendary. He's kind of like a legend in this field. Did you know that Errol Morris, he invented this special camera so he can, because he kind of pioneered this way of interviewing people where they talk directly into the camera, right? So when you watch a lot of his old films, when the interview subject is talking, they're looking straight down the barrel of the lens. And it's hard to do when you're conducting an interview. Usually the interviewer sits next to the camera and they're kind of looking off camera when they're talking. So he created this like a mirror contraption where it reflects his face up through like a tube and then reflects his face, projects his face on a mirror in front of the camera so that the person is looking directly down the barrel of the lens and seeing his face.
Yeah.
So they're talking, that's it right there. So they're talking directly to his face and they're talking right into the camera. It's fascinating. Super interesting guy.
Yeah. I could use a bathroom break.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're back. We're back from our pee break.
Okay.
We were talking about, you said, so you didn't do your first interview with Rogan until 2022, but you knew him for years before that. He was even a part of that documentary.
Yeah, I met him on my 50th high school reunion weekend. Yeah, which would have been 2019.
Oh, you met him that late?
No, I met him before that.
Oh, okay.
Was the 40th reunion, so it was 2009.
Oh wow, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I heard about Joe from a person who just contacted me who said, "Have you ever heard of Joe Rogan? He's just talking about your book." And so he said, I hadn't heard of Joe at that time. Asked him, and I got his number, and I called him. I said, hey, thanks for putting the word out about the book.
Yeah.
He said, hey man, cool. I've got the book. I'm at the airport. I'm reading it right now. So yeah, he's been really a very strong supporter.
Isn't it crazy how he's been hugely responsible for catapulting this stuff into the mainstream in the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's created the whole meme. There's a whole meme about him talking about DMT. So his first podcast, it's like asking every guest.
Yeah, I think it blew his mind. Yeah, well, most of the people he was interviewing, he would ask if they had smoked DMT.
Yep, and that's the ongoing meme.
Yeah. Have you smoked DMT?
And he would just talk about it on every single podcast.
Yeah.
How could that not blow your mind?
Yeah, he's really helped, bring it to a larger audience.
Mm. What the hell was I going to ask you about before we stopped? I think I lost my mind.
It's somewhere. Let's see.
It's somewhere around here. Oh, God. Yes. We were watching the trailer for Chaos.
Right.
For that new, on Tom O'Neill's book. Yeah, the Cold War was so crazy. Jolly West, he gave an elephant a huge dose of LSD.
Tusco.
Yeah.
That was the elephant's name. It was at the St. Louis Zoo.
And I think the elephant died.
Well, it went into convulsions, and then he gave it a big dose of Thorazine, and then it died. So a combination.
What is Thorazine?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic.
Oh, it's an antipsychotic. So it's supposed to be an antidote to the LSD?
Well, theoretically,
wow.
But they gave him an elephant-sized dose, I guess.
God, Lord. And he was Tom was explaining how Jolly West, when he wrote about that, he was so proud of it.
Yeah. It was a strange time in psychedelic research. What do you think about the current interest in psychedelics? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? I mean, what's motivating it?
Yeah, right now?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, as compared to back then.
I mean, like I said, I'm kind of new into this world, and I probably am not the best person to ask to get some sort of grounded vision on or idea on where it's going. It seems to me though it's going in many different directions. I think, like I said, when Travis Kitchens came on here, he elucidated it to me in a way that made the most sense. It just seems like there's so many different groups, whether it be commercial groups like people trying to use it to monetize it in a commercial way. It seems like there's people that are trying to take it and use it in a religious way to revive Christianity. There's that one idea with Marescu's book. And then obviously it seems like there's a huge interest in the government and DARPA with that $27 million fund to take the trip out of psychedelics for soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like it's all over the place. But I don't know. What do you think?
I can't help but wonder if there's some underlying methodology behind, or belief system behind all the research. All that's out there, I think has kind of it's beginning to focus on the religious implications of psychedelic research. Because people describe religious experiences in psychedelics. It's a way to harness that with either new traditions or older traditions. Yeah, infuse Christianity with a psychedelic boost.
To try to revive it.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. Well, I think that idea is predicated on the role of the psychedelic experience in the creation of Christianity. And I just don't know if there's enough support. And if it's a good thing, you'd have to be developed enough to partake. I think just
totally.
Yeah, you have to have the right intent, the right setting. One of my lately favorite authors is Leo Perutz. He is an Austrian writer and also a statistician.
What is his last name?
Perutz, Perutz.
Okay.
And in the 30s, before the discovery of LSD, He wrote a book called St. Peter's Snow. Travis actually was the first person to tell me about that book. And it's about a chemist developing an ergot alkaloid to give to the masses to bring about a religious revolution.
Really?
Very interesting. And this was like 10 years before the discovery of LSD in Switzerland.
In the early 1900s.
Yeah, there may have been some ergot chemistry going on way before Hoffman discovered LSD.
But we've never been able to prove, right? We've never been able to actually prove that there was any sort of ergot in any of those vases that we found in Athens.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I'm not current.
So the idea is that if you take Ruck's book with Gordon Wasson and Albert Hoffman,
right,
they're looking at the Eleusinian mysteries and the experiences people are having with this wine that they were drinking that was infused with something, barley.
Well, with some kind of ergot alkaloid.
Do we know for a fact that is there any literature that says anything about ergot being in that wine that you know of?
Yeah, that's medicinal chemistry. I don't know. Dave Nichols would be the guy to answer.
So, like, the idea is that if they were doing that 800 BC, are these psychedelic experiences what created religion in the first place? Is that where they got the idea to create these religions, or even have the idea of God and the idea of, even these prophets or these crazy mystical experiences? And if that is the ultimate creation state of religion, and that, even if back then in antiquity there was all these, these pagan gods and all these different religions that people ascribed to, eventually it got bottlenecked, right? And then we kind of lost control of it.
Well, I think what you're talking about is, the source of the visions. Was it just coming from them, or was it just an amplification of what was in their minds?
Right.
Or was it coming from above, like a objective, freestanding source of information?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's the difference, I think, between a top-down model where the divine communicates us with through the visions, or a bottom-up one, in which case it's just amplification of what's already there and uncovering.
Yes, which makes a lot of sense. But one of the huge motivations behind, like we said, there's multiple people with multiple groups, multiple motivations to study psychedelics. But one of the big groups is the church, right? That goes behind the Immortality Key book, where he studies this stuff, and he's trying to, I guess, in the beginning of it, he kind of describes everything about the Eleusinian mysteries, talking to Carl Ruck and all this stuff. And then sort of the end of it, it's kind of like, could this be something that could revive Christianity, right? Or is this is there this common core of religion that can bring about a new spiritual renaissance or a new religious renaissance?
Well, you'd have to, go into more detail, I think, if you're going to talk about revitalizing any religion. What exactly would that mean? Would it mean more art coming out of the sect? Would it mean more literature, or more involvement in, the political system? Yeah, I think, reviving any religion, what are you going to focus on?
Yeah, and Ruck's big thing is, from my understanding, which take it with a grain of salt, there's a lot of people who study classical times, and they study ancient religions and study all this stuff. But Ruck's view, which I've heard through the telephone game and from reading his books, I would estimate his view to be that Christianity and religion in general is the source of just an immeasurable more suffering and more human suffering and death than anything else in the history of humanity, right? Mm-hmm. So he's not a huge proponent of the idea of reviving any sort of world religion or any sort of Christianity. It seems like his view is more anti-Christian than most.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know this for a fact. This is me speculating.
Yeah, well, I think it has to do with the source of the information. Is it just from the people themselves, or from God? And like you're, talking about the lack of a need for any new religion. I think it has to do with the unity of a teaching with God. So you have to focus on the notion of God, which is a very controversial notion.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Buber describe it as the most maligned of all words, and therefore Martin Buber. He was a German Jewish theologian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that it was one of the that it was the most overused or abused word in the language.
God,
the word God. Yeah, with a capital G, and therefore the worthy of the most study and discussion.
Mm.
Yeah, rather than avoiding it.
Yeah, and also the Jesuits are like the most interesting sect of Christianity. There seems to be more Jesuits in like the top levels of society than anywhere else.
Well, if you look at the first DMT book, there's a molecular drawing of the DMT molecule, and that was written by a former Jesuit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Turned chemist.
And the Jesuits are like, from what I understand, they're like anti-war. They want to they want world peace, and they seem to like the idea of there being like some sort of like harmonious one world society that everyone gets along.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're studious and more philosophical, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But one of the most interesting things to me is, what the hell is the government doing right now in their research into this stuff that we don't even know about? Yeah. Because we didn't know about MK Ultra until the church hearing, the stuff came out in 1975.
The Church Commission,
yeah. So and that stuff was buried, with Charles Manson and all that. No one knew about any of that till way later. I wonder, what could they be doing now that we won't find out until 15, 20 years from now?
Yeah.
If we even ever find out, right?
Well, as you mentioned, the budget that the government has got for research grants is immeasurable.
$27 million to the University of North Carolina to study how to take the trip out of psychedelics to heal soldiers from PTSD and combat fatigue.
Non-psychedelic psychedelics. Yeah. They are supposed to stimulate neuroplasticity and neurogenesis without the trip. Yeah, there's one which is a compound similar to ibogaine called TBG, or tabernatholog, and I think that's being studied in humans now. And finally, it's one of these non-psychedelic psychedelics.
Do you think that you can get it's a super placebo?
It could be, and it might be as effective as, for example, Prozac.
But do you think you can still get the effect that you get from psychedelic? Because I feel like the trip is like the major component of it that gives you that effect.
Right.
I feel like you can't have the psychedelic without the trip.
Well, I know, and that's still a point of raging controversy, actually, even within the academic community. Is the subjective experience necessary? My feeling is that the non-psychedelic ones will be like super Prozacs and very helpful in most people who don't want to have a trip. And the drugs that continue causing trips will be used for the more difficult cases. So you have a higher chance of responding, but also a higher chance of adverse effects. And that's the reason that you'd only use it in cases that don't respond to non-psychoactive ones.
Have you ever heard of any sort of use of psychedelics on the battlefield and not being used sort of post-combat PTSD, as far as enhancing people with visual acuity, edge detection, and more accuracy and stuff like this?
Yeah, I've read accounts. Yeah, but I don't know if they're really based on objective data. But it maybe those are the kind of studies that are occurring behind the scenes.
Travis sent me an article about this guy named Dana Beal.
Yeah, I know Dana. Very nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, quite a character.
And I think in this article, it's explained how he was trying to take Iboga from Africa and fly it to Ukraine to use with soldiers fighting in the Ukrainian-Russian war,
right?
To give to these these Ukrainian soldiers, but they weren't just they were using it as like a way to get people back out there, right? Like if they're experiencing combat fatigue or PTSD, it can get them on this Iboga or Ibogaine, and then like turn and burn, like get them right back out into the battlefield.
Yeah.
Or even enhance their combat skills.
Yeah, I think smaller doses would be like a microdose.
Like a microdose, yes, exactly, right?
And it could theoretically enhance fighting ability. At the same time, though, it might also affect somebody's desire to fight.
Oh, is this from the article? Yeah. Cannabis activist and advocate for Ibogaine traveled to Ukraine to promote the use of Ibogaine for treating war veterans. Right, this is all about the PTSD. You can turn soldiers. Oh, Beal believes that you can use Ibogaine to turn soldiers into super soldiers, and has been actively campaigning for its use in Ukraine despite facing legal challenges in the United States. And then he was arrested. Yeah, he's been in and out of jail.
Currently on bail.
So if I was the military-industrial complex, I would be trying to figure out I would be throwing the most money on how to weaponize psychedelics. Yeah. And they've been doing it. I mean, we know they did it all throughout the Cold War because they used Manson, right, to basically stain the psychedelic movement, right? They tried to...
Yeah, did you see the movie Jacob's Ladder?
No.
It's about BZ, which was used on soldiers in Vietnam.
BZ?
BZ something, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, look at Jacob's Ladder.
See if you can find that, Steve. Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah, Tim Roth, I think.
I'm not even going to try to say that.
Yeah,
benzylate, a glyphosate anticholinergic. Cholinergic. It causes powerful hallucinations and altered behavior, portrayed as a chemical warfare agent that leads soldiers to experience nightmarish visions and lose control of their actions. This was like a nonfiction?
No, it's...
this was okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so I think, giving soldiers, psychedelics is fraught. I mean, what's the guarantee?
Yeah, what's the guarantee they're not just going to all, like, drop their weapons and give each other hugs?
Right, right.
But so it's with microdoses, you don't experience a psychedelic effect. I've never really microdosed. I've done it a couple times, but from what I hear from people who microdose all the time is that it's a stimulant, right?
Yeah, well, which is why I think a microdose of Ibogaine might make the soldiers more alert and able to endure more discomfort.
It would be far better than using methamphetamines, which the Russian soldiers are taking. Yeah. They're taking Captagon.
Captagon, a very interesting compound. Yeah.
Which is basically just it's not a methamphetamine, but it's a strong amphetamine, I think.
Yeah, it's a stimulant, that's for sure.
Yeah. Super stimulant.
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't that like really an important source of income, for one of the countries there? The Captagon exports.
I think it was coming from Syria, right?
Oh, okay, right.
And Syria and Russia were close allies, so I think they're somehow exporting that, or Russia was buying the Captagon from Syria. Isn't that what Norman Ohler was explaining to us?
Oh, well, this reminds me of, I've been wanting to mention that the book by Philip K. Dick, the Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, the 3 Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, is a book by Philip K. Dick. Mm-hmm. Yeah, are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with P.K. Dick, but I'm not familiar with that book.
Yeah, it's a competition.
What's the name of it again? Sorry.
The 3 Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. It's a novel that describes, like a war for dominion of the psychedelic market on planet Earth between a Terran psychedelic and one from an interstellar location. Yeah, so the one that's made on Earth puts people into the world of Perky Pat, who's in a dollhouse, and you interact with the figures in the dollhouse, and a lot of people spend time in that space, with the compound that's made on Earth. And the one that comes in from interstellar space is totally weird. You take it once, and you never come down.
Oh, wow.
You come down, but that's just part of the trip. Yeah, it just goes on and on. It's really just this nightmarish, limbo state. So Captagon, methamphetamine, there's all this competition for what's going to be, the drug that everyone is taking along the lines of Brave New World even.
Right.
And so
the amphetamines, I mean, basically the Nazis proved that the amphetamines didn't work, right? Because they wanted to do this blitz. They thought that they could put their soldiers on, which they did. They put them all on these super strong Pervitin methamphetamine pills.
Pervitin, yeah.
And then they were awake for 20 days straight, and then they were just burned out at the end of it.
Well, they're just burned out. Yeah, it might help for a short period of time.
Yeah.
One of the towns in New Mexico I worked in has a big oil and gas industry, and I worked at one of the clinics in that town. Yeah, and I saw a number of the workers, and when they started work, they were given a lunchbox, with an apple and a sandwich and methamphetamine.
What?
In order to help them get through 18-hour shifts, on a regular basis.
When was this?
This was, 2004, 2006.
Wow. Is that legal?
I don't think so. No.
It's bizarre how many people take amphetamines around. How many people are prescribed amphetamines for just things that it seems like could be fixed with other more healthy alternatives, right? Because so many writers, so many researchers, and so many especially kids in college are just they've been on. I know people friends who have been prescribed these amphetamines since they were, in their early teens in school. And they're now they're in their late 20s, early 30s. Some of them got pregnant, oh my God, I have to stop taking this Adderall now. I've been taking it since I was fucking 12.
Yeah.
And they have this just insane withdrawal because they've been taking it their whole they've been prescribed it since the beginning of their lives.
Yeah. Well, in some of the clinical situations I've worked, I would prescribe Adderall. Yeah. And it would be helpful when it was helpful. This was in the early 2000s, though. I think people are more liberal with diagnosing people with ADHD. But if you have bad ADHD, stimulants can be a miracle cure almost.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it the idea of it that it basically just stimulates dopamine release?
Mm-hmm. It stimulates the release of dopamine. I think it also directly stimulates dopamine receptors.
Yeah, because I think I have some level of ADD or ADHD, but whenever I take Adderall, I've taken it in the past, I hate the way I feel. And I hate the way I feel, especially the next day.
The next day, yeah. One of my friends once gave me a 5 milligram dose of Adderall. And I went home and I wrote after I took it, and just 20 pages, and really was effortless.
Really?
Yeah, but the following day I read what I wrote. And
good?
It just was terrible. Yeah.
Was it Stephen King doing just heaps of cocaine when he was writing Cujo and some of his other books? I think he writes. There's stories about how Stephen King was just drinking tons of alcohol and doing tons of coke when he was writing some of his novels.
His stories are pretty dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. My stepkids used to buy Stephen King novels for Christmas for me. Oh, read this, Rick. It'll cheer you up. Yeah. So
and PK Dick too. What was he? Wasn't he taking stimulants when he was writing?
Yeah, stimulants, methamphetamine. Oh,
He was taking meth.
No, he wasn't taking meth. I think it was amphetamine primarily.
Just amphetamine.
Yeah. Poor guy. God, he really burned right while he burned.
Yeah, that's interesting. Some of the most prolific writers were just on heaps of drugs. And one of the other things that was interesting when we were learning about this stuff from Norman Old the other day. He's the guy who wrote the history of drugs in the Third Reich. This company called Merck.
Yeah.
The pharmaceutical company that was alive and well in Nazi Germany. They were developing. I guess cocaine was like developed in the 80s, and they had a cocaine. Or Merck had developed a cocaine that didn't have any sort of negative withdrawal effects to it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was actually an article I read, which was fascinating, about one of the guys from the Rolling Stones was talking about how they would just have, heaps of cocaine behind the speakers and the amplifiers on stage, and they would be able to do it all day. They had to do shows, do cocaine, and they would never have any withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
Because it was Merck cocaine. They were doing the actual pharmaceutical grade Merck.
Yeah. Well, you can still, find pharmaceutical, cocaine out there. It is still used in medicine.
Right, like for brain surgeries and things like this, I think.
I think, mostly for things that have to do with the eye. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It makes the cornea numb.
Huh.
So it is still in use. It's Schedule 2, actually. It's not even Schedule 1.
So, like for cataract surgeries and things like this?
Yeah, I think that's what they put into my eyes. Eye cataract surgery.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, okay. Particularly for ear, nose, and throat procedures. Because it numbs it. And it comes in dark colored glass bottles.
Yeah. Wasn't Merck making MDMA too? Weren't they? I think they were. I think they were the first to synthesize.
When was MDMA first synthesized?
1914.
1914.
Yeah. And it really wasn't explored very far for application in clinical medicine. Yeah, it wasn't until like MDMA psychotherapy became a thing back in the 80s.
Yeah, MDMA is another one that I've never tried, but I've heard lots of great stories.
Yeah.
And David made a bunch of MDMA.
Yeah. I think that MDMA that Dave Nichols made for MAPS is still being used. I mean, it was a huge amount.
Yeah, he said he made a ton of it.
Yeah.
And so how did you guys first meet, and when he developed all the DMT for you?
Yeah. So Dave Nichols made our DMT. I met him at the Esalen Institute for a conference that was organized in '85, I think. Brooke Belbon organized it, and it was a collection of people interested in doing psychedelic drug studies. Dave was there. That's where I met him. I met Shulgin. I met Stan Groff, John Lowe. Yeah. So it was it was a place to convene. Yeah, the history of MAPS is very interesting.
Yeah.
Rick's history. I've known Rick since 85, 84. Yeah.
Oh, wow. The interesting thing about that article that Travis did, which was that trial that never got the published, the one that never got released, the findings, the religious one with the psilocybin.
Yeah.
Was I guess a lot of the big pushback to that stuff was a lot of the people that were doing these experiments were also engaging in using the drugs themselves.
Right.
And that's frowned upon.
Well, it's especially for any kind of substance, any kind of drug with a lot of mind-altering characteristics. Yeah. If the research team has been indoctrinated, let's say, in a particular model and through the influence of psychedelics, that's going to affect their treatment of a person in a psychedelic state.
So would the ideal situation to be have somebody conducting the study who had never done psychedelics? Is that the argument?
Well, I think it would be interesting to compare, and that comparison has never been done, which isn't. It wouldn't be that hard a study to do.
Well, my thing is how do you even have somebody interested in doing that study in the first place if they haven't experienced psychedelics, right? I can't conceive how somebody would dedicate so much of their life to studying these things unless they had experienced them themselves. It's like that with any discipline, I would think.
Yeah, but I think as a result of your experiences, you would be coming in with a mindset based on your own experiences. And if you hadn't experienced it, then you would just be coming in clinically, let's say.
Right.
Yeah, it would be more of a blank slate. You wouldn't have as many preconceptions about what was going to happen to the person and how to interpret it.
Right. And you knew John Lilly?
I met John Lilly.
Really?
Yeah.
He was doing, I had a guy in here, Richard O'Barry, who was a dolphin trainer for Flipper.
Oh, really?
And he made that documentary, The Cove, which won one of the top awards for documentaries. I forget what the awards are called, but they documented the slaughter of all the dolphins in Japan. And he said that he befriended John Lilly in Florida. And John Lilly, and this was in, what year would that have been? That would have been, what, in the 60s?
The 60s.
That would have been in the 60s, in Miami, when Rick O'Barry was working for the Seaquarium there. John Lilly had some crazy funding from NASA to do studies on dolphins with psychedelics. And he was like doing shit to their brains and putting them on LSD and things like this.
Well, I think he was very interested in human-animal communication.
Oh, yeah, that's what.
Yeah, and he thought LSD might enhance that. Yeah, between humans and dolphins, both on acid. They would be telepathic, like we were talking about earlier.
Right. And I don't think he ever came up with anything. But the fact that NASA, why the hell was NASA funding that?
Yeah. Well, I suppose if your astronauts are in suspended animation, you can keep them on DMT for 3 years, and they'd still be able to communicate with each other.
Really?
When I was doing my DMT studies on my route to NASA, and I said, if you want to go to Mars, this can be a long time. What are people going to do? I thought, well, if they were just given DMT for 3 years, or like for extensive periods of time, that would make the time go by pretty fast.
While they're in space.
Yeah, I never heard back.
Oh, God. Yeah, because I don't know how long it would take to get to Mars.
About 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
So is the idea that when we do Mars time travel, that the astronauts would go to sleep for a large portion of that time?
I think a large portion of that time.
And so if you put the astronauts to sleep, you could give them DMT infusions, and they would somehow be able to telepathically communicate in these states. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We haven't been able to get back to the moon since the moon landing. Even Elon wants to take us to Mars.
Yeah, but it'll be the same human problems, don't you think? I mean, greed, hate, delusion. We'll do that on Mars. Yeah. Are you familiar with a science fiction writer from England named Olaf Stapleton?
No.
Yeah, fascinating guy. He wrote a book in the 40s on 19 species of humans. In order to perfect the species, make the species.
Oh, I have heard of this.
Yeah. It's like 2 billion years of human evolution. Yeah, so telepathy is the final stage in human evolution. Everybody experiencing the same thing at one time.
So, in far in the future, like hundreds of thousands of years from now, we would be able to develop the ability through normal evolution, or would this be some sort of?
No, it's all genetically engineered.
Genetically
engineered. Yeah. So one species or one variant develops a new species.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and that species
it accelerates it into this with some sort of AI or pharmacological stuff.
Yeah. What do you think of telepathy? I mean, do you think it's a good thing? Joe Rogan and I were discussing this about the chips, the
Neuralink stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's terrifying to me, man.
Yeah, and everybody has the same thoughts. And he wondered, I think he was saying that's a good thing. And I was not so sure.
He seems to be one of the themes, what I've noticed about Joe is that he seems to be fascinated of this idea of humans integrating with machines and people being able to communicate telepathically, being able to read each other's incentives, motives, being able to detect lies, and just know people's automatic intentions, right?
Well, there'd be no privacy.
There'd be no privacy, exactly.
So where's that going to lead? Yeah, and most people want to keep things private most of the time.
I mean, do you think that he thinks that's a good thing? If people were able to just read each other's minds and be able to detect lies, if people are being deceitful or dishonest?
Yeah, it would force people to get that way. That I think is the belief underlying.
It would force people to get that way,
yeah.
Right? Or at least the people that decided to integrate.
Yeah, you would be shamed otherwise. You're ostracized. Yeah.
I think for most people, though, like going back to the writing process, when you try to formulate ideas, it's not instantaneous, right? Like during the writing process, you have to like sit and just have this flow of consciousness through your pen and paper and from your pen to your paper. And it's like through the process of editing, are you able to refine your ideas, right, into something that people can digest and understand? And
exactly.
in the mind, it's typically just like this chaotic nest, or it's this chaotic hornet's nest of ideas happening all the time. And if people are able to see that, it seems like it's just going to be miscommunication. Sometimes, and sometimes, like, I don't think it would be a good idea to have, say, like for some reason, somebody has some like dark thoughts going through their mind.
Yeah,
but
some
crime that's not their intent, right?
Yeah, I know. There would be, there would be a lot of self-incriminating evidence involved.
Yeah,
it would just be
not necessarily. Also, self-incriminating, absolutely, but also like just because somebody has a million different ideas rattling around in their mind at one time,
right?
That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what that's not. You can't convey their intention or what their ultimate ideas are based on that soup of chaos in their head.
Yeah, it's rife for misinterpretation.
Totally rife for misinterpretation. And if you compare, like if you look at just the evolution of social media over the past decade, and you look at how divisive that has been on our society, and that's sort of taken that's sort of broken down a barrier of communication at some level, to where now people can just spew out some sort of random thought that they had on Twitter, and people can argue about it all the time. So if you just take that, like I feel like the next technological level of that would be this Neuralink idea of telepathic communication, where I don't know, I can't imagine it being a good thing.
Well, there would have to be a new species of human to be able, to tolerate that and to be able to use it, and that it would allow the preservation of the species. Otherwise, there would just be chaos, just a lot of destruction. Yeah. Humans can get along, but oftentimes they don't, right?
Right.
So, it's those times that they don't that can be difficult.
And it almost goes against human nature to want to do that too.
Right.
To want to integrate with a machine. It's almost like you'd have to be forced for that to become something that's ubiquitous.
I guess the trade-off would be eternal life.
Yeah,
and that can be a good thing or not. Yeah, the final species in Stapleton's book, First and Last Men, they live 35,000 years each, because that's how long it takes to acquire all of knowledge that's accessible. Very interesting.
30,000 years.
Yeah, 35,000 years.
Have you ever studied John Mack's work?
Yeah. Well, John wrote a blurb for the first DMT book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. John came by our place one afternoon a long time ago.
What do you make of the experiences that he documented with all of his patients? Because a lot of those experiences of those abductions, they seem to be also super similar.
Compared to DMT too, if you look at the phenomenological descriptions, the shaking and the white light and the transport and the beings interacting with you.
Telepathic communication.
Well, I think there's a spectrum of contact experiences. One is just consciousness to consciousness. There's no stigma. There's no movement. It's just your mind to the mind of the alien. And there's physical examples, physical part of the spectrum where people move and they've got stigmata, and there's more physical evidence. Yeah, so the similarity between the DMT state and the consciousness to consciousness contact experience is very interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of, according to a lot of his people that he interviewed, and I don't know if he hypnotized people when he kind of documented their experiences.
Yeah,
but
kind of got them to regress.
He put them in some sort of regression. A lot of them, so there's a chunk of them who explained these beings being from like another star system. I think Betty and Barney Hill said it was from like Zeta Reticuli or something.
Yeah.
And then there was also a vast majority of them that explained these beings communicating to them saying that they were from the future, that they were us from the future.
Yeah, that's just hard to say. There is like speculation anyway in Stapleton's book, that it is a history being told to present day humans to prepare them, to help them accept the development of the species. So it's a message coming from the future. So it's possible to predict or to experience influence of the future on the present. It's cause and effect.
Yeah.
Just a different type of cause and effect.
Mm-hmm. There's one interesting story that stands out to me where there was these children that saw. I don't know if John Mack interviewed these people. I think this might have been earlier than John Mack. But there was this document of these two brothers that experienced seeing these beings that were outside of like some sort of craft or whatever. And they brought them into the craft and they were asking them all these questions, and these beings were answering all these questions that they had. Like, what does this do? What does that do? How does this thing fly? Where are you from? They said they were from the future. And there was only one question, allegedly, that these beings wouldn't answer. And they asked, what is God?
Uh-huh.
Or they asked him something about religion, and they wouldn't answer that.
Yeah. I think people put a lot of stock in being saved by aliens or them helping us out of our jam. And the description of the aliens, I think, is the most compelling. But I think you'd want.
You mean the physical description of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their presence, like what is their intent? What's the information? And from a religious point of view, it'd be who do they pray to? So it isn't like they're angelic; they're being kind of influenced, supervised by something higher. But, they were created.
They were created.
Yeah, and they have a mission of some sort.
Yeah. One of the fascinating ideas to me is that, because a lot of those experiences also, according to John Mack, is that a lot of them had eggs and semen extracted from them during their experiences.
Very weird, I know.
Very weird.
I don't know what to.
One of the most interesting theories I've heard about this is that if these are future humans and there was some sort of just indulge me in the mind experiment that there was some sort of cataclysm or bottlenecking event in humanity far in the future, and they needed to, in order to reproduce and not stagnate, they would have to go into the past to diversify the human genetic gene pool in the future. So that's why they would be coming back to our time to get our DNA to repopulate themselves in the future. If there was some sort of I don't know, global thermonuclear war or something like this.
I know. We should be able to look into the future. I think we can get an idea generally, but specifically, I don't see how that would take place.
Yeah. No, neither do I. But those are all. I've always been super curious to how much does the endogenous DMT have to do? What does that have to do with some of these experiences? Because that also you have a lot of the people that experience this stuff that seem to have had lots of trauma in their lives, people that have had lots of childhood trauma report having these experiences.
Yeah, well, there is so much research that needs to be done. Yeah, there's a lot of information out there. I think when you're talking about the beings, you still need to speculate, where they come from. Are they just figments of our imagination? Are the brain on drugs, or do they really come from someplace else?
Right.
Yeah.
And why do they look so much like us? Like why? Like what's that word? Anthropomorphologically.
Yeah.
How are they bipedal, upright hominids?
Yeah.
Or that look just like us?
Because they're being viewed by us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all we know.
Are they making themselves look like that? Or are they really from some other star system? Like how do they happen to evolve just like us?
Yeah. I think it might be just our imagination, which gives them human form. Or they might have human form wherever they come from. Or we can only see them with human form.
Right.
When we view them.
Yeah. This idea of the portal, of this opening some sort of portal to something. A portal in the brain or a portal into the past seems like the most, or like a magnifier, like you explained it to be, like a magnifier of something that's already deep buried inside the brain.
Or it might be from some other place.
Right.
Which is the notion of religion, at least ones with an orientation toward an external God.
Didn't you talk about having an experience of like a previous life? Like having previous lives.
Oh yeah, that's the first chapter in my Altered States.
In your new book, right?
Yeah, it's a couple of previous lives. One was from the early 1900s.
And how? So how did this come about? What were you on?
Yeah, I was on some variant of psilocybin that had been taken by very few people. It seemed safe in animals.
A variant?
Like a molecular modification of psilocybin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like a synthetically created, modified version.
Yeah, it was a lab product. Yeah.
Anything you had ever heard of before?
No, this was rather experimental. It seemed to be safe in humans. I mean, in lower animals. So there was a handful of people interested in seeing what its effects were like in humans.
Okay.
Yeah. So the experience on that was the content of the first chapter in the book. Yeah, I'm in the Ukraine actually in the early 1900s with my grandfather. Yeah, and they're frightened because of what's coming upon them. The other is a concentration camp, past life, being at the bottom of a heap of corpses or almost corpses, and then being born into this life. Yeah, very powerful.
How long did these experiences last for? Do you know?
It was just one afternoon.
Just one afternoon.
Yeah, with this new
Both
drug.
of those experiences were one afternoon.
Yeah. It was rough, but it was very useful, actually. It gave me empathy for my ancestors in a way I hadn't had before.
So do you think that this can happen? Is there any documented accounts of this happening to other people where it somehow connects them to their ancestry or where they came from or anything like this?
I think so. Yeah, but I haven't come across anything. It would seem like a natural reaction. You would, experience past lives, or at least you would read history books, maybe in a different, light after a big trip like that.
Are you focused on just writing more stuff now, or do you think that you'll ever participate in any more or get involved in any more of these experiments or studies on humans?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I still consult and mentor other researchers.
Mm-hmm.
I gave a lot of DMT back then, so I'm not that much keen on giving people big psychedelic trips. I mean, it's really very hard work, especially back then. It was just on my own. Yeah, I've been mostly working on a version of Genesis, a translation and commentary on the book of Genesis.
Oh, really?
Well, it's been like an almost 20-year project now. And it's beginning to take form in a publishable manner. Yeah. It's now 1,200 pages, so I need to break it.
How many?
1,200.
1,200.
I need to shrink it down to 200 to make it readable.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but it'll be a readable translation and commentary on Genesis, which is a really important book. I think you can understand the whole Hebrew Bible just through Genesis. So that's what I'll start with that. That's the first book of the 5 books of Moses. It was the result, or this new book is a result of all the notes I scribbled in the margins of my translation of Genesis. And after a certain point, I just had too many, and there was no room to write anymore. So I put them into a Word file, which was just huge. All the notes were from reading other commentaries over the years and derivation of the words.
How do you think these people that wrote this stuff came up with these ideas of these people?
Well, that's just it. They say it's the Word of God. Yeah, so there's just no question about it.
Like even the idea of Ezekiel and the wheel and all this stuff.
The wheel,
like you're writing about something that happened 1,000 years ago, and even like during that time, there's no record of even anybody being named Ezekiel.
Yeah, well,
where is it coming from?
I think it's a freestanding kind of level of existence that gradually merged into ours. The world of the Bible, like Adam and Eve and the Tower of Babel and Noah's Ark. It took place, but on a different plane, and then gradually, kind of interjected itself onto ours. And there's more historical evidence, like of David, let's say, First Temple, those kinds of phenomena.
Yeah, it's super interesting, man. I don't know what to make of it. There's lots of interesting theories on the Bible and what was going on, and how did these prophets come about and relay these experiences over centuries.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they're very influential. I mean, it's affected all aspects. Well, it's in a lot of ways the foundation of the West. It's a Bible-oriented West. Yeah, Christianity, Judaism, and the Muslims refer to the text.
Yeah,
and it's the oldest one. Yeah, I just love it. I just love the language.
Yeah,
and the ideas are really
the Hebrew language.
Yeah, biblical Hebrew.
Yeah, I wonder. I sometimes think about like what would society look like right now if they had never burned down the Temple of Eleusis, and if we still would have lived in this world of all these monotheistic religions with multiple gods and not just been stuck to one.
It may be that the one God idea came about because of the loss of the bicameral mind. There was no longer a spoken voice, which they may have thought was an angel, for example. And then when all the angels disappeared, they had to make up like a larger God, to pray to and ask for advice from, or to think.
Right.
The three kinds of prayer, actually: thanking, praising, and pleading.
Yeah, which I think can also have some sort of a placebo effect.
Well, if you enter into a state, as a result of doing that, then I think you're more open to, the placebo or panacea response.
Have you ever studied Eastern religions?
Zen. I practiced and studied under the supervision of a monastery for quite a long time in my 20s. I never became a monk, but I was ordained as a layman and was involved in the local organization. Zen Buddhism.
During the Vietnam War, when that monk lit himself on fire, the burning monk.
Yeah.
That was, I think, at one point one of the most famous images on planet Earth. It was like the most shared. More people saw that, and that was from what I understand recently. Zoltan was explaining to me that a lot of people think that was like a political thing that he did, but according to him, and according to other Buddhists, is that monks absolutely wanted nothing to do with any sort of political ideas or movements at all. Like they were almost like the idea of their practice was the actual opposite of politics. So what he believes that burning monk was, it was a call, like a recruiting call, because from what I understand is more people got interested in Buddhism and meditation after that. Than ever in history.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Defense Department and DARPA, when I was at Stanford, I took a class on Indian Buddhism by a freshly minted PhD from the University of Wisconsin, who you told us that these departments around the country were established by the Defense Department to understand Buddhism because they were thinking, who are these monks that set themselves on fire?
Yeah.
And so they established centers of Buddhist studies at a number of American universities. Yeah, and she was one of the grad students.
Right after this happened?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Great story, huh?
That's bizarre. Oh my God, I don't even know what to think about that.
Yeah, it was a national security kind of issue, which I can understand, but it had
they wanted to understand how you can attain that level of self-control or enlightenment to where you can light yourself on fire and not even blink an eye.
Yeah, I think it was of interest to understand what is Buddhism, what do they teach, how do they do it.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's it established a number of centers of Buddhist studies around the country, so there was a positive outcome. Yeah, but the motivation is kind of mixed.
I've heard lots of stories of, not that it really relates to Buddhism in particular, but lots of people like high up in the Defense Department and like intelligence agencies, and even people that are involved in like rocket launches, like with NASA and formerly for NASA and now for SpaceX, that are really into this idea of Rosicrucianism.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it either. But like the basic idea of it is you can sort of follow these specific protocols to be more tapped into. This is like a kind of a Jungian idea, but you can tap yourself into this like universal consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And sharpen your antenna or increase the signal of your antenna to some other consciousness, and kind of like where you can download information.
Yeah. So how did they do that?
One of these guys who's described in a book by Diana Pasulka. It's called American Cosmic, and he was I think a mission controller for NASA, and he explained it by like he would go outside and get out in the sun first thing in the morning, spend a lot of time out in nature, not drink caffeine, drink lots of water, and somehow like the idea of having lots of water in your system and no like caffeine or stimulants somehow tuned his antenna.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy claims to be able to download. Now this guy has like patents to all kinds of like
really?
Like crazy medical breakthrough patents where he's like made a lot of money doing it, and he claims that he gets this information from these downloads that just like come into his mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you wonder where that information comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, is that just like a latent bit of information or associations that you hadn't made before, or some kind of download from above.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, do you think I've always wondered whether it's all that important, at least from a psychological point of view, because it's the message, the information. It's the message, the information that's contained in that state that's more important than what the state actually looks like.
Yeah, and what stood out to me about that is like it seems like the more you get away from technology, if this is true, if you can tap into something by following these protocols, it seems like the general consensus of it is the farther away you get from technology and the diet, the processed foods or energy drinks that we drink all the time, or the fucking what are those things? Those caffeine pouches or nicotine pouches and all of this stuff, and the more you can tap into like this ancient antenna that we have buried in us to get information.
Yeah, there are those. I was wondering if those ketone bars contribute.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
You might get more fine-tuned.
Yeah, the ketone stuff's interesting.
Yeah.
There's this crazy story I heard of this guy who was like a whistleblower who was talking about how he worked for some like secret this private aerospace company where they were trying to recruit people for some sort of psychic program where they were trying to basically get psychics into the military and into intelligence to sort of control aircraft or to spy or whatever. And they found that the people with the most psychic abilities were people that were in third world countries that weren't connected to Western civilization at all.
Yeah.
And also young people. So like there was this story that this guy told, and he was a whistleblower, and it was an account of like 2 people that corroborated it, that they went to Indonesia after there was like an earthquake, and they went there to rescue a bunch of people, and they were trying to find young people who were left-handed and homosexual, and those were the people with those traits that specifically had the highest psychic, or they called it psionic abilities.
Right. Well, the one thing, like I just moved to Albuquerque last year. I was living in a town called Gallup, New Mexico. Well, in the county, actually, outside of town. And it was really quiet. Like, it just was really quiet. You could hear yourself walk. There'd be a ringing in your ears.
Yeah.
It was just really quiet. In Albuquerque, the main thing that I've had a problem with is the sound. Like, it's really noisy in the city.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's more difficult to think. Like, I would just be alone for days and days at my place in Gallup, and just, and I could be a lot more creative.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, productive too. Yeah, with fewer distractions.
Yeah,
and the quiet was like it would produce a spiritual kind of effect at a low level.
Yeah.
Yeah, just being still because there's nothing to react to.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that. But Rick, man, thank you for doing this.
Yeah,
this has been a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
thanks. I appreciate it.
I'm glad we met. And also for people that are listening, they can find your books on your website. Is that right?
Yeah, and they can order through me. I'll inscribe and sign books. RickStrassman.com.
RickStrassman.com.
Yeah. Oh, and I just
that's
joined
Amazon. Steve.
Yeah, and I just joined X. So I'm on.
Oh,
X.
did you?
Yeah. At Rick_Strassman.
What a great cover.
Yeah, I barely did that. Well, it's got quite a few Easter eggs. Like there's a cat in the corner looking up some vomit.
The Cheshire Cat?
It was a real cat.
Oh, real cat.
Yeah, and
the cactuses?
Yeah, a lot of cactus and crystals, and you're looking at the back of your hand to determine the level of your altered state. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and the birds up above. Some friends and I were seeing birds coming off of the wall. It was kind of scary.
And your next one is going to be about Genesis.
Yeah, it'll be that's my hope. This book of Genesis. I was debating whether or not to do a volume 2 of my altered states because I have a lot of notes.
Right.
Yeah. So I was kind of waiting to see how things went with volume 1. Yeah. It's been slower than my purely psychedelic work.
What is the best protocol for you to write? Is there a state you have to be in a certain time of day? Certain drugs you like to mix in with it?
Usually after Torah study, I'll spend about an hour reading the Bible, and then if I have a big stretch of time and I'm working under contract, I'll smoke in the late morning.
In the late morning.
Yeah, and work. That's for the more creative stuff.
Yeah.
Once I start editing, I have to be pretty straight. Pretty
sober when you're editing. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it helps to talk out loud too. That's one of the other things.
Oh, really? While you're writing?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it kind of helps you only think one thought at a time.
When you write, do you use a computer or do you write with pen and paper?
I have a big old Mont Blanc fountain pen from the 1970s.
No.
Yeah, I write with that.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks again.
Well, yeah, great. Thanks.
Yeah, this has been fun.
Really enjoyed it.
All right.
Great.
Good night, everybody. First, Scott. Nice to meet you, bro.
Thanks for having me, man.
So, tell the world what you just did to my house. You just basically ran all your crazy meters and found out that me and my wife are are barbecuing ourselves every night when we go to sleep.
Yeah, we did a little EMF testing. So I had a radio frequency meter that is testing the power density of radio frequency EMFs. We had a multimeter to specifically look at AC body voltage, which is the electric fields from your electrical power inducing an AC voltage on your body, which to me is a great way to test how high of EMF exposure from the power frequencies you're getting.
Yeah.
And then we looked at some magnetic field stuff as well. But for you, we honed in on the bedrooms, which I think is most important because especially someone like yourself, you're not working at home. You're pretty much coming home, lounging and then going to bed, right?
Eating and sleeping and is basically what I do at home.
Yeah. So the sleep sanctuary for me is most important because you can not avoid EMF exposure at all. You definitely have less control during the day when you need to get work done. But if you can go home and get a restorative night of sleep, that's when you're going through cell repair. That's when you're mitigating the damage that you just incurred throughout the whole day. So if you're going home and sleeping in a super hot bedroom in regards to EMFs and you're looking at a blue lit screen right before bed, you're really not going to sleep as well. So you might be getting the numbers in terms of hours, but you're not getting the quality. And that's why we're seeing so many of these chronic diseases younger and younger. So what we did was we measured the RFs in specific areas, and we found out that the cameras you have for your children's bedroom, the baby monitor, especially in your bedroom, was a super high source of radio frequencies. I was actually shocked because unlike a cell phone, which is very pulse, like every 8 to 10 seconds, let's say, it hits this peak.
Right.
That baby monitor in your room seemed to be almost consistent, and it was right on your wife's nightstand. So it was at like 100,000 microwatts per meter squared, which is very, very high.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the power density of a outgoing cell phone transmission, like constantly.
Right here,
And
it's going from 75, jumping from 48,000 to 87,000.
That was on the bed.
112,000.
That was on the bed, like a foot away.
That was a couple feet away from the baby monitor.
So that's a problem because that's what you're sleeping next to.
Oh, look, 403,000.
Yeah.
That was right next to the baby monitor.
Yeah. And that's what you're sleeping next to pretty much all night long. So we can get into why that's a problem, but we did our best to mitigate that. And what I was preaching earlier is that really distance is your best friend because electromagnetic waves and fields have inverse square law. So if you put a 2x or a 3x distance between you and the source, you'll actually 2 square, which is 4, 3 square, which is 9, reduce the intensity of that field. So even putting a foot, even putting a few inches away from the source, like your phone, like that baby monitor, like your Wi-Fi router, can make a tremendous difference. So what did we agree on? We agreed you should put the baby monitor across the room.
Other side of the room, yeah. And then we're also
phones on airplane mode.
Phones on airplane mode, but you have to turn it. It tricks you. You can't just turn on airplane mode. It doesn't do shit. You got to turn off your Wi-Fi and you got to go into the settings and turn off your Bluetooth to make the difference.
You got to make sure that when you press airplane mode, they all go off and they have that strike through on the settings shortcut. Because if they just go from like blue to white, they're not actually off, which I don't even know why Apple does that. It's insane. But that's one. Or you just keep the phones out of the bedroom, charging in the other room. So that's the radio frequency realm. We also experimented with putting tinfoil and a Faraday beanie on your Wi-Fi router. Agreed that you probably, since your kids' bedrooms are closer to the Wi-Fi router, you can get like a $30 Faraday bag. If you don't want to turn the Wi-Fi off at night, which is best case solution because you have cameras for baby monitoring or security cameras, you can buy a Faraday bag, which will reduce it like 70 to 85, 90%. To me, is a great in-between low-hanging fruit.
I think we got to get. Well, I think we're going to upgrade to hardwired security cameras instead of those Wi-Fi ones. I think that would make probably a huge difference, and as well as that Faraday bag, and then also definitely figuring out a way to turn off the breaker panel that connects to our bedroom and just use. We found like in my bathroom, we can plug everything into my bathroom, wire it into the bed, and just move it into the bedroom. Shit that we actually need, and it still reduces it by like 10,000 or something.
Yeah, so what we were measuring there was, as I said, the body voltage. So that's the electric field inducing a voltage on your body, and your body is like semiconductive, so that's why that happens. it's a great way to get an idea of the EMFs from the power frequencies, from the electrical power in your sleep environment. So what we did was we measured it before and after turning the power off. So you were between 2,000, 3,000 millivolts on your bed, 2 to 3 volts AC. Again, this number in nature should be 0. There's no AC voltage in nature. So you want it as close to 0 as possible. I think my bedroom is like 100 millivolts, 0.1 volts. It's hard to sometimes get below that unless literally all the circuits in your house
and you're
off.
in Wyoming.
Yeah, but again, I think what we talked about here is, for me, that stuff is important. What's external, like, if there's a cell tower nearby, 5G tower, if there's a substation, transmission lines really close by, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the immediate air environment, what you have with your own technology, is more important almost 99% of the time, because it's just that much closer. So we turned the circuit breaker off to your bedroom, and you went from 2 to 3 volts to 0.25 volts on your bed. So it's a 10x reduction in the amount of AC voltage being induced on your body, and that's just by flipping the breaker off. So,
and what does that actually do to the body, though, when all that AC voltage is running through? Do we know?
We don't know.
We have no clue.
We know, we have studies just talking about,
maybe it makes you live longer.
Yeah, it could, if you harnessed it correctly, potentially. No, the problem is that's
old
pretty
crystals, and
it's high power stuff. That's 60 volts, 60 hertz and pretty high voltage. Your body's operating on very small scale in terms of the intensity of the fields, the intensity of the currents that are running through it, the intensity of the voltage. So to give you an indication, the voltage, which is a proton gradient across your mitochondrial membrane, is around 150 millivolts. So it's pretty small in comparison to what we have, powering our lives today. And although that does sum up, because you have trillions of mitochondria in your body, that's debatably what being alive means, is that collective voltage across all your mitochondria and all your cells is like 30 trillion volts. But that's, divided across every single mitochondrial membrane. And that's why this is also fascinating, because people might already be listening to this like, what are they talking about? We're talking about how your electromagnetic environment is affecting your biology, affecting your health. And there are a lot of studies out there since, across the whole 20th century, showing potential biological effects that are negative, and they span a swath of different end side effects. But it comes down to really like oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, and the most like electromagnetic, active, energetic areas of our biology being compromised. And it just happens to coincide with this proliferation of chronic disease and chronic fatigue. And people are maybe not considering this as a large reason for that. And I would say that would be a bit ignorant. And I want to, bring more attention to this topic. But the problem is, it's very inconvenient.
Very,
very, very inconvenient for people to have another toxin to deal with. And one that, guess what? They really can't do anything about, and they probably have the least consent to overall, and is what's powering our lives.
It's also the one that's the least obvious.
It's invisible.
It's invisible. You don't. It's like, it's so easy to forget about.
Intangible, invisible. Unless you are an engineer or a physicist or took high level like physics in high school, you probably didn't even know what an electromagnetic field is. And it's kind of why this all gets buried into the conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat, woo-woo subject. Yeah. But in reality, it's pure science. It's pure physics.
And what are these lights you brought here?
I brought some portable incandescent lights because I wasn't satisfied with the lighting environment. The idea that when I travel, it's great because incandescent lights, my opinion, healthiest lights.
Obama banned those, right?
Yeah, they've been on the chopping block for a while now, so they're banned from manufacturing in the United States. There's a 45 lumen per watt efficiency standard by the Department of Energy. Mm-hmm. So that is measuring the amount of brightness versus the amount of power that's required to power the bulbs. The
Department of Energy?
Yeah. And that's
the same company that was renamed 3 times after it was originally called the Manhattan Project.
Sure, yeah.
The company that made the fucking atomic bomb.
Department of Energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I didn't know that. But the problem is they have a standard that is completely ignorant of the fact that infrared light is vitally important for our biology and our health and all life on this planet. Sunlight is 50 to 55% infrared light from an energy perspective, 70% infrared light from a photons per second perspective. And when we switch to LEDs, that goes to 0. When we're inside behind energy efficient glass, a lot of that gets filtered out. So what I like to do with incandescence, and Steve is pulling up some nice spectrums here.
Yeah, this is what you were showing me at the house a minute ago.
Yeah, we measured it with the spectrometer. It's rich in long wavelength, low energy light that is very, very beneficial for our biology. It does things like stimulates melatonin production in the mitochondria to actually balance the oxidative response from higher energy wavelengths, such as blue, violet, and UV. And we're deficient in infrared light. So the incandescents put that back. So I'm a much bigger fan of incandescent infrared maxing as opposed to blocking blue light during the day.
Yeah.
And
so you were just at my house and you gave me a new incandescent bulb for one of my lamps. And when you first scanned the lamp with the LED bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the left with that huge blue spike. Then when he did it with the incandescent bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the right. And we went outside in the sunlight, it looked more like the incandescent chart on the right.
Well, it looked like the one on the left here that's showing the sunlight, which is full spectrum. So you get a lot of violet, you get ultraviolet, you get everything. You get everything from ultraviolet to infrared, and these spectrometer images don't even capture most of the infrared spectrum. The infrared spectrum goes from like 750 nanometers to tens of micrometers. Like it's very vast, and the visible spectrum is very narrow. It's like 300 nanometers. So the majority of what you're taking in from sunlight is infrared. There you go. That's
Steve, if we lit our studio with these incandescent lights, what would be the downside?
It would cost more money.
So I mean, I've lit tons of studios. It just takes like thousands of watts. Like, so if I were to use, for the key light back there, I'd probably use a 2K or a couple 1Ks. Like minimum, I'd probably do probably a 2K or maybe 4,000.
And they get really hot, right?
Yeah, that is the infrared light. It's not as great down here in Florida, but in Wyoming, when it's too cold for me to work outside or it's like snowing or something, I have a 250 watt chicken lamp, which is just a 250 watt incandescent bulb next to my indoor work setup. And I just blast that on me all day long. It makes such a difference.
Really?
Yeah, and you want to talk about red light therapy. Well, we were talking a little bit about your house, the red LEDs and the red light panels. Those are great, sure, photobiomodulation. But they're like 2 wavelengths or 3 maybe. Whereas the sun is all of the wavelengths in the visible, so many wavelengths in the infrared. So I'm a big fan of broad spectrum light. And
Jack was in here. He was like, "You guys are f***ing up. You need to take the roof off this building. Open up that wall. You guys are blowing it."
You could just open the windows.
There's no windows in here.
Oh,
we're in a spaceship. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I did notice. It's kind of tripping me out.
I tried the best I could. We have full spectrum cinema LED.
You know what I like here? That we're not being assaulted with some like high-powered LED or fluorescent light.
Just that light, pretty much.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Like I think this is much better, and it won't be as draining as being blasted with those typical bright lights you have in like a studio setup. But yeah, that's the trade-off, and it's crazy because it's all about energy efficiency when that energy that's invisible and therefore contributing nothing to brightness, which is driving those standards, is so important for our health. And those standards, the DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt in 2028 unless the new administration changes that. So I would say
the DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt. What does that mean in English?
It means it's the standards for efficiency are tripling and how stringent they are by 2028. So even current solutions that just get by, like warmer LEDs, or there's a optics engineer who I'm great friends with who's done a lot of this research on infrared named Scott Zimmerman. He has a company that does a hybrid LED and infrared bulb that will no longer be legal because they have tripled the standard. So even the current LEDs are not efficient enough. So what does that mean?
This episode is brought to you by Square, the all-in-one point-of-sale payment and inventory system. If people,
what are the most, bright and most efficient wavelengths? The high energy, blue, violet, green. So that there's going to be more of those wavelengths and less of the lower energy, longer wavelengths to balance that. So it's just going to be more distorted, more unbalanced, and worse for our health.
Can you search for something about the Department of Energy with light bulbs and wattage output mandates? Find something about that, because that's fascinating that they would be putting this stuff into place. U.S. Department of Energy finalized new energy efficiency standards for general service lamps, which include common residential and commercial light bulbs, take effect in July 2028. Wow. For newly produced bulbs, the standards will require bulbs to produce more than 120 lumens. You were spot on, bro. Up to the current standard of 45 lumens per watt. These updated standards are expected to save American families $1.6 billion annually on household energy costs and reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions over 30 years. The DOE projects these standards will save Americans more than $27 billion on utility bills and cut 70 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Holy shit.
But it's nonsense, because guess what happened in the last 20 years? We have so much more light at night. So even though we've switched from incandescents to LEDs, yes, they are more efficient, we're using just way more lights. So we're pretty much like just net neutral in terms of we haven't really saved any energy. We haven't saved any money. We just have more efficient lights, and we use more lights like throughout the day. Whereas if we switch back to incandescents, and again, who needs that many lights on during the day? You shouldn't really.
Right.
Let's get more, natural light from the outdoors. And then at nighttime, you just have some low-powered incandescents. It's really such a narrative spin. And of course, the entire energy efficiency, greenhouse gas situation is... It's a giant ploy to just move to this like higher efficiency, smarter life, but it's at such a cost.
So the Department of Energy used to be called the Atomic Energy Commission, and before that it was called the Manhattan Project.
I didn't know that.
This is the same people who made the fucking thermonuclear bomb, bro.
Well, it's not the same people. It's like 7 years ago, right?
Well, it's the same organization.
Same corruption. I mean, every three-letter agency, we can talk about that. It's the FCC. It's all the same.
So this is like, okay, I'm trying to see if I can play the devil's advocate here and see like what would be the downside.
The devil's advocate, sorry to interrupt. I asked a coworker in San Francisco.
Yeah.
He said their price per kilowatt hour is 45 cents. That's insane.
For these?
For electricity, they're paying 45 cents a kilowatt hour. So I don't know if you ever looked at your electricity bill.
I have no idea.
You're probably paying 10 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour, which is like a reasonable amount. So they're basically paying like 3x what you're paying in electricity. So to put incandescents in their house is going to cost a lot more money. Again, if they have their lights on all the time, like 45 cents.
Why are they paying 45 cents?
Because the utility companies and
in San Francisco,
in California, are a joke. That's why. Yeah. And utility companies in general, it's this weird, public service utility for a public good, but they're quasi private companies. So it's the same thing like in Europe right now. With all the natural gas issues and the Russia-Ukraine war, the price of electricity in like Germany is similar. It's like 40 to 60 cents a kilowatt hour. So they banned incandescents a long time ago, and it's all about energy efficiency. But it's not practical, and that's where the whole energy generation and energy consumption conversation is so important for society. But we should not be compromising, because no one is acknowledging how important light is for our health. And if we just spend more time outside or got more outside light indoors, then we wouldn't even have to worry about how efficient our lights actually are. And at what cost? $1.6 billion. Okay, how many people have chronic disease, and how much does that cost?
Right. Way more than that. So What is the lowest hanging, most obvious thing that these lights are doing to us that we know of, that's been like studied or is being investigated or has been written about, whatever, or that interested you originally?
The good or the bad lights?
The bad lights. Yeah. What is like those? So if they do implement those lights, with the highest, most energy efficient blue lights possibly ever created by human beings, and we're not allowed to use these kind of lights, what would happen to the human body?
We would just have more oxidative stress, more mitochondrial dysfunction, which leads to pretty much all chronic diseases because it's unbalanced. Like I said, the higher energy wavelengths are higher energy, so they come at a cost at the cellular level. So blue light is blue light's vitally important for our biology. We go outside in the morning. Blue light is what wakes us up. It stimulates cortisol production, suppresses melatonin in the moment, and it provides a more dopaminergic response, like go and do stuff, seize the day, hunt, gather food, etc. So it's very important. But all of that, and then the ultraviolet, which is also extremely important for our biology, but it happens to also have this oxidative response. The red and the infrared, longer wavelengths, penetrate deep into our cells. They stimulate melatonin production, which is the master antioxidant, and it cleans up all of the free radicals and a lot of the oxidative stress that's being occurred from the higher energy wavelengths. And melatonin even, upregulates glutathione and other antioxidants. It's a miracle. I mean, it's agreed upon pretty much that melatonin's like anti-cancer. But now what like Scott Zimmerman and these researchers found, it's not just about what you're producing at night from a melatonin perspective. It's about what you're producing during the day from exposure to mostly near infrared light. When you're inside all day, you're getting no infrared light.
Is it true that when in the morning, when you're outside during the sunrise, I guess there's like a couple hours in the morning before the UVB light kicks in, where you're getting that red light from the sunrise produces that the melanopsin, is that right? Which also produces melatonin. That automatically with our body, with the circadian rhythm, when you get that light in your eyes in the morning, it knows 12 hours later you're going to start putting you to sleep.
Yeah, so light is the main input signal to set our circadian rhythms. Yeah. And out of all the light, blue light is the main Zeitgeber or time giver. So blue light is the main clock signal for our bodies. And that's because of melanopsin. That's because of the photoreceptors, how they've been designed. And that's why it's so important. So
would it work if I just woke up at 6 a.m. and just put my phone in my face?
That would wake you up, but because it's so stressful and not balanced, so that's the cost here. It's an unbalanced spectrum. So you never get blue without red and infrared. You never get UV without red and infrared. And they've done studies in isolation looking at just blue light, and it damages the mitochondria in the retina. They die off at a far higher rate. The oxidative stress, free radical production skyrockets. And then they've also done it with red light as well, and that has actually a positive effect. So you never get one without the other in nature, and that's all we need to do. And that's why like incandescents are great, because they're adding back in infrared to the indoors.
That's a crazy thing that I've noticed and read about over the last couple of years, is how that red light therapy, those light panels, can actually reverse poor eyesight and regenerate visual neurons.
Yeah,
it's insane.
And if we got outside, and you can do that too. And it's just the whole indoor environment being toxic from a light perspective, EMF perspective, and just spatial perspective. Like our eyes, you could say that eyes are kind of the most prevalent health issue in the world today because of modern technology. I mean, in East Asia, they have like 90% rates of myopia for young kids. And that's 90. That's insane. And it's because we're indoors all day looking at devices 6 to 12 inches in front of us that simultaneously have a lot of blue light and no red and infrared.
Right.
So that's the cost, really. And then there's a flicker component as well to LEDs. So that's an underrated stressor to me, but pretty much all LEDs are flickering at a certain frequency. I would say overhead lighting, the flicker is not as bad as from your phone screen. Phones are above and beyond the worst.
Right.
So if you've ever wondered why staring at your phone is way worse than staring at your MacBook, it's because of the flicker. It's not just because of the blue light, because the frequency they use to... The reason why it flickers is because that's what's used to control brightness. So they use a electronics control mechanism called pulse width modulation, and that controls the brightness. So instead of just like lowering the amount of current they're pushing through the diode, that light emitting diode, instead they turn it on and then they turn it off. So that has a more consistent output of like color, especially at lower brightness, and just a higher precision for control. So instead of literally the dimmer switch just turning it down in terms of current like you would with normal things, it's literally just cycling it on and off and increasing the amount of time off versus the amount of time on to get to lower brightness. And on phones, that's happening at a frequency in the hundreds of hertz range, which is just above visual perception, and it drives your brain and eyes crazy. And this is known side effects. You can look up like electrical engineering standards even agree. Flickering LEDs causes eye strain, headaches, migraines, aggravates symptoms in ASD, autism children, panic attacks, anxiety. And guess what? Every single phone display and pretty much every LED light is powered or is controlled with pulse width modulation.
How did you learn about all this shit?
So I'm an electrical engineer by degree who became obsessed with health because I had one too many concussions.
How'd you get concussions?
I played soccer in college, so most of them from that. And then last one that put me over the edge, I didn't even know I was concussed, just like passed out and hit my head, did everything wrong in that acute recovery phase. So went down the rabbit hole, and I was fascinated with health. And, you know, my mom's from Austria. I grew up in the outdoors. Like, I love the outdoors. And, yeah, just kept going down these rabbit holes and realized quickly that we're just so disconnected from nature, and that's a large reason why we're so unhealthy, and that there's a big electromagnetic, you know, piece to this conversation. Like, I started with the food, I started with the plastics. I wrote a book half about regenerative agriculture and food, and then I just was like, hey, these people online are talking about like EMFs and grounding and stuff, and honestly, they don't know what they're talking about, because they've never clearly taken a physics course.
Right.
And I see these like pendants and neutralizers.
Oh my God, dude. If I had $1 for every fucking influencer I talked about grounding on my Instagram feed, I'd have
it's
$20.
blown up now. It's blown up now. And for me, I was like, wow, I have an opportunity here. I'm an electrical engineer to actually bridge these worlds of, you know, electromagnetism and biology, which are so siloed, because all the electrical engineers and physicists are just in their lane, and then the biology doctors, practitioners are in their lane. They don't cross at all.
No.
And yeah, I just got really fascinated, started reading a lot of this research on these topics, and just it made sense as to why on my own healing journey, the more time I spent outdoors, the more time I spent in an environment closer to what exists in nature, the better I felt. And then, you know, 14 months ago, I had Anjan on my podcast, and he's, you know, talked about daylight. I was like, oh, this is what I'm meant to do. And then joined him immediately, because I was like, this is the last piece. We could eat cleaner food. We could wear, you know, natural fiber clothing. We can get outdoors more. But to me, technology is the most pervasive environmental toxin that exists, and we have literally no alternative. So that's what we're trying to fix at Daylight.
Credit card debt has reached an all-time high, and it's trapping Americans, making it harder to pay off. But there's one company that has become the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's American Financing. Prices for the last few years have been and continue to be high, and most people, unfortunately, have to reach for credit cards to cover bills and expenses. But this is not sustainable. American Financing is helping homeowners pay off their high-interest debt by using the equity in their home. American Financing is a family-owned mortgage lender that's been growing like crazy, and it's licensed in all 50 states. Their mortgage consultants are salary-based, so there's no incentive to put you in a loan that won't work. Their customers save on average of $800 a month, and they don't charge any upfront or hidden fees. You may be able to close in as fast as 10 days and may even be able to delay the mortgage payments up to 2 months during the process, creating an extra bonus in savings up front. You can join hundreds of thousands of happy customers with meaningful savings by going to American Financing. Pretty cool if you ask me. Go to americanfinancing.net/Jones to get the best deal. There's no like scientific peer-reviewed studies that have like happened in regards to exposing people to these radio frequencies, these EMFs, 5G, all this stuff, right? There's
that's like partially false and partially true, which pretty much means the same thing, I guess. There's been so many studies on electromagnetic fields having biological effect, like thousands. If you saw the clip from RFK talking on Rogan, said there are thousands of
5G
studies.
5G crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah. Well, that study was from Alan Frey, 1975, was funded by the U.S. Navy for 15 years because guess who was interested in radar and microwaves? The military. So that's where a lot of this research in the 50s, 60s, 70s was all from the military, and they were interested. And there was some, like sidebar DARPA stuff to look at like what was going on in the Russian embassy, which we can talk about. But really, he found a lot of biological effects at low power density. And it just so happened that the frequencies he was looking at are the same exact frequencies being used for telecommunications today. There's no way like we would have known, but they're around 2 to 4 gigahertz. They're called microwaves. They're the same frequency as the radio, communications we use, probably just different modulation techniques because they're not transmitting data for cell phones. They're like radar equipment. And he found that it opens up the blood-brain barrier. He found that it made rats very docile. He found at a very low power density, he stopped a frog's heart like completely from just exposure to.
Who was doing this?
Alan Frey. He worked for GE, and he went down this rabbit hole because some like operator came to him and was like, "Hey man, I can hear the radar." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "No, I can hear the radar. Come check it out." And he could hear it too. And they realized and they figured out that it wasn't from the ears. It was a neurological response from the microwaves. And Alan Frey, and there was this whole debate, literally a microwave debate in the 70s about this stuff, especially because the Russian embassy crisis, people kind of got freaked out. And then another thing with ionizing radiation, where TVs that GE made unfortunately had X-ray exposure by accident. So then the public became like very distrusting of technology for a little bit. And then they kind of like was a big deal. Someone wrote a book called Zapping of America, Paul Brodeur, and then it kind of just went away. Like they were like after the 70s, just swept it under the rug, and no one's connected the dots since. And now they're like, well, there's been no studies on 4G and 5G. But a lot of biological effects have been studied for the same exact frequencies for decades. And there's thousands of studies even since 1990 that are showing harmful biological effects. Thousands.
Really?
But they're mostly on rodents. A lot of them are epidemiological. It's really hard to do studies on people with electromagnetic fields. And some of the population-based studies that they've done have been pretty damning.
Have you looked at how deep have you looked into the Havana syndrome stuff? Like the people that have these symptoms of like really bad tinnitus, their ears ringing, and like hearing voices in their heads, crazy migraines, like unbearable migraines. People that were in the embassy in Cuba and as well in Moscow that experienced this stuff.
I'm familiar with the Moscow signal and the Moscow embassy. I've read a lot about that, and that was basically it's funny. This was like a big topic during the Cold War because Russia was very much aware or like stringent on electromagnetic fields, and they had 1,000 times stricter thresholds for microwave radio frequency safety. And they, were in a Cold War. And for whatever reason, they decided to mock the U.S. and blast the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, for over 15 years. I think it was maybe even 20 years with a quote-unquote low-intensity signal in the microwave range, 2.5 to 4 gigahertz, which is exactly, your Wi-Fi is at 2.4 gigahertz. Your phone in 5G midband is operating roughly in that area.
But these are so the difference is these were directed, right? These were shooting like a gun out of some sort of a device.
No, it was just like it was just being beamed from like a building onto the U.S. embassy.
Oh, like a big wide blanket.
Like this
beam?
wasn't like, hey, we're doing this. This was like, what? Like they never have admitted to this day that they did this.
Right.
So
we have no idea how they actually like
exactly.
It didn't necessarily, like, I would imagine that if I was some, like, the Russian intelligence agency KGB, and I knew that the CIA was right across the street, we could go in the building and we could get some sort of like crowd control device that shot fucking 5G right at the building at a certain, because it was directed at certain floors.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
There was only certain floors where people had those really bad symptoms.
Yeah, and they did some weird, like, the U.S. kind of freaked out, but they couldn't tell anybody because they were like, well, it's under our safety threshold.
Yeah.
So they're in like a catch-22.
Yes.
And they started doing these side projects like Project Pandora, Project Bizarre. Project Pandora was, they took a couple monkeys and tested it with like 5 microwatts per centimeter squared, which was 50% of the U.S.'s current safety threshold. And they were just trying to figure out, like, is this actually dangerous? And that's really high, by the way. That's like maybe the peak transmission of your cell phone for 1 second. They blasted these monkeys for 10 hours a day, and for 10 to 12 days straight. And on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, the monkeys would straight up fall asleep, like standing up.
And not wake up?
They would just be like zombies. They were performing all these tasks, apparently. And then eventually on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, they would just like basically be asleep, but not asleep. And then every time they did it, like they let them recover and then they would do it again. It was a shorter time. And then eventually they just stopped the studies and the monkeys like never technically recovered. But that's not, I'm going to say that's not indicative of like normal cell phone exposure.
It's way more,
But you should be pretty concerned.
Sure.
Like in any capacity that exists. And then there is some more studies. They ran some blood work and they didn't really tell people. And eventually, you know, people figured it out and like broke the news, and it was a big deal. But it was so inconclusive that no standards, nothing was really changed at all.
Right. And then there was also the Philadelphia experiments that were done in the U.S. where they were shooting like frequency beams at some of the sailors that were on the ship, some of the Navy guys.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that one, but there's a lot.
A lot of crazy. The Cold War, dude, was like one of the craziest, most sci-fi dystopian periods in America, bro.
And that's where people are like, oh, there's all this like, you know, MK Ultra stuff. I'm like, this was for war. They were just trying to figure out and get the upper hand. And a lot of progress was made, but a lot of
we went to the moon.
Crazy stuff was going on. I'll say that. But what I want to say is there is no shortage of evidence that there's potential biological effect. It's just the context.
No shortage of evidence that there's biological effect.
I mean, there is so many studies, hundreds and hundreds of studies from that time period. Mm-hmm. Even more if you want to look at actually the Russian studies, which are way more, you know, I would say fair in terms of how they're measuring effects. Because what you're saying with like Havana syndrome, Russia acknowledged, I think it's called like asthenia, or what we call today hyper-electrosensitivity, that there is a repercussion from overexposure long-term to electromagnetic fields. And it's funny, 2 of the pioneers of technology in the early 20th century, Nikola Tesla and Marconi, the radio guy. Marconi, at the end of his life, had like 5 heart attacks in 10 years. And the dude was literally, you know, on radio transmission all day. And Tesla was always playing around with stuff. And he literally went crazy in his later years, died poor. And if you look at it from, you know, an unbiased perspective, you would say that for sure both of them had electrohypersensitivity or some sort of electromagnetic related condition, because they were just, their nervous systems and bodies were fried.
Wow. What is this this phone gate thing, this that you emailed me about? In France, there's some sort of thing going on with phones being labeled.
Yeah, there's that. There's a lot. I would say the phone gate is, they basically tested all these phones, and the manufacturing radiation emissions, the SAR readings were not accurate. They were higher than they should have been, like 90% of the phones. So it's just a blatant lie from the tech industry. And that,
what phone specifically, do we know?
I think it was almost all major smartphones.
Okay.
But the problem is even that whole metric, specific absorption rate, how they go about that. What they're doing is they're measuring the energy, the quote unquote energy being absorbed by your body from cell phone radiation. And that I think came about in the 80s originally, and then implemented more so in the late 90s as wireless technology emerged. And it's purely based on calculations of like tissues. And you know what they do the testing on? They do the testing on a 6'2", 220-pound adult bio dummy. So there's no real testing going on in terms of it being indicative of like a real human using the product. So to me, that whole metric and that system is flawed in every which way possible that you can imagine. And if you want to get even more like upset, if you go into your settings of your phone, you can literally go under like legal and regulatory guidelines, RF exposure, and there's a very cleverly crafted statement from every smartphone, consumer electronics product device manufacturer that says like, don't hold this product on your body. Like use 5 millimeters of separation to
How do I find that?
Reduce RF exposure. Go into settings.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do it right now.
And just
settings.
Look up legal.
Legal. Okay. L-E-G. Legal and regulatory?
Yeah. And then go to RF exposure.
RF exposure. Okay.
And you can read like, to reduce exposure to RF energy, use a hands-free option such as speakerphone, headphones, and there's a much longer.
The last paragraph. To reduce exposure to RF energy, use a hands-free option such as the built-in speakerphone, headphones, or other similar accessories. Cases with metal parts may change the RF performance of the device, including its compliance with the RF exposure guidelines, in a manner that has not been tested or certified. Wow. Although this device has been tested to determine radio frequency exposure compliance in each band of operation, not all bands are available in your area. Bands are dependent on your service provider's wireless roaming networks. That's another thing I wanted to ask you about. What about the AirPod headphones, those wireless Bluetooth headphones that everyone uses? Are those super toxic?
They're 2.4 gigahertz as well. So it's the same frequency as your Wi-Fi, just below a microwave oven. I
saw a clip on Huberman's podcast where he's interviewing, I think it's a neurosurgeon.
Yeah, the Neuralink guy, right?
Is that who that was?
I think so.
No. It wasn't the guy who had Neuralink. Or no, it wasn't the guy who had the brain chip. This guy was like an actual neurosurgeon. And he was asking him about radio frequencies. And he asked the guy like what he thought about those headphones. Apple headphones. Oh, it's not a big deal. He's like, they put out such a little bit, it wouldn't make a difference.
That's true. But guess where they're located?
In your head.
In your ear canal.
Right.
Zero distance. Not even zero distance. It's almost like even closer than your phone would be, right? Because it's in your ear. So it's very true that Bluetooth is low energy, low power. That's the whole glamour to Bluetooth. It's like low power. It's amazing. In electrical engineering, like everyone loves Bluetooth, even though it's kind of like for connectivity and stuff, it's kind of a pain in the ass, right? Like things are always connecting, disconnecting.
Yeah.
Apple has made it seamless because they have the hardware and the accessory. Every other Bluetooth accessory doesn't get Apple's kind of protocols. That's why they're a lot more annoying to connect, by the way. Yeah. But if you measure, the EMF meter like we use today on AirPods at the distance they are exposed to your head because they're zero distance. It's like the same as standing like a foot away from a microwave oven, or actually worse. So it's very much.
Really?
I would be concerned, I would say, because of the duration and the distance. It's all part of the equation here. You have the distance, you have the intensity of the field, and then the duration of the exposure. I've looked at a ton of studies. A lot of the studies have harmful effects over some duration of exposure being like chronic. So if it's just like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, that's really not what we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. We're talking about 24/7, 365. We're in a Wi-Fi bath. We never turn our phone off. It's always on our body. We have the AirPods in. It's a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer of an EMF toxic cake. And that's my issue with it. I could make the debate that says if you wear AirPods to take a phone call and your phone is on the other side of the room, that would actually maybe be better because the phone is typically the highest source of
versus
RF.
having it up to your head.
That is the worst. The phone up to your ear is by far the highest amount of RF radiation exposure. Wired headphones would be better. You could even say that wired headphones have some conductive material. They have a neodymium magnet that has a DC static magnetic field in them as well, which is not ideal.
So they're a little bit better, but not much.
They're better. Air tube headphones exist, but they have like the most atrocious user experience. They're horrible.
The ones you get on airplanes, right?
Yeah, they're horrible. So it's imperfect everywhere. If you, I think, are more diligent about how you use your phone, don't keep it on your body when it's on, especially next to reproductive organs or next to your head. And you want to use AirPods for a couple hours a day, like, be my guest. All I'm saying is this all adds up. And we're never giving our body a break. But what we did at your house today was what? We optimized your sleep environment. So that's when you actually have a chance to recover, to repair your cells, to get into autophagy, to get into apoptosis, clean up the, damaged cells, and that is what we're not getting because of the blue light at night, because of the disrupted circadian rhythms, and because we have all these stressors like Wi-Fi or cell phone, high amount of electrical power, EMFs in our bedroom all the damn time.
What have you noticed as far as like a change? Can you like actually feel a change in the way you feel during the day after getting rid of all this shit where you sleep?
The opposite. I feel it when I'm back in an environment that is high EMF.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's like with everything toxic, you typically don't feel an amazing response when you cut something out, but when you add it back in, your body's like, whoa.
Yeah, so like it becomes normal, right? You're just used to that feeling better, and then when you get back into the shitty environment, it's like, oh shit.
And then conversely, when you go back to the good environment after being in a bad one,
you notice it.
Yeah. So for example, I live in central Wyoming, in a 2,000 person town. So very chill, low EMF, low stress. There's no traffic. There's barely any people. My house is hardwired. I turn the power off at night. It's great. I sleep amazing. And then our office for daylight's in San Francisco, and I go there. I was there for 2 weeks last month, and you just feel it. Like you're more on edge. You're just hyperactive, sympathetic dominant nervous system. You don't sleep as well. You're kind of just, a little fidgety. You're just stressed out. And that's what you feel, this anxious energy. And it's probably a combination of a lot of stuff. And then I go back to Wyoming for the first time, like 2 weeks later, and I walk around the block and I was like, I just took a deep breath and I was like, okay, wow. Like I actually feel like I can relax. Yeah. And that's what it is. It's this background stressors that are really just keeping us on edge. And that's so draining to our biology. It's so fatiguing for our cells to never actually fully be in a parasympathetic state and execute biological functions. We're always in fight or flight. And over time, that results in, a bad outcomes at a cellular level. And it's a mitochondrial toxin is what most of these studies, there's thousands of studies, almost all of them point to oxidative stress, mitochondrial damage, and you see it because it proliferates in the most energetically rich, dense, mitochondrial dense tissues, which is your heart, your brain, and your reproductive organs. And that's where a lot of these studies and issues are
That's another thing that I was reading, was that there was a study that was based on these EMFs and heart cancer in, I think it was mice or something. And they were exposed to, were they exposed to like 5G or was it 4G or do you know what that one was?
Yeah, it was the National Toxicology Program. Okay. They ran a multi-year study, spent $25 million there's been a lot of studies where people spend a lot of money.
Right.
And this is a government agency coming from the, Department of Human Health and Services. And they looked at, it was 2G and 3G frequencies and modulated signals, which is, again, we can talk about what 5G actually is, but we still use a lot of those same signals. So it's very much indicative of the cell phone exposure. I think it was for a normal amount of time per day, like 10, 12 hours. And there was clear evidence of tumors in the hearts of male rats. There was some evidence of tumors in the brains and another area of the body. And that was the conclusion. And then guess what happened? Nothing. They just cut the funding and no follow-up studies. There's so many, conflicting media articles published on that.
Yeah.
And that's just one that's happened so many times. People are always like, the studies are inconclusive. But guess what's happened over the last 20 to 30 years? The telecom industry has funded so many shoddy studies. So
really?
Oh, yeah. So many. This is, I think, the worst industry where this occurs. And there's people like Dr. Henry Lai, who from University of Washington, put together like these comprehensive reviews. Like he literally has a Google Drive of thousands of studies where he's tried to filter out. And one of the first reviews he put together, he did like 350 studies, and he found, I think it was like 55 to 60% showed harmful biological effects. It was like kind of almost 50-50. But then when he subdivided them into who was funded independently and who was funded by industry, it was like 70% of the independent studies showed harmful biological effects, and like 25 to 30% funded by industry showed harmful biological effects. And then more and more people did the same thing, and they found the same conclusions. UC Berkeley in 2010 did a review of all the industry-funded studies, and we're like, these are inadequate. These are studies that are not even using real cell phones for their studies. They're using simulated frequencies. So it's insane and
geared to get better results, right?
Of course, because what is the worst outcome for the telecom industry? And we're talking, the OG ones like Motorola and now Verizon, AT&T, and of course the big tech, device companies.
Yeah.
But really the telecom giants. This could really hamper, and it's happened since the 90s. That Dr. Henry Lai guy in 2006 found that radio frequency cell phone exposure causes DNA strand breaks. And then Motorola went on this smear campaign and was like, no, that's inconclusive.
What was the name of this? It was called what again?
Dr. Henry Lai, L-A.
Henry Lai, and then how would we find that on the internet? Just type in DNA strands?
Yeah, DNA strand break or EMF exposure summary. And the reason why you've never heard this or no one's talking about this is so many of these researchers basically got canceled. So everyone, like Alan Frey, funding pulled. There was Milton Zarit before him in the 60s was proving that EMFs cause cataracts. That was like the first known. Cataracts was the first known side effect of EMFs besides thermal, increasing the temperature of your body. And then it was actually testicular damage in the 60s as well, which they covered up. They both got canceled. Robert O. Becker, Andrew Marino, they went on 60 Minutes, or Robert O. Becker did. They got canceled. Henry Lai's research has shown that exposure to a 60 hertz magnetic field at intensities of 0.1 to 0.5 millitesla for 2 hours can cause an increase in DNA single and double strand breaks in brain cells of rats. So, okay, what would a 60 hertz magnetic field in the 0.1 to 0.5 millitesla range be equivalent to in the real world? So that's 60 hertz is power frequency. So that's what's coming out of your outlet. That's so what's that? Like 100 milligauss. That's probably being 6 to 12 inches away from your power outlet, like pretty close, maybe even
so
closer.
Like where I'm sleeping in my bedroom.
Yeah, you'd have to be really close to it or live very close to like high voltage transmission line. The more damning one for me is one that even goes further back, is actually that there's a statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia at 4 milligauss. So that's, like 100 times lower.
What is a milligauss?
A milligauss is just another measure of power flux density, which is magnetic field. So if I converted that.
So they found out that childhood leukemia rates were, how did they do that? How did they measure this?
It was epidemiological research, like correlative data, but it was reproduced. So it's actually a crazy story what happened, because there was, and it comes back to Robert O. Becker as well. So basically, the Navy was trying to build this antenna in Michigan and then Wisconsin for submarine communication. And that was called Project Sanguine. Eventually, like they renamed it 4 times because the public kept freaking out about it, because the Navy asked Robert O. Becker and a few other scientists to review the current research on low frequency EMFs and their biological impact. And they looked at that time in the 70s at the existing research, and they concluded that there were potential harmful effects, mostly from, power line data. And yeah, there's some correlative stuff.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm distracted. And they recommended that the Navy, not proceed forward or, proceed with caution, because there was existing evidence that showed low frequency EMFs could be harmful to biology. Although the Navy's antenna they wanted to build was like thousands of times lower intensity than all the power lines and exposure to power lines. And then the Navy kind of covered that up. They didn't tell anybody. And then they just were like, yeah, this is safe. And then Robert O. Becker went on 60 Minutes and like made this big public outcry about it. And, then the public kind of was freaked out. So they boycotted it, got moved to Wisconsin, etc. And then Robert O. Becker went back to his home state of New York and started, petitioning against this new power line project that was going to be built because he thought it would be unsafe based on the distance that they were putting into it. And he started doing his own studies on rats, and they found some, multi-generational issues with birth rates and health concerns in rats. And then someone from North Carolina, I think her name was Nancy Wertheimer or something, came out and it said 4 milligauss is like a threshold for statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia because of proximity transmission lines. Then the New York State Power Lines Project were like, we're going to fund a study. It's going to be like $20 million to disprove it. They had this whole thing. And then guess what? They came up with the same result. They actually admitted it? They admitted it. And then you know what they said? They said, well, it's too late. We're going to set the safety threshold to 100 milligauss because the public has already taken this safety concern. That's their problem. And then nothing happened.
Jesus Christ.
That was in the late 70s. Yeah, I think I had it in my notes somewhere here of everything that happened. Yeah, Nancy's study at only 3 milligauss was in 1979. The utility-funded study was in 1987, which confirmed her results. And then they were like, yeah, sorry, the public has accepted this risk. And then there was guys in the 90s, this guy, R.P. Liberty, that showed more studies for 60 hertz fields proliferating cancer cells, suppressing melatonin. And then the New York Times said that this guy made up his results, even though he graphed one table slightly incorrect. The results were totally fine. So a lot of every decade, there has been a massive EMF debate. And nobody knows about this. Most of the literature I'm reading, I wish I could have sent you more stuff. It's all from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. And then so you just have to apply that today. Well, because first off, the power transmission exposure is exactly the same. Nothing has changed. We still have 60 hertz.
We have the same exact power lines.
We have the same exact power. But guess what? We have
5G towers everywhere.
Yeah, but we also have way more stuff just plugged in and powered.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have wireless technology.
We have we have the AirPods in our ears and the Meta VR glasses on. I have a buddy who's he walks around all day with he's got a prescription Meta glasses and he films everything in fisheye, connects to his phone. Dude, it's insane. I wonder what those Elon Musk brain chips are doing to people. Well, I mean, not many people have them, but so say you were one of the medical people that got paralyzed and had to get that chip installed. I wonder how bad that thing would be because it's in your brain, inside the gray matter.
We just don't know. And, from reading Robert O. Becker's work, we know that the human body is operating at very, very low intensity, currents and fields. So any of this exposure, even this low level exposure, and a lot of this research actually, it's not linear. It's not dose dependent. Higher is always worse. Actually, for magnetic fields, and what really blew everyone's mind and my mind, 3 to 4 milligauss is nothing. That's if I'm sitting in the front passenger seat of my 4Runner, I'm getting 2 to 4 milligauss from the alternator. That's
what I was gonna ask you that too. I was gonna say, do you have some super old car with not a lot of electronics in it?
If you want the lowest EMF car, you should buy a 1999 Camry or something. 4-cylinder.
What's the best truck that's low EMF? Do you think?
I mean, something that's older would have less electronics in it.
The older, the better.
But the alternator is actually going to generate magnetic fields. And again, I wouldn't worry about your car. I would worry about your phone that's next to you in your lap if you're driving for a while, more so.
Right.
I mean, there's little you can do about, you're not going to go shield your alternator. They probably could figure out a way to do that. But that's, I'm not a fan of Teslas, of course, because they have a tremendous amount of magnetic field exposure, plus screens everywhere, plus they have the semiconductor content is through the roof. Well, the batteries have to be converted to run an AC induction motor. And whenever you're converting power, like the alternator, like the inverter, traction inverters that are used to convert the DC battery to run the AC induction motor, tremendous amount of EMF exposure. Even solar inverters, like, you know, if you're running an off-grid homestead and you're converting DC to AC, you want to be cognizant of your inverter, because that's going to be high power. Converting electricity is high EMFs.
Have you ever run your equipment inside of a Tesla?
No, I've never driven in a Tesla when I had my EMF.
Oh, really?
But people have sent me videos. I want to. It would be cool.
Yeah,
but it's really hard because, like you saw in your house, measuring radio frequencies is a bit challenging. I'm like, is your Bluetooth off? Is that off? Like, the baseline is very high. So you need to make sure everything is clean. And I'm not going to lie, I've seen videos online of people like measuring Teslas. And I'm like, I'm 90% sure their phone is on when they're recording the video. So
right. They're recording it with their phone, right?
So unless that's on airplane mode, people, and you've removed every other variable, you are not measuring something accurately from a radio frequency perspective. And then who knows how close like the next cell tower is if you're in a public space.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you said 5G, right? It's just everything is additive. We're subtracting nothing. And then everything else around us is getting worse. But there's so much correlative data. There's, you know, tons of studies actually getting into the nitty gritty with like rodents. There was a interphone study. So people don't realize that the IARC, which is not some like end all be all organization, like magnetic fields and radio frequencies.
What does it stand for?
International Agency of Research on Cancer.
Okay.
They are both classified as possible carcinogens. And when they started first looking into radio frequencies in the late 80s, I think it was the EPA or one of these organizations, they did like a preliminary investigation, and they recommended that it be classified as a probable carcinogen. And then the White House did some like side quest and came up with some data, and they're like, no, don't do that. So there's been a lot of back and forth, but the study that the IARC did, called the Interphone study, was from like 2000 to 2004. They spent millions of dollars to look at cell phone users and brain cancer. And this was 2000 to 2004. Not a lot of people were using cell phones. So there was mixed results. But for heavy users, which was up to 30 minutes a day, heavy user had statistically increased risk of brain cancer.
Wow.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like you kind of have to make extrapolations from the data that exists, whether it be from the 70s microwaves using the same frequencies, from phone studies from 20 years ago, because guess who's not studying anything indicative of our actual EMF exposure today? No one. Because no one's going to fund the study. All the researchers who have got canceled is not going to publish something that could be potentially harmful. So 5G literally got rolled out with no studies, like nothing.
So 5G is interesting. And 5G is like one of the top conspiracy theories out there. All the craziest, deepest tinfoil hat people are like, 5G, Moderna vaccine turns on the nanobots. But one of the I don't know if you've ever seen the show Westworld on HBO.
Yeah.
Do you see the latest?
It's one of the like few TV shows I've ever watched.
It's one of my favorite shows of all time. The last season of it, they have these towers all around the city that like blast out this signal that frees all the robots, so they can go in and make repairs, and they can go in and make alternations to their simulation that they're in. And I like driving around this town now, and I see 5G towers on every fucking street corner. It reminds me of that, dude. They look similar. And it's like, it's hard to avoid thinking about those just crazy cuckoo conspiracy theories when science fiction shows are literally like utilizing the same sort of form of a thing. But like, so when it comes to 5G, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your Substack article, you basically explained that it's way higher frequency and far more dangerous, but it's more localized. It's less like of a widespread thing that blankets you.
Yeah, so 5G is complicated because it actually operates in 3 different frequency bands. So it still uses the low frequency, similar bands as 3G and 4G. It's called like the low band. like 800, 900 megahertz to 2 gigahertz. Then there's the sub 6 gigahertz band, which is kind of in between 2.5 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz, which is new, but kind of the in between. And then there's the millimeter waves, which everyone was really concerned about, because millimeter waves are like 30, 40, maybe even up to 50 gigahertz. So we're talking about like a 10x increase in frequency.
Millimeter waves.
And that's referring to the wavelength. So frequency and wavelength are inversely related.
Okay.
So the higher frequency you go, you get higher energy of the wavelength, and then you get a shorter, you get higher energy of the wave, and then you get a shorter wavelength.
Okay.
So that's just like when you get to 30, 40 gigahertz, it's in the millimeter wave territory as opposed to the centimeter wave territory.
Got it.
So it's just different characteristics of EM waves. And that's a big jump. It's like 10x increase all of a sudden. We've never done this. They're higher energy. So potentially higher energy is a concern. And that's fair. But the problem is, as you alluded to, it's more local. It's really more challenging because the range on the millimeter waves is terrible. They can only go like a few hundred yards before they get eaten up by, the water vapor in the air. And they get blocked by trees, they get blocked by buildings because of the characteristics of the wave at that frequency. So that's why they have to build these repeater towers everywhere.
What's a repeater? Oh, those are the towers. 5G towers.
Yeah, the 5G towers. You know how like before you would have like one massive tower, it's like over town,
right,
over there. That's working like almost omnidirectionally, where it's just spewing out like 3G, 4G signals in all angles, just like your Wi-Fi router is. 5G is different because they went to this higher frequency. The only way to really like get anywhere, they have to have a narrow beam width. Which when it's more narrow, it's more concentrated, so it's actually higher power. And then they have to have repeater towers, so these smaller towers, these smaller cell stations, all over. So that's why you see them on light posts, on buildings, on like disguised as trees, like literally everywhere. And they have this different look.
Look, there's a palm tree one.
Yeah, they try and like disguise it, right? And they have these different looks because they have way more antennas on them because they're using a different frequency.
Makes us feel more in tune with nature when it looks like a palm tree, an electronic palm tree, blasting you with cancer.
And that's bad potentially because it's higher power, it's more concentrated. But they really only rolled out millimeter waves where it makes sense because it's a massive infrastructure problem, and it makes no sense to have like that in the suburbs or in rural places. Can
you tell by looking at one of these towers if it's 5G or 4G or something else? Are there differences, or are they mostly all 5G?
Well, they're mostly now the newer ones with those like big white rectangular blocks are definitely all 5G.
Can I show you
towers.
the one out back real quick, and you can see tell me what you think?
Sure.
Let's take a quick break. All right, we just looked at the 5G tower out back, and we put up your meter next to it, and it looks like it's pretty hot.
It is hot. It is not millimeter waves.
Change your hat. We got a hat change.
We got a
podcast.
Hat change. Went from the Wyoming-based organic cotton to Make America Healthy Again.
Good. So, we got to cover all the bases.
Yeah. Not millimeter waves because you're not in an urban downtown area. So the good thing about 5G millimeter waves, which everyone was the most freaked out about, is because they're so range dependent and very, get eaten up very quickly. They're only ever going to be probably in downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports, big venues.
Vegas Strip is on top of the hotel.
For sure. Where data throughput and, bandwidth matters tremendously. Like if you're in a stadium with 100,000 people, they're going to need insane throughput, and it doesn't have to go that far. So that's where they have them on now all the stadiums. The top of the stadium railings have like 5G repeater towers or cells. So that's a good thing about 5G.
Well, then how come when you're in one of those stadiums, you never have phone service?
Well, that's what they're trying to fix. So I haven't been in a pro sports stadium in a long time, so I can't tell you if it's gotten any better. But also the data throughput now, the amount of garbage we're posting on social media and downloading all the time is just always increasing. So it's like they're always just trying to catch up. And that's what people need to understand, that 5G is just 5th generation wireless technology.
Does it mean gigahertz?
It does not mean gigahertz. It just so happens that 5 gigahertz is in the range of like where 5G midband is used. So it's very confusing. And it's very confusing for the layman, because even for me diving into this, there's not a lot of information out there. And there's a lot of people reporting on 5G in 2020, 2021, and not a lot of updates since. But I can tell you, millimeter waves have actively been rolled out every major city in the U.S. for sure, downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports especially, and they're probably never going to be rolled out in suburbia, maybe, and rural areas for sure not. So that's where the mid-band, like 3 to 6 gigahertz, you get the sweet spot of slightly higher frequency, slightly higher data throughput, but you're not, dropping out every 100 yards. So I don't know for sure. This measures, my EMF meter measures 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz. So that could be mid-band, that could be low-band, but for sure, we went out there, we measured it, we stood like 20 feet away from it. It's hot, but what did you realize? You're like, oh, that's not even as bad as my bedroom.
Right, my bedroom was worse than that, next to my baby monitor. That baby monitor, dude, was like sitting next to Chernobyl or something.
Not quite, but
it was like 400,000 on that.
It was about 10 times higher than standing 20 feet away from the cell tower. So that's what I like to tell you, people. Distance is everything. And
yes,
I would worry.
Was 10x next to a baby monitor than it was sitting next to a 5G cell phone tower.
Yes, that's correct.
That is insane.
But also our phones were off out there. If you connected your phone and then it was pinging the tower, again, your phone is the biggest source. Whatever is closest to you is going to be the biggest source. Like that baby monitor was so close to where you're sleeping.
That's true.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's good. Why? You can't move a cell tower. You can change how you use your technology and how you interact with it. And it is really criminal, I would say. And something I learned and talked about on the Maha podcast was the legislation side of things a bit more. And the Telecommunications Act of 1996, it actually took away the ability for state and local government to have any say in where wireless infrastructure gets placed. It's purely a federal decision, and if they give the green light to the industry, they can put towers wherever they want. And that's why you saw the 5G rollout. All of a sudden, there was towers being built everywhere. Nobody could do anything about it. And to me...
So he leases, the guy who owns this, he leases that land to them for that tower.
Yeah, and it depends maybe on certain agreements, but for the most part, there's pretty much no say. And that was the most lobbied bill of the time period. The wireless industry lobbied $50 million, and that was back 30 years ago, and nothing has really changed. That's also coincidentally the last year that wireless technology safety thresholds and guidelines were updated. And that's what RFK and the Children's Health Defense successfully sued the FCC for being negligent in safety standards and guidelines because they haven't been updated in over 25 years.
When did he do this?
2021. They won the lawsuit. You could look that up.
Yeah, look that up.
More details. Children's Health Defense sues the FCC, and RFK Jr. was a presiding attorney there, and they won. But nothing's happened. So I'm really excited to, I was talking to the Maha team, is he actually, you think he's actually going to do some stuff on EMFs? Because guess what? There's a lot of issues out there. This one's probably the hardest one to tackle, from just how sticky the infrastructure situation is. Oh, it's 2022.
You got to type in 2022 at the top.
Oh, no, it's good. You got it. That was the right one. Okay. Oh, no, it was 2021, the article position.
Okay. Okay, so this is the article. Scroll down.
And they made the case
summary
for children.
Challenging the FCC's wireless radiation guidelines. On August 31st, 2021, the U.S. Court of Appeals of the D.C. Circuit published decisions on the historic case. Health Defense in its landmark case against the Federal Communications Commission, challenging the FCC's decision to not review its health and safety guidelines regarding 5G and wireless technology. The court's decision states that the FCC failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its current guidelines adequately protect against harmful effects of exposure to radio frequency radiation and failed to review the extensive evidence, scientific evidence, and evidence of existing sicknesses that was filed with the FCC. So nothing's changed. So they won the case, but there's been no sort of extra regulations put on these people, or maybe they just got a shitload more money from them.
Nothing's happened, and that's why I'm really excited to see.
Has RFK talked about any of this stuff like in the last 6 months?
He has a little bit, but not a ton. And I don't think it's the place to start, to be honest. Like, this stuff is hard. What is he going to do? You can't just like snap your fingers and all of a sudden red 40 dye is gone. You know, that doesn't exist with radio frequencies.
Right. Well, the crazy thing about him is like before he got confirmed by the Senate, there was all these senators coming out saying like, if he starts saying crazy stuff, we're not voting for his ass.
Yeah. He's playing the game. So
you have to play the game.
You have to play the game.
That's the unfortunate part of the whole thing, because it's so. I mean, it's got to be so. I mean, who's to say he's not corruptible? Yeah. We don't know that. He's never been in this position before.
But just spending time with his team, they told me he is fired up about EMFs and the children's health defense. Like, they're two big topics. Like, EMFs is one of them. The vaccines are the other one. And I'm stoked to see if there's anything that's going to come of the EMF situation, because it's so hard. What are they going to do? These towers already exist. We're operating on this wireless infrastructure. It's not like they can just switch to something different. They could change the safety thresholds and guidelines. Russia, other Eastern European countries, they do have more stringent standards, and they do have even more stringent standards for like schools and hospitals, etc. But I don't think that would make like a meaningful change. What I would really like to see is better science, better research. Let's fund some studies from the HHS or the NIH that's simulating what the actual exposure is. Okay, we have a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Danny just made a call on 900 megahertz, and there's another like 6 gigahertz band over there. That's a real life exposure. And there's all these different input signals. There's never been a study done like that, and all the industry funded studies are an absolute joke. And then the ones that people have skated by on or are really old are not exactly applied to how technology is working today. So I think that's probably the biggest impact that he can make in the short term. And at Daylight, I'm going to try and reinvent wireless technology. I'm just going to think of something, and hopefully we can try it out. Maybe get some research grants to look into, like, what if we used infrared range for wireless data communication? That's an option. Li-Fi actually is a thing. So people are
Li-Fi?
Yeah, it's using infrared terahertz wavelengths to use data communication. But I'm skeptical that even that would be non-harmful to humans. The idea is, so radio frequencies, Danny. If I go to the mountains where I hunt, do you know what this says? It says zero. Nothing. This 200 megahertz, 8 gigahertz is completely alien. It doesn't exist. Light fidelity.
Whoa, that's Li-Fi. Light fidelity. Wireless communication technology that uses light to transmit data over visible light, ultraviolet, and infrared spectrums.
So potentially,
transmitter is available from Hyperion Tech, which features a 940 nm 1W IR LED and supports a wide bandwidth 100 kHz to 25 MHz. Okay, whatever the fuck that means.
That's 1 watt.
1 watt infrared, 940 nanometers. So it's basically an infrared LED, and they're using it to transmit data, which is cool because the idea is, we are used to infrared light. Like that's something the body has taken as an input signal for a long time. Yeah. So the idea is it would be less harmful potentially than a radio frequency, which is completely alien. However, I'm not 100% certain that would still be the case, because a lot of the research from the 70s, from Alan Frey, from folks like Dr. Martin Powell, who has looked into like voltage-gated ion channel activation from EMFs, they all say the same thing, that it's not just about the frequency, it's about the modulation. So a frequency is one component, but in order to get the data through, you have to modulate the wave to carry the data to be received by the receiving transceiver, and that is very pulsed. It's very unnatural. Like sunlight and electromagnetic waves in nature are just like continuous waves. They don't have modulation techniques applied to them. So you still are going to have to modulate an infrared wave because there needs to be data on the wave, or else like that's the whole point of wireless technology. So I'm curious. I would love to test it. I would love to see research on alternative solutions like that. And that's kind of what's exciting. But it's multifaceted. It's very complicated. We started talking about light. Dude, light's pretty easy. I'm not going to lie. Well, we just need a copy of the sun. The rest of the electromagnetic spectrum is far more complex. And we haven't even talked about like the Earth's natural magnetic field and resonance and, fields interacting with each other, having a biological effect. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. So when it comes to the daylight computer, how did you and Anjan get hooked up about it? And then what specifically are you working on in regards to the technology and everything you guys are doing at the company?
Yeah, so I had Anjan on my podcast last January. My old podcast where I talked about
a year ago, January.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
over a year ago. Decentralized radio was called. Had a lot of these researchers that I read their papers. And I just wanted to ask them questions about kind of this electromagnetic health stuff. And halfway through the podcast, I was kind of in between. I left my engineering job like 3-4 months earlier. I worked in the semiconductor industry for 5 years, and I'm an electrical engineer, but I went right into the business side of product marketing management of the industry. And then was building my, health brand and podcasting and writing, coaching a bit. I was like, I don't really know. That's not what I'm meant to do. I have this kind of very specific skill set. And then I met Anjan. I was like, oh, this is the most important company in the world to succeed because there is no alternative. No one's building healthier tech. And I knew it was possible. Like I knew about all this stuff. It was engineering changes that needed to happen, but you're competing with the biggest companies in the world. So the barrier to entry is so high. Anjan's like, we're releasing a product to the market in like 6 months or 5 months.
Yeah, but you guys are going the opposite direction.
Yeah,
so you're not competing with them. You're almost in a completely separate world.
But I know how, working in the chip industry, I knew how hard it is to get started because nobody cares about you when you're low volume. Nobody cares about you. Everyone's doing hundreds of thousands, millions and millions of units. Sure. So when you're a small guy, it's hard. It's so hard to get started. So I knew it from that perspective as well. And then, I jumped on board. I was like, I'm working for you full time. I started just like health marketing stuff. He didn't even know like what exactly I did in the past, but I slowly just took on more and more. And now I'm head of operations and marketing. So kind of like, running the company with Anjan. And
dude, it's such an exciting product. I don't think I've ever been so excited about a tech product in my life. Like other than when the iPhone first came out. So I remember when the first iPhone came out, I think it was like 2008, 2009, something like that. And like my buddy had one, and it was just like, holy shit, how does this fucking exist? This thing, you just touch it, you swipe it makes these little sounds, and it makes the screen changes, and it does things just with touch. There's not been anything since the first iPhone came out that groundbreaking technologically, consumer-wise, in my experience. But like this, it's the same. It's a touch screen, but like it is, the goal of it is to reduce all the negative effects of technology, which there's nothing else like that I've ever seen, which is why it's so fucking cool. Because you can do things like read a book, browse the internet, listen to podcasts, sketch on it, all this crazy stuff, and it is optimized to work outside, which is, I love it because I've literally been outside, spending more time outside during the day reading, which is great. It makes me get my ass out there, and like, everything about it is just amazing. I literally, like I just told you before we started the podcast, I take notes on this during every podcast now, which is like, and it's cool because you can save it all. And you're not dealing with this thing that's connected to this whole like Apple walled garden where all of these notifications are connected to everything on my phone, my computer, my laptop. Like it's just disconnected, decentralized, which is why it's so fucking sick. And I don't know. I think that that there's got to be. I mean, I understand it's going to be really fucking hard for you guys, and I'm sure you could probably elaborate on that a little bit. But that vision that you guys have, and like that, the why behind your company is completely genuine and completely unique.
Yeah, and it's cool because people are ready for it. And just talking to like the Maha stuff is like, is this real? Like, is this? I've been doing this stuff for like 6-7 years now, and there's people who've been talking about this stuff for decades. And I met some friends in Austin that have been living kind of this life for 15 years. It's like, this is actually finally happening. We have so much momentum. People are becoming aware of these problems. It's kind of the benefit of the internet and of social media to some degree, and podcasts like yourself, like the new age of media, actually being able to elaborate on these topics. Like, people can listen to this podcast and be like, yeah, this guy, he's pretty fired up about health and EMF. So it's not, there's nothing to fake here. Like, same with Anjan, right? Like, you can get on a podcast. It's so genuine. Our marketing is just, it's real. Yeah. And that's the company mission, is let's return to what's actually real. Like, get outside. Let's have real conversations, real relationships, not being sucked into the Apple ecosystem or the Google ecosystem. And especially for children, which we're most passionate about, they're just being set up for failure on every level because we're handing them devices at such a young age. And not only is there direct impact from the light, the EMFs, it's keeping them indoors. And then that's the reality they grow up in, and they're just missing out on all of that experience. And who is surprised when there's all these mental health issues and physical health issues that stem from that? So for us, we're just so grateful, and there is no one else, doing this. There's no one who's ever made a consumer electronics hardware product that's like, I'm going to market this to be healthier. So we think it's a massive opportunity. We're super excited. We're super focused on building better solutions. And I'm actively talking about things we're looking into. Like, I hope someone else talks or looks into Li-Fi, and we want to add infrared LEDs to our backlight and maybe do a few other things. And we're investigating. But if you have ideas or you have experience, like, hit us up. We want to collaborate with people because we're still a really small team, and it's going to take some time to keep improving on this. But even the first gen product, I'd use it for everything almost, and at least every day for 4 to 5 hours, taking notes and messaging. And that's like,
you can send messages on it.
Yeah, like WhatsApp, Slack.
Oh, really?
Telegram. Yeah. So you can.
I should have known that.
You can do that. When you connect to keyboard, it definitely unlocks more of the full computer functionality. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. I mean, I can't work on things that I'm not like super passionate about. So I'm just so grateful that I have this opportunity where everything I've done the past decade basically can be channeled into making daylight a success. And if daylight's a success, then people have the optionality to make better choices in terms of technology that isn't harmful for their health.
Anjan was explaining how this screen technology, you could like only find it in Japan.
Yeah. That's where he pioneered it. He innovated with some researchers, and we're manufacturing it. So the display is the innovation.
Yeah, because it's like a Kindle on steroids, but it's not because you can zoom in and out. It's super quick, but it looks like the ink. What is the ink?
Electronic ink is what Kindle.
It looks like electronic ink.
All the e-readers use.
So this is the only device that has that special Japanese screen technology that utilizes that.
Yeah, it's out. Anjan came up with that with the researchers, and then they're implementing it from a manufacturing perspective. So it's the only 60 plus frames per second refresh rate e-paper product tablet.
What does have you guys talked to anybody? I asked Anjan this, but from your perspective, like, how much time have you spent in like Silicon Valley around other people that are working for other tech companies? And have you seen like what their reactions are to this stuff or this topic in general?
Yeah, most of our investors and a lot of our early supporters are from Silicon Valley, I would say. And they're people, I think, that are seeing what's coming. They've seen what they've created and worked on, and how it's really not bringing out the best in people anymore. And they themselves, I think we're at a point now where if you ask the average person, they're like, yeah, social media and my phone, I don't really have the best relationship with that. I'm kind of addicted. And it's true, everyone, literally myself included, probably you, like we doom scroll. Like it's designed that way. It's so hard to not be sucked in.
Yep.
And then those people, a lot of them, you know, they either have money, disposable income, because they did make some wealth from whatever SaaS startup or other company they had. And they want to support something that seems a bit more meaningful. And yeah, I would say a lot of our early supporters, they're big, deep work people. So productivity, reading, writing. And I would say overall, from the individual perspective, the reception in Silicon Valley has been pretty great. I mean, I don't hang out there a lot. I live in Wyoming. So, but from what I've, you know, experienced and gathered, it's been really positive. I think it's been positive in so many ways. And we just went to South by Southwest and we won like an innovation.
Oh, in Austin.
Yeah, in Austin. We won an innovation award, and bunch of people, especially parents, were coming up to us like, this is so amazing. Like, I've been looking for something like this. Like, you know, can't wait to get this for my daughter, because I just like don't want to give her an iPad, but it's helpful to have something, and you could probably relate to that better than me. But that's what's cool about this, and we haven't even spent a ton of effort on marketing, and we don't really have the bandwidth.
You guys have the sickest website I've ever seen in my life.
We spent a lot of effort on the website and the launch videos, I will say that, but then after that we haven't we've kind of been quiet.
If you can scroll through this website and not spend money on this iPad, then this healthy iPad, I call it a healthy iPad. That's what my kid calls it.
Acceptable. It's acceptable.
If you can scroll through this website and not buy one, you have enormous self-control.
Yeah, our team did such an incredible job on that. It's brilliant, and that's the thing. When we do things, we want to do it, you know, on brand. So it's not like jumping out and having all these, you know, colors in your face and any type of content. We're trying to be very true to our brand and very authentic. But that's why, you know, discussions like this podcast is so powerful, because people can actually align with, you know, what we stand for, and hear Andre and hear myself talk about these topics, and that's what it's all about for me. But we've been building, so we're really excited at, you know, what's to come in the next couple of years, and for us, this is just the beginning, really.
So does this, obviously it's very unique screen technology because there's no blue light. You guys have this sort of like incandescent color, right? This like full spectrum color to it. But like, what have you done, or what do you guys plan on doing with like the frequencies, like because does this put out the same radiation as an iPhone?
Yeah, so the EMFs have not been optimized at all at the hardware level. We technically have a weaker Wi-Fi chip because we're just like a startup with a worse Wi-Fi chip than an iPad. Yeah. I've done like a head-to-head of this versus my MacBook, and it's actually like significantly lower for just that reason, which is pretty funny. Oh, we're coming out with smart airplane mode, which is going to be a software update, which takes very little effort. Any company could do it, where, say right here, this is connected to Wi-Fi, but I haven't used it in like a minute. They're just going to airplane mode.
Oh, cool.
And then instead of pinging the network every 8 to 10 seconds, like right now, like same with my phone, like I manually put it in airplane mode, like it's in airplane mode right now. If you're not a psychopath like me who does that all the time, you're never going to do that. But if it was sitting next to you, do you need it constantly connected? And then maybe it just pings like when you have a custom setting every 5 minutes, or on a daylight. That's not what this is for. So it can be in airplane mode much longer.
Yeah.
And we're thinking of what's the best way to do it. But that's such an easy lift for us. Smart airplane mode, and you know, you won't have to remember to do that. Then in the next generation products, we're definitely looking at EMI, radiation, RF at the hardware level. But I'm going to say it's pretty complex. It's pretty tricky. Like we're going to be the first company that's ever tried to do this. And we have some ideas like, hey, what if there's some sensors on the daylight computer to where it knows your position in space, and then it's only outputting the radiation, the Wi-Fi connectivity, away from you.
Right.
That would be cool. And that actually wouldn't be too challenging to do. A lot of the newer chipsets have directionality functionality. So that should be possible, like theoretically in my head. So I'm going to explore that. And Wi-Fi is all around the room, so it's not going to make your connection or your throughput any worse.
Right.
So that's something. There's shielding, there's filtering potentially to look into. But again, if you're an electrical engineer listening to this, and I'm not an RF engineer, but if anyone has any ideas, hit me up. Tristan@dailycomputer.com. Or the Wi-Fi thing, like long term, maybe that's it. Maybe in like a couple generations, we build a Wi-Fi router and we move our devices to that. Because what I can tell you, Danny, no one's going to move to hardwired internet. I do that in my house because I think for at-home setups.
You're a psycho.
Yeah, I think for at-home setups, it's actually not bad because
hardwired.
Yeah, if you set it up to where.
Sorry to wake up. Want to try it?
What is that? Smelling salt?
It's like ammonia salt stuff. It just wakes you up.
That's what the kids are doing now.
Yeah. I have to do it every month.
Oh, wow. That was a light sniff.
No Wi-Fi necessary.
Let's go. Yeah, so if you connect it, like, if you set it up the way it's not super inconvenient, it's better. You get better data throughput. It's more security.
It is, yeah.
And then you have lower EMF exposure as well. So I think for like home office setups, if you're building a new house or getting a new setup and just pay someone to do it, if you have the means, you can make it pretty convenient. But if you're on the go, like your phone, no one's ever going to hardwire their phone.
Well, that's like the crazy thing about like, people talk about this Internet of Things with 5G.
Smart homes,
and, everything just being connected everywhere. And, it's scary, dude. I just had this dude in here a couple months ago who was talking about how his TV was spying on him. And these people, these like hackers were like messaging him, trying to extort him because they were like recording shit he did off of his TV. Like, not just audio, but I think video, too.
Is he, like, a prevalent guy? Like, just some random guy?
No, just some random dude. I forgot. No, he was working on a movie or something. He was, like, an actor in a movie. And, I don't know. It's a crazy story. But, like, how, like, looking at China, for example, with all of the security state that they live in, and the cameras everywhere, and I don't know how much 5G they use, but I imagine, especially living in the dense metropolitan areas in China, just bringing your little meter out there would make it probably explode with all the connectivity that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you need that? Do you need like your washing machine to talk to your smart meter, to talk to your Amazon accounts, or really do we actually need that, or is that just a byproduct of the fiat economy and selling us more stuff that we don't need and collecting data that is just going to sell more product to us? So we're big privacy advocates too. Like
that's where the tinfoil hat really starts to shine. Is when you think about all the things that all these smart products and the Internet of Things and government control, because like the most of this stuff is in China, where they have complete total control and surveillance over everybody with all this technology that they have. So when you have your washing machine or your hair dryer that has a microphone built into it, it's just like, where does that road lead?
Yeah. And it might just be for collecting data so they can sell you more products. But even if it's just that, that's also
even if it is just that, right? Which it most likely is. It's most likely not.
It doesn't even matter. I don't want that. I don't want that invasion of my privacy, and I definitely don't want to be sold more products. So to me, regardless of where we stand on the reason for all this, it's not okay, and it can't change. But we didn't even talk about some of the mind control, or you said moving people around. Something that is very factual is like the military does use radio frequencies for like active denial systems. They're called. They use millimeter waves. So
active denial.
Yeah, it's this 95 gigahertz.
You're talking like crowd control stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's a real thing. It's been like 20 years, and
yeah.
that is straight up just a very high-powered 95 gigahertz millimeter wave.
The videos of it are insane.
And they can crank it to where it feels like your skin is on fire.
Right.
It feels like your body, because it has it'll heat your body up like 10 degrees in a matter of seconds. So that's where, this is not a conspiracy theory. That exists. Real. And there is definitely...
Top one, Steve.
Like you were saying, if they wanted to move people around, like in Westworld, I'm sure they could do that. If they actually wanted to do that, they could do that. And maybe that's like what warfare is all about.
So give us some volume on this. So these are volunteers.
The military area. Move away from the perimeter.
Their new active denial system boasts a reach far beyond any other non-lethal system.
Well, it's a versatile system, and it has a range of non-lethal capability that we can't even come close to with any of our fielded systems.
Just play it, let it play.
It's very shallow into where your nerve receptors are, and there's no permanent injury caused by it. Very safe system. We build in some safety margins and training for the operators.
They even let any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
It is something that, once again, probably the safest system that we've developed as far as the non-lethal capability.
From Washington, I'm Sergeant Andrew Milner.
The safest non-lethal.
They put non-lethal and safe in there a lot of times.
Yeah.
But then
these people are having seizures the next day.
They blasted it on someone and they moved him. So that's moving crowd control right there. So that's not a conspiracy theory. And I think
they've been doing this stuff since the Cold War.
And I sent you, I think, a PDF. I need to read it again, but there's literally directed energy weapon documents from the military that you can just look up.
Yeah.
It's not conspiracy theory. This is warfare in 2025. It's going to be all drones. It's going to be all DDWs, lasers, and EM waves.
Yes.
And that's if they wanted to use it on civilians. I think the other case to be made is, some of these research studies from the past that show like rats becoming docile from, electric field or magnetic field exposure and things like that. There's maybe a case to be made there, but then guess what? Everyone is consuming the same environment. So would they be doing that to themselves? Maybe they have some crystal that protects them. I don't know, but yeah, to me it doesn't matter. It's like we have a problem here, and we need to think of what's a better solution for wireless technology. But.
So what was that thing you were telling me about that you can install on your breaker panel? It's like a switch or something that you can use to turn off a certain room in your house, like at nighttime when you're going to bed, just flip off the power in your room.
Yeah. So we said that turning your circuit breaker off in your bedroom would have a drastic effect on reducing your AC body voltage.
We turned the breaker off just for my bedroom, and it reduced it by like 100,000, by like 10,000 times.
It was. You don't want to turn your breaker on and off all the time, like mechanical switches like that. We're not meant to be it's not a light switch. It technically could be unsafe after a certain point. So you would never recommend someone do that. You probably could do it on a new breaker. But the safe thing to do would be to get like a relay install, and then there's companies that make solutions where they can hook it up to a remote control and that just flips on and off. So you could be like, hey, I want my bedroom, the kid's bedroom, to be on this, to where I hit the button at 10 p.m., the circuit breakers turn off, and only the kitchen and the AC is powered on at night, so that my electrical power and low frequency EMF exposure is far reduced. So you can get that. There's companies that make solutions like that, and there's also you could just ask your electrician to probably do something like that if you have a good electrician. So that's something to consider.
Save power and don't bake your brain.
There we go. And then you can use that electricity that you're not using to power your incandescent bulbs,
right?
There we go. There's a lot. I mean, I think there's a lot of studies out there, and I would say the vast majority, if not all of them, 80 to 90% of them that aren't funded by industry, show harmful biological effects. And I would say this is kind of a very inconvenient truth for people. So I don't want to be fear mongering, you're going to die because of all this 5G and Wi-Fi. It's just another stressor on top of this toxic cake. We have the food, we have the plastics, we have the water, we have the lights, we have now the EMFs. It is another thing. And in my opinion, the electromagnetic environment might be the most important, if not because it's what we're consuming 24/7, 365 days a year. And the argument usually made against it is that non-ionizing radiation isn't harmful. And we already talked about studies of weak magnetic fields, increasing risk of childhood leukemia. We looked at other studies for, cell phone exposure risk. That's all non-ionizing. So I think that's without foundation. And I think that's just something that people use because that's what they've been taught. And it's like a blanket statement that is like, oh, there's no way. And it's invisible, it's intangible. So people really can't understand the impact that it's having. But it's a low-level stressor that's present in the environment, disrupting your sleep. It's disrupting your cellular communication. Like your mitochondria are really the hub of communication and energy production. And think of it, right? Like, think of it like me and you are in this room. We're talking to each other. We can hear each other very clearly. It's a great conversation. Imagine if 50 people were in here. You think we'd be able to hear each other as clearly? Imagine if there's 100 people in here. The signal to noise ratio, because of this electromagnetic environment that's alien, has never been lower. There's all this noise going on. And our body is using electromagnetic fields to communicate, to drive cellular processes. And when we have these non-native input signals, that becomes distorted. And then we get, timing interruptions. We get there's trillions of cellular reactions and functions being executed like every second.
Yeah.
And to me, that's how people should think about this, is that there's so much noise going on and it's constantly keeping us in this sympathetic dominant fight or flight state. So you really never have that chance to be in the state that you're meant to be and fully relax and execute and function normally. And at the lowest level, our biology is electromagnetic. That's what people can't conceive. Like, what are we using to measure all of these things in the hospital? Use an EEG to measure your brain, an EKG. Those are purely electrical.
Yeah.
MRI machines for torn ACLs, cancers. It's magnetic resonance imaging. And there's just such a disconnect between medicine, modern medicine, academia, and this world of electromagnetism, because no one's really taught physics. And then the physicists and engineers, they don't know anything about biology.
Right.
So that's the only reason why people talk to me, is because I'm listening.
You're the only one that's making the connection.
One of few people. There's a lot of good folks out there, but a lot of them have been suppressed, had their funding stripped over the years, and nothing has changed. Like, I go and read a lot of these books. The Invisible Rainbow is an amazing one. Rest in peace to Arthur Firstenberg. The guy who wrote that just died 2 weeks ago.
What was that one about?
That was more high level, and he correlated that the electrification of society directly correlated with the increase of chronic disease. Now, that happened across the 20th century. Mostly in the 40s, and then 99% of society was electrified by the 60s.
Chronic disease, was there any specification of which disease was the most prevalent out of them?
Heart disease. I sent you a picture of the one graph he had. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone, but it's basically, again, this is correlation, not causation.
I can text it to Steve. You can show it on the screen.
Yeah, it's rate of rural heart disease in 1940. Which is when only the cool states had electricity. So,
okay, this thing? I should send it?
Yeah.
All right, Steve, I'm going to email this to you right now.
And basically, Arthur Firstenberg just talks about that. And he talks about some crazy stuff, that telecom cables, when they were introduced in the late 1800s, all of a sudden, the flu went from being something that happened every 5 to 8 years, now happened every single year. And it used to be more tracked to
the flu.
The flu used to only be a phenomenon, apparently, that occurred every few years, really badly, and it correlated with the solar cycles. So there's an 11-year solar cycle, and we're actually in a peak year right now. So if you're wondering why a bunch of crazy stuff is happening, you can say the solar cycle has somewhat of impact, because there's a solar maximum, and that means the most amount of sunspots are happening, the most amount of geomagnetic storms, which means the most amount of magnetic variables and disturbances. And that's been studied and looked at, and having
it's called a solar cycle?
Yeah, 11-year, and we're in a solar maximum.
Can you look that up? I need to read about this. How have I not had anyone tell me about this?
July 2025 is the peak. So
July 2025 is the peak of the solar cycle, meaning there's more electricity?
there's more. You can read it.
Okay, the solar cycle, which is approximately 11 years long, is the periodic change in the sun's activity measured by variations in the number of sunspots on the surface. Okay, the cycle is driven by the sun's magnetic field, which reverses direction every 11 years, leading to fluctuations in solar radiation, ejections from solar material, and the occurrence of solar flares and coronal loops. The 11-year period is influenced by the differential rotation speed between the sun's poles and equator, causing the magnetic field to stretch and eventually reverse. So the magnetic field of the sun reverses every 11 years? Is that what this is saying?
Yeah, and that's having an impact on the magnetic environment on the Earth. And there's studies that look at, psychiatric patients and overall mental health of people that are very sensitive. And when there's increased solar activity and magnetic disturbances, that can be felt. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but there's more variation. And this is all what I'm getting at here.
Keep scrolling down, Steve. Sorry, keep going.
Is that we are electromagnetic beings. The only reason there's life on this planet, Danny, is because we have a magnetic field that protects us from all of the ionizing radiation from the sun. And we have a magnetic field in the Earth because the Earth has a molten iron core, which is moving charges.
Yeah.
And that moving charge is creating a powerful magnetic field that's protecting us. And that magnetic field is driving our biology. It actually influences our circadian rhythm.
Sure.
And that's why potentially these weak magnetic fields from power lines and other products are harmful.
Look at that NASA link.
Because we are, it's called electromagnetic interference in electrical engineering. When we have interference or noise on the line, that's disrupting the real input signal. And the real input signal we need is the Earth's magnetic field, the Schumann's resonance, which is a natural resonance phenomenon in the Earth, and the solar spectrum.
The sun has a magnetic pole flip every 11 years. That'd be like North and the South poles swapping places every decade. And the sun transitions from being calm to... Holy shit, dude.
If that happened on Earth, we would not exist.
It would exactly. It would wipe out humanity.
That's also happening slowly. Magnetic pole reversal is definitely happening.
The North Pole is moving, and we just talked about this a couple weeks ago. It's like a couple feet per year, right? It was like 12 feet per year. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, it was like a few feet. I don't know.
A few feet per year.
And it's increasing, and the overall strength of the magnetic field is decreasing. So we're definitely in the early stages probably of a magnetic pole reversal, but these things take thousands of years to play out. So this is what we should be studying more, not like going to Mars, in my opinion. But we are learning a lot about the magnetic or electromagnetic environment by looking in space. So I will say that. Mm-hmm. But that's what I'm trying to get at here is we are designed for this electromagnetic environment that goes on into the Earth. So
yes,
I usually
evolved here.
I usually start podcasts with telling people that, but we're doing the opposite here because I want people to know that we are electromagnetic beings. And the Schumann's resonance, for example, is a phenomenon where lightning strikes occur and there's an electromagnetic resonance in the cavity in the atmosphere, and the Earth's naturally resonating like 7 to 8 hertz in its first harmonic. That's the same frequency as our alpha brainwave. And, that's not a coincidence that occurs. And then when we have these low frequency fields from technology, of course, it's going to have a potential effect on our mental states.
Yeah.
And that's something that, again, is very esoteric for mainstream science and medicine, but it's the truth. And the overall acknowledgement that we just need to study more phenomenons on the electromagnetic environment. And the other point I want to make here is that this is all very localized. So if I were to give a recommendation for health, it's not only, getting outdoors is beneficial and getting connected to your environment is beneficial because we are designed to take all the input signals from our local environments. Mm-hmm. But that local environment is different depending where you are. So what you're doing in Florida and what I'm doing in Wyoming is different. And different modalities and foods and things will affect us differently because the electromagnetic environment is different. there's a different magnetic field coming out of the Earth at different directional vectors. And that's where all this gets really complicated, because there are things such as resonance with certain molecules in our body that are interacting with various fields, such as the electromagnetic field of the Earth. And depending on your location, it's going to have a different effect. So if we do research this stuff, there's just so many confounding independent variables to consider. And I hope someone has the foresight to think about all of that. But that's also why where you live and embracing the local environment and season is very important, because we're cyclical creatures, and everything that goes on, even the magnetic field of the Earth has a rhythm, our circadian rhythms, the seasonality. I'm very big on all of that stuff, and it's kind of nuanced. So even the mainstream health influencers, like, you know, they live on a beach somewhere in the tropics. You really shouldn't always follow their advice if you live in the Northeast and it's January.
Right. Okay, so this says the magnetic, the pole has been moving at a rate of 45 kilometers per year, north-northwest.
You said feet, you're off by it.
So what's 45 kilometers to feet?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it,
45,
Steve? Do you know?
that's like 30 miles.
45 kilometers is like 30 miles? That's crazy if that's real.
Is it that much?
Yeah, almost exactly.
27 miles per year?
Oh my God. That's what we should be studying. Like, I think
somebody has to be studying that.
Not enough. Not that I've seen.
Maybe they just don't want to let the public know. Because if you're in charge and you're figuring out that this Earth's about to flip, do a pole flip, are you going to tell the public?
It's hard.
That would be the equivalent of telling them there's an alien invasion.
Do you think?
I think so, yeah.
In 222 years, the pole will be flipped completely.
I don't think that's...
What? If it's moving at that... Yeah.
That seems off.
That has to be off.
Yeah, bro. Brave. I don't know. I like Brave.
But Brave is the Bitcoin browser.
Well, the planet is 6,000 miles across. Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
see what Chrome has to say.
All I know is that these pole reversals do take thousands of years, and then it can just happen like all of a sudden. So it does accelerate over time.
Yeah, well, it has to do with like the ice sheets getting really heavy, right, and then melting and getting really light, and then that has to like somehow like releases the crust from the core, or the mantle rather, and then makes the outer part of the Earth. So 8,000 miles is the diameter of the Earth. So we'll figure out. Ask first.
8,000 divided by 27.
Find out if it's really 27 miles per year. That might not be real.
That would be what I would be saying.
I would try another browser. You gotta have two. You can't just have. We can't just rely on Brave.
But folks,
like you can't just rely on Chrome. You gotta hedge your bets a little bit.
Check your sources. Do your own research.
Then we'll ask China what they say our North Pole is shifting.
Their new, was it DeepSeek?
Oh yeah, DeepSeek.
But that's something Robert O. Becker even wrote about. He was like, pole reversals have been correlated with like 80% of all extinction events. And he wrote about that in the 80s. I don't even know if that's exactly true, but I'd imagine it would be.
The Earth's magnetic pole is currently drifting at a speed of 31 to 37 miles per year. So who is this according to? Hit show more. This is Google AI.
It used to be 6 and now it's 30.
That's frightening.
Oh wow. From 9 to 37.
So this is why Elon's trying to get us to Mars?
I would be concerned. I didn't know that's insane. That means the compasses aren't going to work very soon. Folks.
Right, like soon. In 100 years, it's going to be halfway there?
I guess. That's wild.
In less than 100 years, we'll be more than halfway flipped. Well, cool. At one point, the idea is that it goes, and then it just like, the ice cap gets so heavy, just
like... That could be a chaotic...
and how are we going to get to Mars, bro? Dude, how are we going to get to the moon? How are we going to get to the Van Allen radiation belt?
But that is another example of like why our electromagnetic environment is so important. People, they go up there, they get osteoporosis, they get all these chronic diseases.
What's that thing called that he was the Jack was about the pregnenolone steal syndrome? Mm-hmm. So all the astronauts had to, they all came back with like virtually no testosterone.
Yeah, hormonal dysfunction.
I guess that's legit.
I mean, it's all regulated by electromagnetism at the end of the day, at the lowest level. And that's where even, supplements, for example, antioxidants, oxidative signaling in our body is so important, because that's what's reacting with our electromagnetic environment, like free radicals and oxygen in general, paramagnetic molecules in our body. So if we just like blunt all of that all the time, you're really blunting the ability to take in the input signals of your environment, which could be problematic, could be beneficial if you're traveling.
How fucked are we going to be if we end up having to move to the Earth to the moon or to Mars? Are you going to be on one of the journeys to go to are you just going to stay here and go down with the ship?
I will stay here. I am not moving to Mars.
Dude, that's gotta be so unhealthy for us. Like it's gonna like I can't imagine what it's gonna look like, but a human lifespan is probably gonna go down so much.
Do you know what? I can't believe how resilient we are in our current state. This is what's cool. I can't believe with all this stuff we're talking about, we're still walking around like, people are drinking 4 cups of coffee and whatever stimulants and antidepressants, but we're doing pretty good for how much toxic stuff is in the environment. And even travel. Like I can get on a flight to Australia and somehow my body figures it out. I don't feel great. And the problem I've found is once you get hyper connected to your environment, you become more sensitive to being uprooted and going somewhere else.
Dude, it is hard to kill people.
But it is damn hard to kill people.
It is hard to kill. There's this documentary called Mr. Death. Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's this dude who his dad worked for the Bureau of Prisons, and they had one of their electric chairs went bad, and they had to fix it. So he brought it to his house, and his son started tinkering around with it, figured out how to make it work better. They brought it back at work. So now he became the repairman for the electric chair. Next thing you know, they're like, oh shit, the states are making us come up with more humane ways of executing people. So he came up with gas chambers. Then he came up with the lethal injections. And this kid that was just like, had no background in this stuff, just figured out how to fix an electric chair, was now in charge of implementing all of the execution devices across all the prisons around the country.
Wow.
And he was in his book or in his documentary, he explains like a lot of them didn't fucking work. Like people weren't dying; they were just getting like tortured. And he was like, the human body is really hard to kill.
Yeah, and that's where the people are like, well, where's everyone dropping dead from all the cell phones or whatever? Name your toxin, and like, where's everyone dropping dead? I'm like, well, this stuff takes a long time to manifest, and it's the death by 1,000 cuts. That's the problem with any of these. There's so many. Like we asked Steve to pull up that chart about electrification and chronic disease or heart disease.
Yeah,
that's a great chart. It's cool. Like, look, all the cool states in the Northeast, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, they had the highest percentage of electrification, and they had the highest rate of heart disease at that time period. But
this is from so this is
1940.
This is 1 year.
1 year, yeah. So it's just a snapshot in time. So again, but guess what else? New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. Maybe they had Crisco, and maybe they had other stuff that was toxic. But it is pretty compelling. And again, it's just another factor to consider in your environment that is foreign and based on the research and our knowledge of how biology works, if you dig deep enough, is toxic or is potentially disruptive. And the thing about like the flu and the solar cycles, like we are so disconnected from our electromagnetic environment.
How is the flu connected to the solar cycles again?
That's just like maybe Steve can look that up too. But apparently what Arthur Furstenberg wrote about was before telecom cables were put underneath or in society in the late 1800s, the flu was more of a uncommon, like it came around for a couple of years and then left for like 5-6 years. And it was more tied to the solar cycles, which I wouldn't be surprised with, but you're going to have to try and find some very unbiased information.
Oh yeah, it's going to be pretty hard. Well, like
in general,
but in antiquity, people were dying from fucking plagues left and right. Like there was a plague every 5 years.
That's something different. I think it was more so like the annual, like what's known as the common flu, like every winter, not like the bubonic plague or some crazy infectious disease. So that's something different. But
we're doing a lot better than we were back then.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to romanticize the past totally, because people, they were living outside, but but they were struggling with infectious diseases. But the thing that the mainstream likes to paint, oh, we're healthier as a society because of lifespan, but they had kids dying when they were 8, and that skews all the
infant
numbers.
mortality rate was like 50% back then.
Childbirth mortality as well.
Yeah.
And you can look at, again, like what is health span versus lifespan? That's like a whole debate.
Well, I think it's always been the same as far as we know. So
the maximum.
The maximum, correct. Yeah. Obviously, people were dying from hand-to-hand combat, plagues, famine, all that stuff, war. But a healthy individual that didn't get murdered or didn't die from a plague would live time, same exact lifespan, back in, as far as we know, like BC, than we do now.
Yeah. And that's where the longevity biohacking community, I'm like, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. But I'm focused on...
I always wonder about that guy, the Brian Johnson guy.
I talked to him this past weekend.
Oh, actually. Did you really?
Yeah, we were at the same health event in Austin. And I was like, what are you doing about light and EMFs? He's like, I'm pretty cognizant of light. He doesn't go outside very much, or he's in the shade. But he was open to the EMFs. He's like, we've looked into it, but we're not convinced. I was like, well, try it out.
We've looked into it? Oh, he has a whole team of people.
Yeah, he does. I think I like his intent. I'm not going to, talk bad about anyone. He's on his own wavelength. If he thinks he's God and wants to live forever, by all means. At least
time will tell, right?
He's putting money into telling us which products are maybe more toxic.
He's using himself as a science experiment, right?
Yeah, so at least we know what's going on. But my goal is to convince him that sunlight is good for you. Even
he doesn't buy into it.
Not the ultraviolet.
Get him and Jack Cruz into a room.
That will never work. You got to meet people where they are.
Yeah.
But the EMFs he's open to, so I'm going to send him some papers. And it's like, dude, what do you have to lose? You want to live forever? What, do you need your Wi-Fi on at night? But he goes to bed he's committed. So you have to respect that.
Yeah.
But I don't think all these anti-aging experts. I think we know far less than we think we know.
Yeah, I think so too.
About biology, especially. And what I am excited about, one of the few things I'm excited about for AI is how do you create a tool that can parse? There's thousands and thousands of studies on EMFs. Let's say there are, and I can't read all of them. I could post one on Twitter for the next 10 years every single day, and that wouldn't even be all of them. And then you can't find all of them, and then you have to piece it together. So if there was a tool with the proper guidance, I think we could learn so much about how biology is actually functioning. And then if we fund real research, that's what's promising. But we're not even scratching the surface.
Well, that's
evident.
The EMF topic seems like the most damned topic of all of them, because just look at the lobbying in the food industry and then the pharmaceutical industry. Now the telecom industry.
And guess what?
How much money? I'd be interested to find this out, Steve. How much money does the telecom industry make compared to the pharmaceutical industry? How much do they spend on? And we can just do the math on how much lobbying they.
I got the lobbying numbers.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I've written down right here.
What is it?
In 2018, for AT&T was $18.5 million. Verizon $12 million. The CTIA and the NCTA, they're basically associations that represent the telecom industry. So vouching for them, fighting for the rights was another $22 million. That was in 2018. I looked at more recent numbers, and it's about 20 to 50% higher now. So it's a lot. They're probably lobbying $100 million a year, which is nothing compared to what they make, but it's pretty high.
The global pharma industry is estimated to be worth $1.2 trillion, which will grow to more than $1.5 trillion by 2020. Okay, this is old. By 2021. The pharmaceutical industry generates $550 billion in revenue in 2021. All right. Well, let's look at the telecom industry. Oh, here we go. By comparison, the telecom industry with a global revenue over around $5 trillion is significantly larger than the pharmaceutical industry, which is estimated to be worth $1.2 trillion. Almost 5 times bigger.
It's way bigger. Wow. And guess what we said earlier? It's
and they're working for the NSA at the same time. So, we're fucked, dude.
But the thing with the food and the pharmaceuticals, you actually have a choice. Do you really have a choice about your electromagnetic environment right now? Not really.
Less of a choice, right?
Much
because
less.
It's invisible.
It's invisible, plus There's no consent to where the infrastructure goes, and we have to use it. You don't have to take medication. You can choose pretty deliberately about your food. Like, you could go buy it from a farmer. Right now, there are not really great alternatives for tech. There's literally no alternatives for telecom. We all use Verizon, AT&T. Like, it's a monopoly in all facets.
There's no choice, yeah.
And then if you look at the FCC, if you want to talk about corrupted three-letter agencies, I mean, they haven't updated their guidelines since 1996. The former, like, heads of the CTIA and I think the general counsel of Verizon were their last two commissioners. I think the guy Trump put in now is he's kind of okay. I've seen him referred to as like the 5G czar in a good way. Like Trump,
who is he?
I don't know. Brendan Carr, I think is his name. I don't know enough about him, but I mean, Trump loves 5G. He's like, we're going to have the best 5G.
He loves 5G.
He just, he's a business guy. Yeah. So he just like,
he also loves the warp speed, Operation Warp Speed.
So it's,
Brandon Carr is the senior Republican on the Federal Communications Commission, having served. So, what's his bent here?
He's like a legal FCC like guy.
Okay,
so
and he's anti-5G.
No, he's pro.
Oh, he's pro.
I shouldn't have said czar. I should have said something else.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we're gonna. I'm curious to see, because guess what? You got Trump, who's like loves 5G and tech and 6G. He just says
6G.
Oh yeah, that's next. Yeah, so
we're gonna have 6G.
It's gonna be so big.
It's gonna be great. Like
we are somewhat behind China in terms of telecommunications, because the rollout for 5G did take a while. So you have those two.
Well, at least we're not installing the Huawei bases all over here anymore.
Yeah, that are just listening to everything. Yeah. So we're smart about that. The U.S. military still buys like Chinese drones, but at least we're getting.
Do they really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That seems silly. There's no way we buy.
Who makes all our
drones? Like not military drones.
No, I don't know for sure, but anyway, we make all our products in China, so.
Yeah,
like these are all made in China.
Yeah, they are.
So we're kind of stuck in that regard. But what I'm saying is, we got Trump, who's pro 5G, 6G. We got Elon. Elon, you need to acknowledge that EMFs are potentially harmful for your biology. So that's all I got to say. Because he's been on Rogan and be like, you could put something like 1,000,000 times stronger than your phone up to your head and it wouldn't have any effect. Like, he said some stupid stuff. But again,
he also says that there's no evidence for any kind of advanced propulsion systems by any aerospace industries. He don't think aliens. He doesn't think aliens are interesting, and he thinks that we can go to Mars even though we haven't been to the moon in 54 years.
Yeah, he's also highly intelligent and highly strategic. So I'm sure he's not just gonna say what actually makes sense.
Very highly strategic
for the public.
But like, I don't know. It kind of like, is he that like? But why are you on Twitter all day, every day? Just like,
I don't know.
Posting boring, like not even funny memes.
And then you have RFK. So I'm like, how is this going to play out? I'm very curious to see if there is anything. Maybe they let RFK just do some research funding on EMFs, but this is where consumer demand, like consumer opinion and voicing of concerns, is actually what drives change. And I think spreading awareness that this is a real thing. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real thing. Go look at the studies. Go read some of these books: Invisible Rainbow, Cross Currents, Zapping of America, Microwave Debate. Some of these you can't even find anymore. You have to find the PDF, and they're from 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot. There's a lot of great researchers: Henry Lai, Martin Powell, Robert O. Becker, Alan Frey.
Robert O. Becker was in that book, The Pentagon's Brain. There's a whole fascinating episode on him where he talks about limb. He was the guy who was about limb regeneration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and that's where he discovered like bone was semiconductive. That's where he discovered that there's little electrical currents that stimulate, cell repair, cell regeneration, limb regeneration. And now they're studying how magnetic fields can alter that as well. And it's highly dependent on the frequency, the intensity, the directionality. So there's so many independent variables there. But yeah, that was 70s maybe when he studied that. So there was so much, like we could have made so much progress, and that all just got shut down. And he was on 60 Minutes. I'm pretty sure Alan Frey went on 60 Minutes. So if you want to dig up some fun archives, there you go.
Tristan, thanks, man. This has been a great podcast. Fucking mind-blowing stuff. Tell people where they can learn more about you and Daylight and everything that you guys are doing. Obviously, I'll put links, but
yeah, thanks for having me, man. Really appreciate it. It's been a fun time. DailyComputer.com is our website. You mentioned you're a big fan of the website.
Oh yeah, huge fan of it. Best website known to mankind ever created.
At Daylight Co is our socials. Personally, I'm at Tristan_health on Instagram and at Bitcoin and _beef on Twitter. That was a book I wrote
Bitcoin Beef?
Bitcoin and Beef.
Bitcoin and Beef?
It was a book I wrote 4 years ago talking about why decentralization matters. So and now it's all come true, so it's kind of hilarious.
That's awesome, dude. Well, thanks again. This has been super fun. I'll link everything below. And good night, everyone. Dr. Gad Barnea, thanks for coming.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I just got done listening to your podcast with Neil, Gnostic Informant. It was fascinating stuff, and I'm excited to chat with you about this stuff today. Can you just explain what your background is?
Sure. So my focus is really on history of the, especially of the Iranian world, the ancient Iranian world, and the role of the Jews within that world of Jewish history. Within the context of the Iranian world, the pre-Islamic, what I call the Age of Empires. So the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Sasanian Empire. So I'm focusing on these three empires, which together really kind of deeply impacted the ancient Near East for about a millennium together. So these three empires, unfortunately, in scholarship have been relatively little studied. Little researched thus far, and so I'm trying to correct that and to focus on that particular perspective of the Iranian empires in the ancient Near East. And my main work is with the original material, the actual primary sources. So I do a lot of epigraphic work dealing with actual papyri, leather scrolls, ostraca, and things like that. In ostraca, just for people who don't know, that these are shards of jars and ancient things, objects, household objects that were broken, and so people use that to write short messages on. And these ostraca represent daily communications. There you go. Yeah, so daily communications. And short messages. These are that's the SMS of the ancient world, really, kind of the WhatsApp of the ancient world.
Wow.
These are
WhatsApp.
short. Yeah, exactly. These are short messages that were that people handed to each other, and so you can learn so much from these documents, whether it's papyri, whether it's ostraca, whether it's other types of communication. And you can read what the ordinary people, what they thought about. These are people who never thought that what they are writing will be studied, 2,500 years later, or even 2 days later. Even they were just written for someone to read at the same day or the next. And so we learn this is purely unfiltered data from antiquity. It's not Herodotus, which is obviously filtered data. Of course, the Bible is filtered through ideology. It's not any of that. It's really the direct record of what reality was in antiquity. And that's why it's so exciting. And I work with those primary documents a lot.
What set you in this direction from the start? Like, how did you get interested in this stuff? And what led you to specifically dig into things like this?
It's a great question. Like I think everyone in my field, things were not necessarily planned out from the beginning this way. I was initially involved with some with an NGO in Israel that was dealing with Jewish-Christian dialogue, and from that I started doing a lot of. We started doing conferences and I started doing lectures, but I really wasn't specializing in this field, and people said, well, we need to kind of really start specializing in this. And one thing led to another, and I eventually did my PhD on the island of Elephantine. So that's an island in Upper Egypt, meaning southern Egypt.
It's like in the middle of the Nile, right?
It's in the middle of the Nile, and it's an extremely important island, not just for Jewish history, but also mainly for Egyptian history for millennia. Even before the Jews came there, it was already important for millennia. Anyway, this island, which is just facing the city of Aswan, if for those who know, in southern Egypt.
Which is like 500 miles from Giza, roughly.
In miles, I don't know, but it's not. I mean, it's about an hour and a half by airplane from Cairo. Okay, so wow. I did make that flight, and so I can tell you it's far from Cairo, and so Egypt is a pretty large country and a beautiful place. And so Elephantine is this island just facing Aswan. It's really close to Aswan. And this island was extremely important for the Egyptians' daily life, really, and for Egyptian cult. And I use cult in terms of just a synonym for religion. I don't use it pejoratively, just so you know.
Right.
But it was a central island for Egyptian cult. It was there were these three deities that were associated with this island that eventually became a triad of deities: Khnum, the ram god, and Satet and Anuket, two female deities. One of which was his wife, and the other was considered his daughter. Anyway, this island initially was the island of Satet as the main deity, but the island was seen to be, because this is the first cataract of the Nile, it was considered to be the source of the annual inundation of the Nile. So what happened on that island had implications for the economy of the entire country of Egypt, and it was on that island that in the 6th century, before the current era, a Jewish community settled and was actually brought there as mercenaries to guard what was for a while the southern border of Egypt.
600 BC?
6th century, so around 550. According to my calculations and my research, there are some scholars who date it much about 100 years earlier than that. But I published on this, and I show that this is the most probable date is around 550 BCE, when they arrived there, 540, 550. Anyway, so there was a Jewish community on that island, and they had a temple, a fully functioning temple. They had priests, they had sacrifices. It was a temple about the same size of the Jerusalem temple, and in a very important place of worship. So that was what I did my PhD on this community, and one thing led to another. Initially, I didn't really look to, like most of my colleagues, I didn't really look to Persia. I didn't look to the Iranian sphere, but then I started noticing certain elements within these texts that pointed my attention more to, because of course this was under the Achaemenid Empire, was the empire ruling that area.
What empire? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that empire.
So that's Cyrus, King Cyrus, right? That everyone, I'm sure, has heard of. Okay. Cyrus the Great.
Everyone except me. I know, I've heard of Cyrus.
You've heard. So Cyrus the Great is considered kind of the founder of this empire, and that is the first world superpower. Really, it is a very, very important empire in the history of humanity, and certainly of so-called Western civilization. The impact of the Achaemenid. So the Achaemenid is just the name of their kind of mythological forefather of this dynasty, and so this dynasty and this particular empire was something that the world has never seen before. They've seen other empires before the Achaemenid Empire, but this is a superpower. It had not just conquered an area that is greater than the Roman Empire at its greatest extent, by the way. A huge area from India all the way to Greece or to Macedonia and to parts of the Ukraine. And to Egypt and Libya today. So it's a huge, absolutely huge area. that they controlled and administered very, very effectively. And they controlled it also with an ideology of how to rule these peoples. So it was something that the world has never seen, and it impacted the Greek world. It impacted Greek philosophy. It impacted the Egyptians, of course, the Jews as well. The impact of the Achaemenid Empire is with us to this day in many ways.
And when did that empire start? The Achaemenid, how do you say it?
Achaemenid Empire, roughly around 550, depending on how you look at it. But some people date it from the fall of Babylon to Cyrus, but really the ascension of Cyrus around 550 BCE, and then up to Alexander the Great that destroyed, took over.
Oh wow, that's a good map. Like that's a lot.
Yeah.
So all that pink,
exactly.
all that pink.
And more. I mean, even all the way to India. This actually.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, this actually shows you the different stages. So the area in pink is just what Cyrus, the first campaign or the first phase of Cyrus, all the way up to Turkey, to modern Turkey, and then he went down to conquer Babylon. And and then of course his dynasty continued after that. Very complicated picture in reality, but Cyrus was the one to conquer this from the Medes, the Median Empire, which was there for a short while, and then conquered Babylon. And through Babylon, of course, he took over what was already the New Babylonian Empire before him, and so that included Palestine. And he was the first to kind of consolidate the first phase of this empire. He was succeeded by his son Cambyses, who then added Egypt and parts of Libya to this, and then Darius the First, actually made it into what it later became as this major superpower. Darius the First is truly one of the greatest leaders in antiquity. Truly an impressive, a very impressive person. Anyway, so
and these writings that you were finding were in what language?
Aramaic.
They're in Aramaic. Oh, okay. Interesting. When you first started with looking in Elephantine and you were finding these same things that were looking at like fragments of vases and things with written Aramaic language on it.
Right. So I wasn't finding the actual physical. So I'm not an archaeologist. I wasn't finding the physical objects. These were already excavated at the beginning. Most of them at the beginning of the 20th century.
Okay.
And many of them were published, but not necessarily published correctly. So several of my recent publications are correcting bad readings or incorrect readings.
Like they were getting the translations wrong.
No, I mean the reading was wrong. Simply, it's not just translation, but they weren't reading the text correctly. In some cases they didn't understand the text correctly. In one case that's about to come out, I'm republishing an Ostracon, a relatively long Ostracon. That was first published in 1908, but has been since, so for 116 years, it's been read the wrong way, so inside out rather than so the direction of reading was incorrect for this long. But this is part of what we do. What the work of an epigrapher is extremely complex. It's not just reading the text. It's not just trying to say, well, this is an aleph, this is a bet, this whatever letter that is, but the context, the material, even the materiality of the object needs to be really deeply taken into account, and that we've not in my field. We've not been doing this really up until now. The materiality was not given the proper place that it should have. So we look at the materiality, and that might impact the way we read the text, because we start seeing elements on the surface of the object that we didn't see before, and that might point us to a different letter than what we thought originally. So things like that. Epigraphy is very, complex work. And it requires encyclopedic knowledge also, because some of these letters, some of these constructions, and some of the context might come from a different culture. So, for example, there are loan words from Persian, there are loan words from Egyptian that you need to know. It really requires a lot of contextual knowledge.
So, is Elephantine the first place that the idea of Yahwism developed? No, where did Yahwism come from?
Yeah, so that's a great question, but that Elephantine is not.
Okay.
It's not where it initially developed. So Yahwism. Well, I'll give you my definition of Yahwism first.
Okay.
So Yahwism is very simple. It's people who, for whom a deity by the name of Yah is the head of the pantheon. Okay, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
They have that element Yah in many of their names. So it's a theophoric element. Theophoric means holding the deity, holding theo, the theos, the deity. And so a name that has a component with Yah, like Yahushua or Yosha, or many other examples
so
like
if
that.
they participated in Yahwism, or if they believed in Yahweh or Yahoo, they would incorporate his name into their name.
Yeah. So that, not all of them necessarily, but
right.
But this would be very, very common. And so Yahwism is simply those people who identified for their identity, for their ethnic identity, and for their cultic identity. The main deity, the head of the pantheon, is a deity by the name of Yah. There are no specific and unique cultic features, such as commandments or observations or feasts that are necessarily unique to them. There are no special sacrifices or anything like that. They are very much like any other group around them. They do the same sacrifices. They generally speaking, observe very similar feasts that are not specific necessarily to them, but are like agricultural observances that everyone is obviously going to observe around them.
Right.
So we don't see anything about early Yahwism that is necessarily unique, except for the main deity that they have.
Okay.
And so that's really early Yahwism. Very, very simple. And that started. Well, it's hard to know exactly when it started. We can only say when we start seeing it in the record. Now there are debates about where the first place that it's actually documented might be. One place, there are two temples in what is today Sudan and what used to be southern Egypt, or the extreme southern part of Egypt. Two temples of Ramses II. One is in Soleb, in a place called Soleb, and another in Amara West. And these two temples have lists of people groups. And in these two lists, there is a group that's called the Shasu of Yah. Now, there's a question if Yah is simply a place name. Is that really the deity Yah, or not? I actually, for a long time, I thought this could not be the deity Yah, but now I think that because of parallelism, it is within this. That people group is within a list of other groups where there's a Shasu. Shasu just means the nomads. Okay, so the people who are nomads. So the Shasu of Yah it comes after the Shasu of Baal, which is of course is another deity, and there's also Anat, if I remember correctly. So you have parallelism with other deities, the Shasu of another deity within that same list. So it makes sense, or at least the probability now becomes higher that this might be the deity Yahoo. And if that's the case, we're talking about 14th century before the Common Era. Already the name of this deity.
What century?
14th century.
14th century.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So
what does Yahweh mean?
Yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. There are all kinds of theories for that.
I had somebody in here tell me it meant Hail Zeus.
No. Well, no? That's definitely not.
That's out of the question.
That's out of the question, yeah. But we don't know exactly what it means. I mean, of course, there is a much later folk etymology for it, which just means to be. And we find that, of course, in the book of Exodus.
Right.
But that's a much later folk etymology for the name that explains it as a name of existence. But after these two, after Soleb and Amara West in what is modern day Sudan, we don't hear about this name for until the 9th century, the late 9th century, in some stelas like the Musha stela and the Teldan stela. And Teldan is interesting because it also has one of these theophoric names in it with Yao. And so these are for a long time it goes off the radar and then comes back. And what's interesting is in the 8th century BCE, we have a person by the name of Yao Bidi, one of the most fascinating characters. We don't know a lot about this person, but what we do know is absolutely fascinating. He's mentioned in the Neo-Assyrian inscriptions as a king, as a Hittite. Okay, and Hittite means that he comes from, modern day Turkey, southern Turkey, and maybe the border with Syria. And but he's a Hittite according to the inscriptions, who is the king of Hamat, a city, an Aramean city in modern day Syria. And so he's a Hittite who rules an Aramean city, a non-Hittite city. And his name is Yao Bidi. Now, the first component of the name, Yao, clearly the name of the deity Yahweh, because in the Akkadian language, there are determinatives. There are like little drawings next to words that make sure that you understand what the meaning is. This is a person. This is a deity. It identifies.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of these ancient languages had identifiers like that, or determinatives like that, that told you if we were talking about the person, the people group, or
like
a deity.
they would draw little pictures next to it.
Exactly, next to the noun. And so here we see that there's the dingir, it's called dingir, a determinative that means that this is a deity. So that the Yao component in his name is clearly the name of the deity. But he's not Judean, he's not Israelite, he's not even Canaanite, right? This guy is a Hittite from modern day southern Turkey, who was king of an Aramean city somehow. And he is a Yahwist. I mean, he is, for all intents and purposes, Jewish in that sense. Proto-Jewish. Yahwism is not synonymous with Judaism. I'm sure we'll get to that. But he is clearly a Yahwist. And so, and that is fascinating. That's really all we know about him, and the only reason we know about him is that he rebelled against the Neo-Assyrians, and the Neo-Assyrians captured him and killed him in a very, very gruesome way. They describe it. And but the only reason we know about him is because he rebelled. I'm sure there are many others that simply did not make it into the record. But we do have proof that Yahwism existed outside of Judea, Samaria, or Israel, and is certainly recorded up north in modern day, where is modern day Syria. And so it looks like, from the data that we have, the extra biblical data in the Bible, there are other hints that I think are much later and not necessarily historically anchored. But from what we have from extra biblical data, it looks like Yahwism started in the Aramean areas, and so in the areas of modern day Syria, were adopted by nomadic tribes in that area, and somehow at some point kind of migrated down to Canaan from Syria, and so Yahwism became more popular in Syria, in Canaan. But we already have, as I mentioned, we already have Yahwism in Canaan already in the 9th century as well. So, so the entire region already had forms of Yahwism in it from, I'd say, at least around the 9th, 8th century before the Common Era.
And did Judaism come directly out of Yahwism?
It's a great question. So
Isn't that like the consensus, or is that's the like academic consensus?
That is the consensus, and what I'm actually
what you're pushing back
against. Yaoism. So you're right. Yaoism is seen as kind of proto-Judaism, and it's and people usually argue that by the 2nd century before the Common Era, Yaoism kind of disappears, and we are left with Torah-based Judaism.
When you say before the Common Era, you mean BC?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I don't use BC AD.
Yeah, everybody has different things. Every single Bible scholar, they have a different way of doing it, and I'm always confused. So that's why I try to like figure out what you mean up front.
Right.
Because for me, it's just BC AD.
Yeah. And I understand. So I just use these more objective, objective terms. About second century before the Common Era, we have Torah-based Judaism. So Judaism per se, when you really want to talk about actual Judaism, you have to talk about people who are following certain commandments that are written in certain authoritative books, right? So the commandments that are enumerated in the Torah, for example, though observing the Sabbath, etc., etc. So that Judaism is by definition depends on knowledge of these commandments and observing these commandments. Now we have thousands of documents from different Jewish or Yahwistic, I should say, really, settlements in various places in the ancient world. So from Egypt, from the southern part of Egypt, as I said, Elephantine, and all the way through northern Egypt, and then Palestine, and then into Babylonia. Okay. We have thousands of documents, not all of them textual, some of them are coins, for example, but these are also very important.
Right.
But we really have thousands of documents altogether. But none of these documents betray the slightest knowledge of the Bible. Okay?
They don't betray.
They don't show any, they have no knowledge of the Bible in any of these documents. Okay? I mean, even not, no idiomatic expressions, for example. That
and when you say the Bible, you're talking about Torah?
The Bible in general. In general, but of course the Torah is the main is the main document that you would expect. It has absolutely zero. I mean, there's nothing. No, even the names, the personal names of people, are not the names that we find in the heroes of the Bible, like the 12 tribes, or Moses, or Aaron, or Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. None of the people that are Yahwists in this entire time period, up until the beginning of the Hellenistic period, none of these people are named after literary heroes from the Torah or from the Bible in general, which is fascinating. When you think about this.
So the academic or religious viewpoint or consensus on this is that Judaism started around 1200. Is that right? Or what is the date that like Judaism?
Well, talk about academic and religious. These are going to be different things.
Right. Like by and large, what is the idea of when Judaism?
So the religious, I can't talk too much about the religious because there's a lot of different. And I know that there. I mean, like really kind of fundamentalist religious folks would say, well, Judaism started with Abraham, really, right? So, it's about 2000 before the Common Era, somewhere like that.
Okay.
And then they'll go forward from that.
The earliest people will say is 2000.
Something. I mean,
BC.
Yeah. I can't. Again, I can't talk too much about the religious
I'm just
perspective on this, but I think that's what what is said in certain circles. In academia, Judaism, I think now it's pretty much consensus that Judaism as such, meaning people who observe these commandments, such as the Sabbath and the Passover and all these feasts, tabernacles, and et cetera, and kosher diet and all of that.
Follow the rules.
All of these rules, 2nd century of before the Common Era, so 2nd century BC. That's where we start to see people observing this extra biblically.
Okay.
Okay. In the Bible, that's a different story. But from what we start seeing extra biblically,
outside the Bible,
from these primary sources that I talked about earlier, right? We talked about the Ostraka, we talked about the documents that are written by the simple folk, that they trade things, they do all kinds of activities on the Sabbath, for example, that are not permitted by the Torah. They do a lot of stuff that goes squarely against what is prescribed in the Torah, prescribed in the Torah. But we don't have anything to show adherence to the Torah. We have a lot of negative examples, but we don't have anything to show that they knew anything about the Torah at all in that time period. So Judaism, from a purely extra-biblical perspective, Judaism starts around the second, maybe late 3rd century before the Common Era.
And if you want to not be extra-biblical, you want to stay inside the Bible, when is it from?
According to the Bible, according to certain interpretations of the Bible, we're talking about Abraham, right, being kind of the founder of the, in the sense of like the covenant with God and things like that. Which, as a scholar, looking at this for a lot of reasons, this is mythological.
Yes.
And so, and I can say that with certainty in terms of as a scholar.
When was Abraham again?
It was supposed to be around 2000.
2000. Got it. Okay.
And but the reason I'm very certain about this is that, first of all, again, we have thousands of documents, and none of them know anything about any of these stories. Nothing. Even the name Abraham doesn't exist anywhere within the sphere of Jewish life or Yahwistic life anywhere. But also the idea, so the whole concept of Abraham and the patriarchs, so Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, is people coming from the east to establish a new nation, right? That's the whole concept of the patriarchs. Coming from the east, and even when Jacob and Isaac need to marry, they have to go back and marry someone from the east and bring them to Canaan. So the idea of people coming from the east and establishing a community is such a deeply Hellenistic idea. So in the Hellenistic world...
when you say Hellenistic idea, what do you mean by that?
Well, in the Hellenistic world, it was really important for a lot of these...
what Hellenistic means a certain time frame, right?
Correct. So we're talking really the turn of the 3rd century, late 4th century before the Common Era, and really into the Common Era. That's a much wider. That's kind of Greco-Roman now that we're talking about, but it's still
so like 550 BC is as early as it gets, right?
No, about 400.
Oh, 400. Okay,
about 400.
All right.
Not 400. About 300 and let's say 320 to be. So the Hellenistic period around the conquest of Alexander the Great and forward.
Okay.
So about 320-ish, and into the Roman world. The Roman world we call it Greco-Roman, but it's really still kind of continuing a lot of these Hellenistic sensibilities that they had. And so for the Greek world and for the Greco-Roman world, creating the mythology, the founding mythology of your people, whether it's a polis in the Greek world or even Rome, was someone coming from the east, which for them is always the kind of the early, the old world, this mystical world that comes from the east and establishes their country. So in several polis in Greece had these legends about this mythical founder coming from the east to establish them, and even Rome at the height of its power. So under Augustus, or one of the heights of its power, under Augustus commissioned Virgil to write the Aeneads, so the mythological story of the founding of Rome, which is about the same size as the Torah, about the same number of verses and words as the Torah. So it's a lengthy work. Now he had to write it in meter and rhyme, which the Torah authors didn't have to deal with. So it's much harder. What he did is much harder. But he did that, and he also, it's called the Aeneads because after Aeneas, who was this mythological hero from Homer, from the Trojan war, and so they built this entire idea how he is coming from Troy, so from the east, to establish Rome. Okay, so this idea of someone coming from the east to establish a new race or a new city or a new settlement is something that is deeply Hellenistic, and we see that here. So with the story of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, these founders coming from the east, that is so in many ways so Hellenistic in its core.
Interesting.
And again, we simply have absolutely zero knowledge anywhere. It's not. I mean, these patriarchs. I mean, even and the names of the matriarchs, either Sarah, Rachel, Leah, etc., are not found in the document record at all. None of the women that are mentioned anywhere in these thousands of documents that we have are named like that, and none of the men are named after these literary heroes from the Bible. So no, there is simply zero knowledge of the Bible anywhere up until the beginning of the Hellenistic era. So that's why, for these reasons and others, it is certainly clear to me that these things are mythological. Abraham. All of
Is this new, or has this been known for forever?
Well, certainly not forever. And
I mean, like, has this been how long have academics been aware of this and been talking about it publicly?
Well, not long. I mean, the fact that there is such a deafening silence before Alexandria, really, the Bible. And I will
bless you. Scared the shit out of me.
Okay. So the fact that there is this deafening silence before the turn of the 3rd century, and I'll talk about Alexandria. I'll talk about my analysis of the historical background here. But the fact that there was this deafening silence is relatively new. Most scholars, unfortunately, are really looking, I think, too much into the biblical narrative rather than the historical narrative, rather than the primary narrative. And the biblical narrative has its raison d'etre.
That's something I've talked about on this podcast so many times with the various, and that's another funny thing about biblical scholars that I've had on the show. It's they all have different ideas of things. There are different opinions on events or historical texts. And I always thought it was an odd thing for someone to be a religious scholar, because typically those people they subscribe to the very religion that they're studying and they're dedicating their work to. So like there's like a built-in bias to
That's right.
this.
That's right. I write a lot about that and about this bias, and I've lectured about this, about the problems of bias. In fact, this we talked before we came on air. We've actually talked about this Ostracon that I'm republishing that was read the wrong way for 116 years.
Right.
One of the reasons that it was read the wrong way was because of bias. Okay, because of this built-in bias. Another article of mine that just came out a few weeks ago, in a book that I edited together with Professor Reinhard Kratz from Germany, from Göttingen, reanalyzes a document, a papyrus called the Passover Papyrus. Now, it has nothing to do with the Passover, but it was already analyzed as something related to the Passover because of the date range that is mentioned in this document. And so the date range, that's actually a perfect example. In this document, which is very fragmentary, but we do see something related to the dates, the 15th and the 21st of Nisan, the month of Nisan, which is a Babylonian name, month name, but it is used in the Bible a lot. And that corresponds to the Passover. Those dates do correspond at least to the Feast of Matzot, a part of the Passover feast. So they saw these dates and like, oh, that's the Passover, right? But that's absolutely, that is not a critical approach to the text, right? No. That immediately you say, well, because I was raised in a Jewish or Christian background, right, therefore these dates are meaningful to me, and they mean the Passover. But if you look at this critically, you realize that this is simply the first full moon of the year, 15th of Nisan. Nisan is the first month of the year in both in Babylonian and in Persian in the Persian administration. So that's the first month of the year and the first full moon of the year, and most importantly, the beginning of the harvest. Now, in the ancient world, the harvest was the season that would dictate whether you live or die. I mean, if the deity, if you're about to harvest everything that you worked on for months, planting and taking care of and so you're about to harvest, and if the deity is now going to, send hail down and destroy the crops, or flooding, or all kinds of storms, you will die. I mean, your family will not be able to survive for the next year. So this was an extremely important. The month of Nisan, the beginning of the harvest, was an extremely important time for the entire northern hemisphere. Not just. This is the beginning of harvest, and so looking at the dates of those dates in the middle of the month of Nisan as necessarily being related to the Passover is simply not understanding the ancient world, and that projection is rampant, unfortunately, in scholarship.
Yes, and then there's another problem where people don't like to drift from the general narrative. They don't like to say things that most of their colleagues will disagree with, or cast them outside of the lane that they're supposed to be in, because they have the risk of being shunned by their colleagues or their university or whatever it is, the institution that they're a part of. They like to be, a part of the team. They don't want to go outside the box most of the time.
That's true, but I think in many cases they truly believe this, because they were. When I approached this text, I also had this projection as well. I was able to step back and look at it more objectively because of all the things that I was seeing. So then I started questioning this, and then I was able to step back. But I also at the beginning had the same projection, because I was also brought up in the same sphere, right? In the same. And so I think for a lot of these scholars, this is genuine. I mean, they really think when they see these dates automatically, especially if within a Yahwistic context. This is not if they see these dates in an Egyptian context, a purely Egyptian context, they wouldn't necessarily connect it to the Passover. But since they're seeing it within a Yahwistic context, they're like, okay, this has to be the Passover. But even within the Yahwistic context, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Now, a lot of scholars up to very recently have been saying, well, this document, this so-called Passover letter, shows that the Passover was observed in the 5th century before the Common Era. Meaning this is the first proof that we have extra-biblically of anyone observing this particular festival. Now, every time as a historian, every time you deal with firsts, you need to be extra careful, right? I mean, it's very different dealing with a second occurrence or a third occurrence, because you already know there was a first. Right. So you're not even asking whether such an observance even existed. But when you're dealing with a first occurrence of something, you need to be extra vigilant. And this is, according to many scholars, this would have been the first occurrence of the Passover as a festival. But then you need to step back and say, well, is what we are looking at really the Passover? Okay, and my answer is no. For a lot of reasons that I talk about in this article. And actually, I connected to Zoroastrian, to the Zoroastrian cult. And again, I use cult not pejoratively, but as a synonym for religion. But I connected to the Achaemenid version, so really early Zoroastrianism, and I explain why in that article. In that analysis, connecting it to Achaemenid Zoroastrianism, is based on a lot of data, or significant data. Whereas there is nothing to connect this at that stage to the biblical Passover. So when you compare the two, the chances are much stronger that it is connected to a Zoroastrian or Zoroastrian-related observance than it is to the biblical Passover.
Have you received any sort of pushback or any sort of backlash for talking about this kind of stuff?
I mean, I've had people disagree, of course, which is normal. Nothing really too aggressive against this, but I did have people disagree with this, but without a lot of, I mean, just people just saying, well, I don't buy this, without explanation, without saying, well, these are the reasons why. I would expect people to, and I'm fine, of course. I mean, science always progresses through people seeing things differently and disagreeing, and we all progress together. But when people just say I disagree without explaining it, just I disagree because I disagree, that's not a good approach. So, and I've had a lot of that. I mean, not a lot, but I had some of that. The thing is, in the article, I really try, and in my different lectures about this in different places, I start by showing how wide the Zoroastrian impact on the Elephantine Yahwistic community was, independently of this particular document. And then I zero in on this document after the reader already understand that this is not the only place where you find Zoroastrian influence, right? So there is a much wider context, and then we zero in on this particular document. And it's really important to go that way, in order to understand that this is not just a singular event. The influence of Achaemenid Zoroastrianism was deep and very intimate to the people at Elephantine, and I think to the Yahwists or early Jews in general.
And Yahweh, back then, it wasn't necessarily like an exclusive thing to be a Yahwist. You could partake, pick and choose a dozen religions and practice them all, just like you go out to a restaurant on any given day of the week. You can pick and choose. It doesn't have. It's not like today in Christianity and Judaism where you subscribe to one thing for life, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, there was no. You're right. I mean, it was different. It wasn't exactly like this. It wasn't like picking and choosing, but it was also not exclusive. So in the beginning, in the early period at Elephantine, the Yahwistic community, we do find documents like where people bless each other by the name of Yao and Kanu, who is the local Egyptian god. So I bless you by both deities. Or they take oaths by the local female deity, goddess Satet, or other cases like that. And very common, just I bless you by the gods, plural. All the gods. I don't mention a specific name, just you're blessed by the gods. And so that's very common in that period, not just at Elephantine, but in general. Just not mentioning all the gods because there are so many, you're blessed by the gods. And but these are Yahwists. But there wasn't, the reason I use the word cult so much and not religion is because these are systems of adherence to specific deities for specific reasons. But religion, properly speaking, when we talk about religion, it's a system of observances, like going to mass, for example, for Catholics, or going to the synagogue and doing certain very specific and unique things for that specific religion. Practices. In antiquity, you didn't really have religion as such. You had cultic systems, but there were a lot of them had common. They were so if you would go and observe a sacrifice in the Yahwistic temple, and then you go and you observe a sacrifice in a Phoenician temple, they would be almost identical. I mean, these observances would be very, very close to one another. Yeah. So you'd have cultic differences, but not really religious as such. The observances themselves were not that different. The language might have been a little bit different, possibly, and things like that. But the actual practices were not that different from one another. So we don't use the word religion at that point. That's really what I wanted to say. But actually, going back to what you said earlier about Yahwism being early Judaism or not, that's really important. Yahwism as such continued, so it spawned Judaism around the 3rd century before the Common Era. Judaism. So when authoritative texts that eventually became the Bible started to become to be collected and made into a corpus of texts, which is about the 3rd century.